should be able to be measured as well. But
Yeah,
it's kind of like my supermodel girlfriend, right? She's never around. That's why you know she exists because she's so busy. And it's kind of like their claims they can never be measured, but that's because they claim they're so small. So which is it?
ah,
Is it there or is it not there?
yes, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. So that's the thing that I will want to verify is those numbers and that difference. Is it something that can be verified and measured, so be detected by our existing tools? Or something that has so many decimals, or no tool can have that type of accuracy to be able to detect that difference. In my opinion, personal opinion, what I am personally thinking, there is nothing founded there. There is no calculation used, nothing. I think it should be a legit big difference, something that can be detected, a a huge chunk of difference that just people missed. No one were trying to think
All right,
about.
Necros, that's great. That's great, bro. I believe you believe it's a huge difference. Okay, put some numbers to it.
Yeah, I would.
I once had a flat earther tell me that because he went on a roller coaster and he did loop de loops and he knew he was upside down, that if he traveled across an Earth, halfway of a radius of 3,959 miles, he'd feel himself upside down. And the only thing I could do was laugh inside and then try to correct him. Right now, your claim is a little more in line with reality. But the problem was he didn't put any numbers to any of his claims. His claims were absurd. And any Glober or anybody critiquing his position, including flat earthers, should have recognized his claim was absurd. He should have recognized his claim was absurd. Yeah, so my challenge to you is put numbers to these claims that you got going on. Because the numbers are what matters, right? If you're doing that type of critique.
Yeah, I'm dismissing the whole water bulge claim as absurd because you know those models you see or those motion that animations you see of like what we would look like going through outer space and all the planets chasing and everything like that. We also apparently also have to add the moon pulling the solid Earth away from the water on the other side of the Earth away from it and said concert to that motion. So we've got to add, odd shaped, hawked up, loogie moon and Earth motion into that whole animation as well. And that's just fucking stupid.
Can I ask something? Hi everyone, I am new in this group.
Hi, buddy. I just started work, so I can't talk myself.
Where are you from, guys, bro?
Who- Who's asking?
It's me. Kusan Saks.
All right. What do you
I
think
who is
about the
talking
topic?
about?
So Overlord, for
The-
1,000 kilogram, it should be 102 grams more. So yeah, the difference is small, but if you scale it up, you can get the difference. You can measure it. It's measurable.
Did you have any questions, Puzan, about the topic, flat Earth?
Actually, I am new in this server, so because I joined this server today, in the college, I have to give my presentation in English. So today I give the presentation, but it was not good enough. I feel so awkward, so nervousness, very nervous, and not also me, but also other guys also feels so nervous. But I did very wrong way, so I feel so bad. So I decided myself that I want to practice spoken English. My other English, listening English, writing English, and reading English is good, but my spoken English is not good enough. Actually, I'm not. I am saying right now the English because I am now feeling comfortable. But when I got conversation with someone, but I don't feel comfortable, so I can't spoke English fluently. Anyone else say anything or talk to me about anything else?
I would like to speak to you. As long as you can understand, or we can understand each other, we'll be fine. So, when we practice, let's talk about the Earth.
Okay, Earth. Basically, Earth is round, blue, blue, shiny green. What do you want to know?
Yes. So you think the Earth is a globe, right?
I
Sphere.
think that sphere. Yes, yes, sphere. Almost sphere, no, but not sphere totally. Almost. The horizontal line is, I think, stretched. Yeah, stretched, and the
Like
vertical
oblate,
line is maybe. Huh?
like oblate spheroid, wider in
Yes, yes,
the
yes,
middle,
yes, yes.
uh,
That is-
around the
Yeah, yeah.
equator. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So what?
If you don't mind, can I ask you where are you from?
I'm from Sweden.
Oh, Sweden. Oh, acha. So in the Sweden, which language is most talked? Swedish.
Yeah. Swedish is most talked in
Oh,
Swedish.
oh.
But I would like to stay on the topic. So, what makes you think that you live on a sphere from your own personal experience?
If I say honestly that almost sphere, like the earth is. Oh,
Whoever
almost
is
sphere
talking,
because like it is like orange types, but not orange. It is earth
whoever,
is. Have,
bro.
huh? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to interrupt you. But whoever is giving you information, tell him to be quiet or get on Discord himself. I want you to talk from your own experience. Don't let him disrupt you, man. So what in your
Okay.
experience tells you that you live on a globe? From your own experience, your own senses. You get what I mean?
No, I didn't catch it. What you just say? Please, can you repeat me? Sorry, excuse me.
So what in your everyday life experience, when do you ever see the globe that you
Um,
live on? Where do you see this?
in the lab, in the Google Earth, the globe, and also if you think in the map also there is a pair like 2D picture, etc., etc.
All right. So not by your own experience then. Just on
Actually, I
just
did.
on Google
Actually, I
and
didn't.
and books.
Oh yeah, books.
So you don't
In the
experience the globe. You just see it on like television, movies, and Google.
oh, I think the Earth is sphere because I experienced it from picture, from Google pictures, and in the
Pictures,
books.
pictures and books are not experiences. That's secondhand information. That's someone else's experience that you are reading about or watching. So it's not your experience. Your
So
personal experience.
basically, okay, I'm saying at the beach, when
At the beach.
we
All right. All right.
stand
Now we're getting
at the
somewhere.
beach, at the beach, when we stand at the beach, okay, the sky and the water, you will see that it mix with horizontal line.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
the sky and the ocean surface mixed in a horizontal line. I mean,
Yeah. What
it.
about the horizon?
Yeah.
What about it? You have a horizon, and
Whatever.
yeah,
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 you are right. The sunset,
hori-
sunrise.
yeah. No, the horizon. It's a straight line at the end of
Oh, yeah.
our television. What about it?
What about it? I don't know actually what to say.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you for your experience. What in your head, your eyes, your
Okay,
ears
okay, okay. I
tells
understood
you that
what are you.
the ground you're standing on is a ball. That's what I'm asking. That is spinning. Because
Yeah.
I want to see if you what makes you think this.
When in the ocean, if someone standing in the beach, okay, the suppose say a boat which has a sail, okay, sailor or sail actually sail. So when it moves towards forward, it keeps its the sail, it keeps going down towards.
Yeah, the boat going over the curve.
Yeah. The boat going over the curve.
All right, you seen this with your own eyes at the beach?
Yes, of course.
All right. So how far away was the boat? What kind of
Harbor,
boat was it? A big boat?
18 kilometer or 19 kilometer.
All right. How tall was the boat?
How tall was the boat? Okay, how tall was it? It was actually a ship, maybe not a boat. Basically, it was six. No, no, no. Sorry. Six floor types. Sixth floor. What does
Six.
mean?
I don't know. And it went
Uh,
over a curve.
huh?
And it went over a curve. You saw this?
Yes.
Oh, really? Wow. I,
And
I
also I
lived
feel
I
about
lived
when
lived on the ocean. I've
yeah.
never seen this. Strange.
Okay, let me say another thing. When I climbed in a hill. Okay, when I climbed in a hill,
We can
it
go
was
there. We can go there after. I still want to talk about this observation. It's very interesting because I never seen Earth curvature with my own eyes. Every time I did a measurement, the Earth surface turned out to be completely flat. So I'm curious. I would like some more information about
no,
your
actually
observation.
it was my observation. And if you ask me that, yeah, I saw just like basic. So it was not. It was my just observation. Just I know that the boat was going carbon.
Oh yeah, yeah. So you've seen the boat going over the curve. All right. Yeah, I would just like if you had like some data to provide so we can determine if it was actually going over a curve. Something to work with. Do you have it? You said it was about 20 kilometers.
18, 19, suppose
80 or 18.
18, 1 8.
All right. And what was the temperature conditions?
Temperature conditions actually.
The height of the boat and your height as well. Your observer height.
Actually, it was that time. It was maybe sunset time.
Sun setting. All right. In the summer or maybe what's the hot
Summer,
outside?
summer.
I mean, did you rule out any other?
I live in tropical line actually.
Yeah, yeah. So you have a lot of.
Almost tropical line, almost tropical. What is it called? Actually, I don't know what. Almost tropical horizontal line.
Yeah, you have a lot of distortions over water. I would presume, right? So
Maybe.
you ruled out all these factors.
Yes.
Oh, all right, okay. But
Are you measuring something about or calculation? Are
yeah,
you
no.
calculating about something?
What was the observer height? I never got it.
Observer height? Height. Hello.
Yeah,
Height. Actually, you are asking about height. The ship.
is this another guy?
Are you
Is it?
asking about the ship height? Tall,
Yeah,
tall,
both.
taller.
Yeah, I would like to know the object's height and distance and the observer height, so we
It
can
was sixth
determine.
floor. Sixth floor. I
I don't
mean,
know what it means.
how much sixth floor actually? Let me calculate.
Six floor is six floor is not a measurement. I need a
182 meters. 182 meters almost maybe. 182 meters, almost.
180, almost 2 meters. What? Observer height
Uh,
or ship height?
Observer height, actually the ship was.
The ship was
Observer, I was the
2 meters.
observer, but the ship was 182 meter maybe.
180 meters tall.
Yes. Tall, yes, tall.
Whoa, that's
What
a
do you
tall
think?
ship. That sounds like a tall ship. So the ship was
I
180.
don't know how much tall actually. I am not good at measurement
Oh, you're
idea
not good at
actually.
it. I can
Yes,
imagine.
yes. No, but,
Uh,
and it was like when I was 15, 16 years old that time, and I'm now almost 20 years old.
all right. So you did this intentionally. You went out to the beach and tried to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Maybe you can say that.
No, I'm just asking if that was your intention with your observation, or this is just some memory you're
No,
recalling.
actually, in the when I was 12 or 13 years old, in the book we read this topic about, and we also read about that Pythagoras also measurement the earth was the carp. Pythagoras almost also tried to prove it, and almost he did it.
Almost. Oh,
Almost.
so
It
how
means
did
95%, 99, 96%.
how did Pythagoras prove that the Earth was a globe? I never heard it before.
Let me ask you something about. Do you know Pythagoras? He was a great mathematician
Yeah, I've
and
heard
philosopher
about
also.
him. That's why I'm asking you how he proved the Earth was a globe, because I've never
Oh,
heard.
okay. Let me explain. He he took he took a location one. Okay, he was spotted in and
I
location
think
one.
I think you're thinking about Eratosthenes, not Pythagoras. You're mixing him up with some other dude.
Herodotus ছিল নাকি এটা? হ্যাঁ? Herodotus করেছিল? হুম,
Oh
ঠিক
yeah.
জানি না।
Can anybody take over?
Maybe I confused maybe. Then you ask me something about Herodotus or Pythagoras. Let me see how much I know about. Hello.
Yeah, you and your friend, of course.
Yeah,
My
I
friend is
Probably Google.
yeah, I would say I'm complete.
Yeah.
I think we got what we're gonna get this guy. The other, I think it's the full story.
Okay, it was a great conversation with you guys. Thanks a lot. I have to go to my to do assignment and homework. I will come tomorrow. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Come again.
Okay.
Or thanks for coming by. Take care. Adios, muchacho. Pasta luego. Bien too. До свидания.
Yo, T-Buggy.
Jota and Eddie just joined the chat. Do you have any questions? What's the current topic? Prove your globe, right? Do you have any
Or
globe
teach.
proofs?
Does it teach? Is it teaches about your globe? The event. They teach us about the globe.
You're gonna have to Google it first.
Frantic Googling.
Jota. Are you here, Jota? Are you able to speak? Am I coming through? Mic check.
Yo, electricity, bro. Where you been?
Hey, bro.
Yo, look at the side chat, bro. Insane.
Wait a sec. What am I looking at?
Just read the whole thing, bro. I outsmarted Google.
I know. It seems confusing.
Bro, very superior
Tell me the
IQ is
gist.
required. Bro, 125 plus IQ. Huh. Google's like, well, you're gonna need very superior to very superior IQ. That's crazy. Top 5%. That's crazy.
I don't really consider IQ to be really important. For me, being wise is more important than having highest IQ.
I would say
I
that the
would say
tests
that the
are
tests are
subjective.
subjective. Yep.
But they still give you some indications about people's ability to
Yeah, so
think.
do we have any Globers in here?
Intelligence that you can find on human beings
Think
is
D-bench.
wiseness. Someone who's wise, someone who understands how to use his intelligence, when to use it, and at what rate.
For sure. D-bench, are you gonna teach us about the globe?
Yeah, tell us about the globe, bro.
How big is it?
Hello.
What's up?
Hola.
No hablo española.
Sí, senor.
Hello.
What up?
Oh, Crit, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
You
Bro,
guys
what
not
the heck is
talking?
up with the Boston accent? Forget about it. Forget about it. Hey, I'm walking in.
How you doing?
Is there no discussion happening?
Not really.
Sorry to interrupt, but can I know what you all are discussing about?
You were
The Earth.
yeah, someone was gonna come, some random person, like, hey, hold an event. They got the floors open to teach about the globe.
Yeah, some fucking guy came in here earlier and he's like, "Oh, the Earth's not flat; it's a triangle." It's like, get out of here, dude.
What Earth is a triangle?
He was saying that
Did he
the
give
Earth.
any proof?
I mean, as much as everybody else gives.
So what do you think? Earth is flat or a sphere or a triangle according
I
to
reckon.
you?
I mean, I think it's possible that the Earth is like an inward-facing sphere, and we just have the understanding. Like most people just think that it's round because it's roundish, but there's like a point in the center of the sphere that's got like near infinite mass, and you can never reach it, and that just like warps our vision around it to give the illusion of a flat surface or a round surface.
It's
Okay, but according to me, Vavan, I think Earth is not a sphere because it's somehow like stretched from the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah, but why do you think that Earth is a sphere, complete sphere?
because it's like a flat plane wrapped around a ball. But who
What
knows?
made you think that?
I've never
What?
been way
No,
up there. I've never been way
what's
up
the
there, so I don't
evidence?
really know.
What's the evidence for the Earth is flat?
I have not observed evidence for either.
What about you see too far?
I mean, I don't think that atmospheric lensing is a terrible explanation for seeing a little further than you can see, but I think if you could see like way further than you were supposed to see, then I would start to be like, okay. You know?
How about photographs from space?
Well, here's the problem with all the space related evidence is even if you went up in a spaceship, then the window that you're looking through could actually be a television screen, and you have no way to prove that it isn't. and it could be showing you whatever it wants. If you went for a spacewalk, you would have to wear a helmet, and you would again be looking through a material, which could also be a screen, and you have no way of proving that it isn't. And the only third thing that you could do is if you can get up to like a really high altitude where you can get some curvature and you are able to observe it with the naked eye, possible because they've got like machines that can like beam you with directed energy and like distort you and fuck you up. And depending on how advanced that technology is, which if it was extremely advanced, they would never tell you, they could probably potentially beam images directly into your head. So there's no way of really knowing, I don't think.
Have you been to the edge of the earth?
No.
I mean, like in a sense, the place where I was born is referred to as a corner of the earth, and it looks
So
like one.
can you jump off the corner of the earth? Is that
No.
possible?
Into
Like,
the
why is
water,
it not possible
into
though?
the
It's
water
flat.
below.
Then, according to you, if Earth is
Well,
flat, then what about the oceans? How the water is not falling?
Yeah,
it
makes
is.
sense. Yeah, it's a good question.
Then no water will
No,
exist on
no.
Earth.
I mean, if the earth is flat, how does the water continue? How does the ocean continue? Shouldn't there be a gap in the ocean if it's flat so you can fall?
What?
No, it could be if it is a flat plane, it could be like a bowl, right? It could be
No, dude.
it could be
Shushwake.
relatively flat.
Yeah. No. You need a container to have a body of water. Right? Like the low spot in the ground, for example, if you want to make
Yeah,
it
that's what I'm saying.
like dig a lake, right? And then you can put water in it because you need a container. So they've successfully managed to replace people's common sense with nonsense, right? So the globe earthers are wondering how water could possibly work on a flat surface where you would need a container for water. Meanwhile, they think that all of the oceans is stuck to the outside of a spinning ball in a space vacuum and that's normal. That's how water works. No, you need a container, right? And then water will conform to the shape of the container and it will collapse onto itself, right? Because it's a fluid with a certain viscosity, and then the surface will form a flat plane, right? On the surface, a flat surface, to the point where if there's no wind, it will be like a perfect mirror. So yeah, you need a container to have a body of water and it's flat on the surface. This is common sense. This is testable, repeatable, obvious logic, obvious reality.
Demonstrable.
Yeah, you could test it right now. Just with a dish and some water.
Oh
And then
yeah,
you could try.
with no regard for scale. Yeah, that'd be a good test.
Yeah, scale it up as big as you want, and you're going to get the exact same results.
I saw a gravity experiment that they did where they took like this really big, heavy object and they weighed it. And they were like suspending it, I believe, and then they moved another heavy object under that one, and it increased the force slightly. It increased the weight of the object above it slightly.
Yeah, cool. Right. So, did you find any curvature over the surface of water? Because we've tested that, and there isn't any. So.
Have we tested that?
Yeah. We have. You guys haven't. Globe Earthers
Oh,
haven't.
you did. Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I mean, we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tests. Actually.
Wait a
You
minute.
tested the whole ocean?
I have one more observation, because we see that like when lunar eclipse occur, then how does the moon actually shadow
Oh,
down
I don't know.
there?
How do you? I don't know. I just know that the way that you guys explain it, it doesn't work because when we measure the surface of the water, which covers most of the surface of the claimed globe, it's not curving. So it's not that. Okay, but also, right? Also, sometimes during selenelian eclipses, we can see the sun and the moon above the horizon during the eclipse. And on top of that, the shadow's upside down. Should be convex, but it's concave. It should come from the bottom to the top, but it comes from the top to the bottom,
What type of
and it's
eclipse is
upside
that?
down. Selenelian eclipse. type of lunar eclipse. They also call it the impossible eclipse because it doesn't work with the heliocentric explanation. And also, on top of all of these, you can't cast a circular shadow like we see on the eclipse when you use a ball, right, to cast a shadow on another ball. It makes a different shaped shadow, like a sine wave shaped shadow. And what's even more interesting, and I'm not claiming this is how the eclipse happens, but if you get a straight edge like a book or a ruler or something like that, and you cast a shadow onto a spherical object, it makes a shadow just like we see during the eclipse. But if you try to cast the shadow with a ball, it doesn't work. So, just
Wait,
something
so that
interesting to take into account. Mm-hmm. What's that, Wake?
oh, hold on. I saw that there's more text. I'm just reading more.
Okay.
Because it looks like the selenelian thing is literally atmospheric lensing, right?
Atmospheric lensing. What do you think atmospheric lensing is?
Hold on, I'm reading more.
I have a question. How does ships and boats keep sailing if the Earth is flat?
You need a body of water, right? You need a container to have a large body of water, and then the ship goes on top of the water and it floats and it sails around. Like if you get a bathtub and you get like a little rubber ducky, it just sails around the bathtub, can go from different places in the bathtub. You could do it on a lake, right? You could get the little boat on the lake, and maybe there's islands on the lake, and then you can like sail it around the islands, and could do the same thing in a big lake, and then you could do the same thing in the sea. So yeah,
So, but if the Earth is flat, there should be an end, right? The ocean should end.
maybe
So
there's an
there should
end
be
at
an
some
end.
point. Maybe there's an end. We're not making a claim of a shape
Okay.
or a size. We're just claiming that when we test the surface of the Earth, 100% of the time there's no curvature detected.
Well, why don't you guys
Whereas
do a test to figure out what the size and the shape is
it's not
besides the
possible.
flatness?
Yeah, it's
Why
not
is it
Okay,
not
then
possible.
possible?
what about the
Hold on,
time
hold
Because you
zone?
can
on. Why?
only get so high up into the air to test the Earth surface.
Yeah, but can't you just walk in a straight line?
No, nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever
Nobody
walked in a
has
straight
ever
line
walked in a straight line.
for a vast distance. No,
Oh, what do you reckon the stars are? Can you not navigate with those to go in a
nobody
straight?
knows exactly what the stars are
So you think if you
without making.
if you try to navigate with the stars, you reckon you'll not go into like what if you just
You can
I see.
navigate. You can use the stars to navigate and not know exactly what the stars are, but you can still they move in cycles in the sky, so we can use them to make predictions on where they're going to be. Right? They move in cycles, so we
So if
can
you
use
got a
the
meter
stars
stick
to
and you sway,
navigate. And long before anyone suggested that of the ancient cultures used to use the stars to navigate, so it doesn't require the Earth to be a globe.
what if you got like two cannons and you fired a cannon and then you went to where the cannonball landed and then you put the other cannon halfway between where the first cannon is and where you're standing and then you fired another cannonball overhead and then you went and stood where that landed or halfway between where the first cannonball hole is and the second cannonball hole is and then you just keep on lining up cannons, two cannons, one in front of the other along the line where the cannonball is impacting, and you just keep following that. That would take you in a straight line, would it not?
For how long are you going to do this for?
Well, I mean, until we reach new land, I guess,
Really, you're going to do it
until we
you're going to
come
do
around
that
to
in
the
the
same point.
ocean? It doesn't seem. What about wind and all of these types of things?
What about lasers? Are lasers straight?
Yeah, they are. We use lasers to debunk the globe.
So
The best tool to use.
Then why don't you use lasers to map the flat Earth plane and then be able to definitively give a shape and a size instead of saying I don't know what the Earth is, but it's not a sphere.
Well, do you think that? Why don't you guys do that? You have all the military and all of the funding and all the money and all of the
obvious reason
masses.
to not do it is you guys are just going to say that like you need to replicate it in order to accept the evidence. So you need to do it. Like,
Well, did you do it? Did you do it? Is that why no one's done that?
I have noticed what I have noticed
is the reason that
all of the
nobody's
flat
done
Earth-
it because flat earthers would deny it? Is that the reason that you don't have that
Well,
test?
I mean, we do have GPS and it works, so I reckon that somebody did do it, but you would probably say
Oh,
they
really? You know about GPS? Do you know much about GPS, or
Tell me
you've heard how to say the words
Tell me more. Tell me more.
GPS? No, you made the claim. I'm not here to teach you.
If you're disagreeing with it, then you can go ahead and enlighten me as to why GPS.
Okay, what is it? I don't think that you even know how it works. What's differential GPS? Do you know what that is?
I have no idea.
What coordinate system does GPS use?
I've got no clue.
Okay, so you don't know anything about GPS. You just learn how to make those
works.
words out of your mouth, and then you think that that's an
when I
argument.
need to go somewhere, I could just use it. What I'm saying is, if you
okay,
guys
how does that prove the Earth's a globe?
If listen, I've been around long enough to understand how you guys operate. You deny any evidence that you didn't directly.
You haven't presented any evidence. No,
Well,
how could I deny evidence if you haven't even presented any?
What I'm saying is, anytime I've brought up any kind of experiment,
like what? What experiment did you bring up? Name one. Name one experiment that you brought up.
Oh, do you just badger people until they give up?
No. So you just claimed that every time I bring up an experiment, and you haven't brought any experiments up. So I'm asking you to tell us which one. Okay, which one was it? Tell us about it.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Oh, really? So there was there was an experiment that you brought up that you can't remember some other time, but you don't have anything to present today. So you just came back here today to whine and butcher GPS.
We'll teach it.
How am I whining?
You teach it?
No, they don't. They don't teach it. They don't enact that labor.
No, you teach everything you know about GPS. I did an experiment once.
This is what I know. When
hold on, wait. Listen for a second. I used to have I had a Jeep, and on the Jeep, the spare tire cover, it just said research flat Earth. That's it. Didn't say I was pro flat Earth. Didn't say I was against it. Just said research flat Earth. That was it. Some dude behind me at the gas station became just incensed that someone would say research flat Earth. It just like he couldn't contain himself. He became so emotionally charged by that he just had to get up in my face and yell at me about researching flat Earth. So I asked him, I'm like, have you researched flat Earth? He's like, yes. I'm like, so you did what it said. It said research flat Earth and you did it. Why are you mad at me for something you did? He's like, I didn't do it. I go, so you didn't research flat Earth. But he did do it. But he didn't do it. But he did. But he couldn't. But he did. But then he didn't again. I'm like, how about this, right? Why is the Earth a globe? He said physics. I'm like, okay, just the word? You just say the word physics and the Earth is a globe? Like wave a magic wand is like your magic command word? He's like, yes. It's just physics. You just wave this magic wand and say the word physics, and the Earth turns into a globe. So then I'm like, I go, so do you know all about physics? He's like, yep. I go, how about this? It's about lunchtime. I'm buying anything you want on the menu as long as you're teaching physics. His knowledge of physics, I was going to take notes, wouldn't even fit on a bar napkin. Like the napkin that they put your drink on. What he knew about physics was less than, and I write pretty small, mind you. So it's not like it was an overwhelming amount of information. So I would say this is about the same effect for you. You're basically upset, emotionally charged over this topic. You're blaming other people for this emotional state. You're saying a bunch of words that you don't know what they mean. And if we were to try to ask you to teach us about it, your knowledge of it would not fit on a bar napkin.
Okay, but I don't see how I'm being emotional.
Let's go for it. What is it? So why do you think the Earth is a globe? How about we'll start there? The Earth is a globe because I gave you a few softball ones. What
Physics, yeah.
just physics?
Physics, yeah. You got a bar napkin?
Not handy.
I mean, I'm leaning towards I do lean towards globe. I have seen some of the stuff in here from before, like the oil rigs. I think that's a really good one, but I do still lean towards globe.
Because photos? Photos in
Well,
space?
I mean, what was that?
Because of photographs from space?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The photo, like I said earlier, it's like the space thing is tough because there is no way to really have a direct observation, right?
I mean, at least we have some proof that we have photograph proof, but you don't have any proof that it's flat.
Okay, let's see the photograph proof. Don't worry about me. How do you know?
Personally, what do I accept?
Yep.
Oh, I see. Well, I do lean towards accepting that gravity exists, and that when you've got random debris in space, and that random debris all has gravity, even if it's very small, and the little particles move together, and then they press against one another. And now those two little dust motes have got 2 dust motes worth of gravity, and they pull in 2 more dust motes, and then that eventually becomes a very large mass, and it becomes such a large mass that it collapses itself on its own gravity, and it will become a sun, and then the disk of debris that comes around the sun during its formation will make the planets. That's what I reckon. I think that sounds not unreasonable.
You know what that sounds like to me?
Yeah, tell me.
To me, that sounds like a kid saying, I know Jesus wept, and I know for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and I know in the beginning God created the heaven, blah, blah, blah. It's reciting verses.
So what's the angle here? Is the
What you
angle
know,
that
not
we're
what you
never going to
believe.
reach the moon? Like, does the flat Earth conversation change when there's a colony on the moon, or is that just going to be a fake colony in Hollywood somewhere?
When's it going to happen? Can we get a goalpost? Set up a goalpost. When this will happen? What day?
Well,
By no later than.
I don't work in any of the company's
No.
organizations.
Let's get a goalpost. Let's set it up.
Goalposts? I'd say they could be up there in 5 or 10 years, maybe sooner.
Okay, well, let's go check. In 5 and 10 years, let's see if you shift the goalpost or not. If you shift the goalpost, then it was a completely vacuous idea that didn't really mean anything either way. You just keep shifting this goalpost.
Well, I can't imagine what the goalpost would be other than if they don't reach it within that duration, and then I would just say, like, they didn't get there or whatever. Like, what are you gonna do? I don't control the company. I mean, it's not my money, it's not my company. I can't be like, work faster. I can't tell them go do the thing.
So let's set up a goalpost. What would it be?
What do you mean goalpost? Like
okay, so it's been 50 years
or an achievement.
So like the 1970s, they landed on the moon. They said there'll be a moon base by like when?
Yeah, I don't know, because like I saw a thing recently that like all the cargo to space is like 20 to 25,000 tons or something like that, and that once they have SpaceX, or not SpaceX, the Starship, once that's an operational vehicle that they're using, then they'll be able to get like 100 times more cargo than we've ever put into space per year. And if we already have space stations, and those space stations is only 1% of all the shit that we've sent up into space, and we're able to spend up 100 times more stuff in a single year, then we'll probably start getting more space stations. They're probably going to want to move zero.
So you are part of this.
Humanity.
You are.
Well,
You are
humanity.
part.
It's a collective.
All
yeah,
of
we're all part of
humanity.
humanity.
Not just NASA, the U.S. federal government. This is all of humanity doing this.
Well, it's not. It's not even NASA really alone doing it, right? Like SpaceX has their own goals, and there's other space
Defense,
startups,
yeah,
and
contractor
China
for NASA.
and China's got it going as well, right?
So China too. Okay, so you got China, SpaceX, which is NASA, then NASA again, and then that you're in there because that's all of humanity. So you've got Chinese and American forces working to get a space station.
There's other like rocket startups and stuff too.
How far away are they?
Much further.
Like in weeks, years?
They're behind SpaceX.
So that isn't it interesting. Like right now, if China were able to go to the moon, they'd be what 60, 50 years behind America.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, like technically,
today, if they went today,
they're behind achievement wise, but right now they're basically copying like SpaceX designs, and they're making their own reusable rockets that they've successfully.
How is that a we then? So if they're copying your work,
it's not my work.
But you're also part of the we.
It's not. Well, hold on. If you're getting hung up on the we, then I'll specifically say these companies. Like it's
okay. So
it's
you don't know, but you don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about it then.
No, I'm not a rocket scientist.
Okay, so it's not going to fit in a bar napkin.
I don't know. Maybe.
Like, say if I gave you a map of China, where do they launch from? Would you be able to like throw like a dart at it and maybe get closer, or do you have an idea where we do this?
For what?
Yeah. So where does America launch rockets? Where does that happen at?
I got no idea right now.
No idea. How about China?
No clue. Boca Chica, probably, because that's where SpaceX is doing their launches. I don't know where NASA is. There's Cape Canaveral or something.
So where's China doing that?
Where's China doing it?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
No clue. Okay.
No clue. Do you know?
Just put a little question mark there. No, I would say it's definitely not Juneau. It's the capital of Alaska.
Okay.
So I would definitely say of all the places to pick, like, you know, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the $100 question. If one of them was Juneau, I would say, yeah, that's probably the wrong answer.
And I have a question. How do you explain day and night? Like, how do you explain day and night?
Well, how would you explain it?
They think that the sun is.
Well, don't worry about what they think. How would you explain? How would you explain
it? Shines down the spotlight is what they believe.
Yeah, no, how would you explain it?
How would I explain day and night? Me?
Not you. No, the new guy. You're good, Wake. We've got to the end of your understanding of anything.
Oh, I got tons.
5 years, 5 or maybe some other time in the future. We, which is also not we, which is China, who's copying we's.
Listen, I'll be honest. The we thing is a crazy to be latching onto, right? You want to stick to the argument. If you've got an issue with me saying we colloquially, then I will say these space agencies. If that makes you more comfortable.
No, it's not about colloquially. It's like you put yourself into a group of people that they don't know who you are, and B, you don't know Bo Diddley about what they're doing either. But you do know that based on your expert witness testimony, that about 5 years there'll be a base on the moon because of some propaganda social media posts by Elon Musk or something along those lines.
Okay, so what?
So
you reckon
that's good.
You reckon
good,
none of these companies are going to make it to the moon?
Yeah, it's been 50 years. So they haven't got there by now. They're not getting there.
Okay. You don't think that there's a big difference in the ships that we have now and the ships they
Not
had then?
not possible. The ones
Okay.
back then worked, apparently. The ones now can't even get to low orbit. The SpaceX thing hasn't even got to low orbit yet.
What,
It
Starship?
blows up. Yeah, it blows up. Every single one of them. It's really bananas. I mean, not even joking. They put banana stickers on them now. The amount of cargo that it's got to space is zero. Zero. They're flaming wreckage every time. They go up and it comes down. Flaming wreckage.
Yeah, I mean, did you see them catch the booster? Like twice?
Yeah, they did that like in the 1970s also.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, catching boosters and landing boosters, that was done decades ago. This is because it's like jingling keys in front of like people like you. Like, oh wow. You get that big lip thing where like like they see like a master Jedi do like a backflip and then like like do something cool and you're like, oh, look at Mace Windu do the he said the thing. And you're just like all freaking out. This shit has been done decades ago.
What was the name of the one that they did first?
Of like X-51 or something like that.
What company did it?
NASA. All right, so is the other guy here still? He says, "How do you explain day and night?"
I'm only seeing 2015. I'm not seeing any sooner dates than that for landing or catching a booster. What's the thing that you're referring to specifically, so I can go look it up?
Just go look it up. Become
Well,
an instant expert.
I need more information than that.
Well, you're not gonna get any.
Oh, okay.
Because I bathe in your ignorance.
I'm inclined to say that that's probably not the case then.
Ditto. Yes, me too. We've reached unconditional acceptance. I'm inclined that's not the case. Whatever you're presenting is definitely not the case. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I reckon the first catch or first landing was in 2015, not 1980.
I'm gonna go with that. That's not the case. That's not the case. I'm gonna go with that. That is not the case.
You're saying they had
yes.
What's the reusable rocket tech that they had?
That's not the case. Yes, that's not the case. Whatever you're saying is not the case.
You don't sound emotional right now.
Yes. Unconditional acceptance. So you're derailing. So where is the other guy still here, or did he run off? Explain day and night, and then leaves.
Wait, how am I derailing? Yeah, it looks like the only thing that they had was winged space planes and parachute-assisted ocean recoveries, so no landing. Sorry, you care about language. No controlled landing. Sorry, you really care about language. No precise controlled landing. It was a thing that fell from a parachute into the ocean.
I'm sorry. How does catching rocket boosters make the Earth a globe?
It doesn't.
I never said it did.
Okay, is there anything that proves the Earth is a globe?
I reckon looking at it from the right height would be the solution here.
What would be the minimum altitude?
I got no idea. You just
So
keep
they're
building.
all illegal.
Just got to keep building until it changes.
Okay. And I've heard from astronauts now it's that from the ISS it's
Okay,
like
looks
flat.
you're holding the guy's back. All right, go ahead. Calex or whatever how you say that. Go. Let's say it. Explain day and night. It'll be exactly the same answer. Nope, you don't got an explanation?
He typed it.
How do we know the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, how do you know? What's the flat Earth explanation for a pendulum?
The Earth measures flat, so the pendulum only works on flat Earth.
Is pendulum?
Yeah, Calex, come on, open your mic, dude. You gotta do the conversation so people can hear what's being discussed. No, give up.
To answer the earlier thing, the McDonnell Douglas Delta Clipper experimental or
Yeah.
DCX in '93 or whatever. '93 was the first one to
Yeah,
actually rocket
yeah,
to take off and land like that. Yeah.
Dude, you're not supposed to spoon feed idiots. They gotta be able to find this information on their own. It's
I thought he
better
was
that
gone.
No, he's still here.
Oh
It's
shit!
better
My
that
bad. That's what I was talking
yeah,
about.
it's better that they maintain their complete and utter ignorance than to give them the answer. Because at that point, all they're going to do is just claim conspiracy theory that the website you cited is fake, it doesn't exist. They'd have to see photos of it. They got to be able to find it themselves. Like a whole swath of experimental aircraft, experimental rockets, in his worldview, just doesn't exist until 2015. Decades, literally decades of vertical takeoff and landing rockets just vanished for this guy. And that's the perfect place to keep them. Because when that brick wall of evidence hits them, at that point, it might be a snap that wakes them out of their neurosis. If you just give them the answer, you go, here you go. Here it is. It hardly ever works. It's like they're just waving that magic wand. They just wave it a different direction. Normally, I do kind of give them a keyword to see, kind of do like an IQ test to see are they able to find this stuff. Even like you just go to NASA's their own website, and they talk about the vertical takeoff and landing, or just like whatever search method they use. It just shows you like the demonstration here is just how bad they are at Googling. Like they have a device in their hand that access the full breadth of human knowledge. Everything they have is available right there at their fingertips, and they brick it. It's basically a paperweight. No clue what the McDonnell Douglas is. Wouldn't even know it if you went to a naval, like say an Air and Space Museum, and they have a mock-up version of it. It would be like they'd NPC it. They would look at it. Doesn't look like anything to me, like from that Westworld. It would cause such a severe cognitive dissonance event that they wouldn't even be able to process what they're looking at. Because inside their worldview, these things did not exist until Elon Musk deemed it so. That's it. That's the only answer. And there isn't any way of getting inside that worldview to unfuck it, because his full knowledge is based on a social media post by Elon Musk. That's it. He's going to have to see it said by his Lord and Savior, the Elon.
Yeah, normally I actually agree with you, and I follow that exact rule a lot of the time. I'm not just giving the information. I'll be like, go look it up, and I will literally like keep information to myself. I thought he was gone, and I was just clarifying.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you on everything you just said.
Yeah, it really goes back to the first story where all I said was basically a bumper sticker, like research flat Earth. That's it. Just research flat Earth. An old boy lost his fucking mind. Like, why would you it's like a forbidden technology or forbidden questions. Like you got the Bene Gesserits or whatever, like in Dune. Like this is outlawed tech. You can't do that. Don't do that. You can research anything you want, except for flat Earth. If you research flat Earth, that's trouble. You're looking for trouble there. But what you can do is not research it, but actually make shit up and completely misrepresent what it is, and then pretend like you researched anyway, even though you didn't. So fake it. Just completely fake it. Just play dress up freak show.
I mean, you do look it up. They do use certain words. Like if you look up just like general, like vertical takeoff and landing rocket stuff, it gives you the 2015 example he was using, but it says the first suborbital rocket ever landed vertically. And it doesn't tell you, there are other ones that were landed vertically before that, but we're going to use the words to let you know the suborbital rocket landed vertically. Well, then people just read right past those words and say they're the first ones landed a rocket vertically. And no, they told you the suborbital rocket. They didn't tell you that they might have landed other kinds of rockets vertically. And people just breeze right past that and just don't listen to the words that are said and the description of what kind of rocket. And I've made the mistake a million times in my life, so I'm learning that we do that as humans. But I did it a lot myself, so I'm not talking shit to anybody that does.
It's pretty interesting if you read up the story, like why they canceled it. Because the Cold War. The Cold War was ending. Okay, what does it have jack shit to do with this vertical takeoff and landing spaceship? And then you put together. So without the Cold War, you're not developing spaceships anymore. Huh. What is the different connections there? So a Cold War ends, defense spending goes down, spaceship development gets canceled. Golly. What a coincidence.
No, there are no coincidences.
Spirit. Slap a SpaceX sticker on it, and then say they invented something new. Looks like the other guy's not going to come back. That's why I got to get quicker on the mute. We had this dude with this Calyx guy on the hook talking about day and night cycle, and you got some random squawker. Bummer.
What's up? My audio is working.
All right, there we go.
Hey, what's good?
So you come to teach about the globe?
Yeah, why is Wake muted? There's a Glober right there.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about it.
Let's talk to the Glober.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about it.
What, are you a Glober?
Should we switch roles? I could do it. Yeah, let's do it. Teach about the globe.
I'm trying to talk to a Glober.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm a glober. The Earth is a globe. What do you want to know? Bueller? Bueller. It's easy being a glober. You just Google it, and if nothing comes back, you say fake. And just say photographs from space and wave a magic wand that says physics on it. And then say we a lot. You wee, like little piggies. You wee all the way home.
everyone. Yo, what is this? Hello?
What's up?
Any Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah,
What is this?
it's a server called
Okay.
Flat Earth Discord.
How are you?
Very well. Yourself?
I'm good too. Where are you from?
Australia.
Oh, Australia, nice. I know Melbourne and Sydney.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm
The two major cities. Yep.
yeah. I know Canberra. That's like the capital, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Yep.
My dream is to go to Sydney University.
Oh, nice. Good
Yeah,
luck with that
I'm
dream.
yeah, thank you. I'm living in Japan at the
In
moment.
Japan. Japan's nice.
Yeah. Osaka is my hometown.
Oh, awesome. Are you Japanese?
No, I'm South Korean, but I came to Osaka
Oh.
when I was in first grade.
Oh, okay. So you speak Japanese and everything?
Yeah, I'm trilingual.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
English, Korean, and Japanese. So what are you up to now?
I'm just doing some work at the moment while I listen.
Oh,
Waiting for some good
nice.
conversation to listen to entertain me while I do my work.
That's nice. Well, I'm gonna head out and check the other subs as well.
All right, man. Nice to meet you. Have a good day.
All right, nice to meet you too.
Pasta luego. Not a lot of globe proofies or teaching going on today. It might not be possible. Maybe we would say asking for a friend. Does that work sometimes? Like, yo, hey, asking for a friend, could you help me teach my friend about the globe? And they'll be like, well, certainly. Well, since you're asking for a friend, if you're asking as a flat earther, well, no, I can't do it because you guys won't believe it anyway. So belief is required? And they'll be like, yes and no. Belief is required and not required at exactly the same time. You're like, huh. Sounds like you've got a contradiction. Oh, go ahead. Someone trying to jump in? Nope. Hello? I heard a new voice there. Must have been whispers in the ether. Wow, that clip from Huey is cringe.
Which one?
The one where he says like Abbott and Costello. I mean, can he ever get like a reference correct?
Yeah, I
Like-
don't know. I didn't click it. I was figuring it was some kind of AI song or something like that, but I guess it was a clip.
Yeah, it's just like a clip.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got it all wrong. It's ridiculous. And Indio and I agreed just fine on refraction and had conversations about it all the time. In fact, I would go on rants about refraction and he would come in and, say, oh, good, you explained all that really well, and then put it on his podcast, right? So if he had some major disagreement with me about refraction, then he wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
I never had any issues with Indio ever whatsoever. But yeah, QA's just trying to stir up drama wherever he can, I guess. That's kind of what he does.
Yeah, that's the new thing. Like he just turned into some sort of like TMZ,
Troll.
BuzzFeed.
Like a troll or something. Yeah.
It's like he tried to rebrand after he realized that no one's paying attention to him anymore. And he had this like falling out with his own group of people. He's like, now what do I do?
No Globers want to talk to them. They chased all them away, and just start attacking flat earthers, I guess.
I was going back to see if I saw the screenshot I posted about the guy ordering a pizza.
In this chat or in
No, in the mod chat.
Oh, okay, yeah, check.
I was looking to see if anyone had give it a thumbs up or something, and I was like, oh, got distracted. Yeah, it's kind of buried a couple days ago. Here, I'll just DM it to you. They're just people busy with other stuff. I thought it was pretty funny because you know this guy too. It's like one of the people that you looks like a bad on site. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did respond after that. That's too perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me sit here and eat a whole fucking pizza while I like watch space shit on TV.
Yeah, it's like there's this type of anti-flat earther, and they're very similar. I don't know what to call them, but there's a bunch like that. They sound similar, they act similar. You know, like this guy would be very comparable to someone like Perfect Storm or Omnivore. People like this. They sound the same.
It's like, yeah, flat earthers they're stupid and what they say is dumb. Okay, sure, what do they say? I don't know. You don't know? Well, how do you know it's dumb? Well, because your earth isn't flat, it's a globe. So anything flat earth is just dumb. That's it? Yep. Next.
Sorry, Crit, I missed the last of what you were saying. My wife came in.
Anyone here talking?
Yeah.
Who is
So,
talking?
much,
Who is
man.
okay?
Chewing on some smoked salmon. Freaking awesome.
Pretty good. Just about the globe. Guys, I'm having a question. What do you do here?
Debunk the globe earth.
What is it? What is debunking the globe of?
Testing it. Presenting the results. and asking people why they think it's a globe in the first place, whether it's just a belief or whether they think they actually know for a fact that the Earth is a globe floating around in a space vacuum.
Have a comment.
Sorry, I'm new in this meeting and I had a questions. What is the purpose of the meeting? Hello.
So AI psychosis Do you have a microphone? If you want to claim that the Earth is a planet, please present evidence for that. Right? Not assumptions, actual evidence of ground curvature, surface curvature. Because we've gone out and checked, right? We've gone out and tested it hundreds and hundreds of times. And we can show you the tests. We can go over the empirical evidence. And there is absolutely not drop over distance, as would be required if the Earth's a globe. All right, well, do you agree with this logic? And I don't mind if your microphone is old. Okay, that's not going to really change. It's still going to work as long as I can hear you. But if you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk. So, would you agree with this logic? If the Earth is a globe, they tell us the size of the globe.
Yeah.
Lenovo microphone income.
Yep.
Actually, hold me to that. I'll come back soon. My wife's just prepared lunch, so I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back in a bit. Until then, I'll actually leave a test in the side chat if you want to check it out. So just a second. Okay, Dr. John D is the name of the guy that did this test. So if you want an observation, this is an amazing observation right here. If you want a laser test observation, here is one of those, right? So either of these are amazing tests. If you want to try to debunk either of those, please feel free to check them out and see what you can come up with. And yeah, these completely destroy the globe. So I don't know if you think there's some 200K test that prove the Earth isn't flat. Please present it. We can go over any test that you think you have, or any arguments that you think you have. But I can guarantee you it's not going to work out that well, because we have empirical evidence repeated over and over again. Back soon.
Who are you talking to, brother? Oh, by the way, good morning. I just wanted to hop here and say good morning to you guys.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm talking to this guy, AI Psychosis, who's lively in the side chat. I don't know why
Oh,
it's
it's one of
muted
the
though.
side chat.
Yep, chatting to the chat skanks.
We're going to learn about fire, learn about fire.
Yeah. And side chat hoes. Side hoes. Oh, the psychosis guy? Oh, he's muted?
Yeah, because he did something to his mic. You know, he's another broken mic gang member.
Ah, gotcha. Gotcha.
which usually means, "Hi guys, this is the stock account, and I don't want anybody recognizing my voice." So
So he's a fanboy. He's probably a
that's
fanboy.
right. No, I will not autograph your chest, AI Psychosis.
If he was gonna have a crush on anybody, it'd probably be you too. I can tell.
Yeah, man, because I guess I'm crushable.
Aw, poor psychosis. But he really is going off in the side chat, dude. He has decent typing skills. I mean, it's all for no good because what he's putting on pen and paper is just dog shit, I guess. But what a waste, man. What a waste.
Oh, his microphone's really bad.
Oh shit, is that crit?
Yeah, what up?
Dude, I haven't talked to you guys in forever. Oh, well, yeah, it's been forever.
What's the argument he's trying to make? Something about the sky or what? Look at the sky. Like, hey, flat earthers, you want to talk about the sky? How about the ground? You want to talk about the ground? He's like, no, we can't talk about the ground. Why? Why can't you talk about the ground?
God, I wish the music at work wasn't so loud. It's so annoying. It does the music come through my mic like a little too much? Can you guys hear it too much or not?
No, it really is like a little beeping, or not, very little. You can hear there's
Okay.
something in the background, but you can't make out what it is.
Okay. At least it's not too bad.
Ciao, Dave. Ciao, Baba.
AI psychosis really is having a hard time staying focused. Look at this.
It's like it needs a model.
Yeah.
A 1-for-1 replica.
Is that how science works? He's trying to tell us how science works.
Yeah, it's like he wants to stay focused on lunar eclipse. So everything other than the Earth. Like the moon. Let's talk about the moon. That's interesting.
And DJ even gave him an exception, like the Selenolian. And it's like he NPC reset right through it.
Yeah, that's why it's pointless. Because it's like they really don't understand what they're even asking for. So you're like, okay, well, sure. Can we go back? How about let's go back to the surface of the Earth? Can't do it. Like, well, why? Why can't you talk about the actual thing in question?
Right. He tells us that we don't know how science works. And he says you have to make a guess, observe, refine. He says you have to make a hypothesis and test it. I'm like, great. You need a variable to test.
Hello?
What's the dependent variable for the globe? Right? And he tells us moon.
The moon is, yeah. So if moon, then globe.
If moon, then globe. You got it. That's about as far as his thought process terminates.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that lunar eclipses are so mundane, or I can't remember the exact verbiage, and boring, that unless somebody told you what was happening, you wouldn't even know. The moon changes color slightly.
I see what you mean, yeah.
And that's it.
Totally right.
That's all you see. You see the moon go from whatever white, yellowish, to a kind of a lighter shade of red. That's it. That's all you saw. Now, where are you getting curve, rotation, heliocentric from that? I mean, golly. Try to think in some sort of framework of science. At least trying does matter. Write it out. How did this observation get you into heliocentric? Because this observation predates all of the heliocentric models. All of them. It was
Maybe
like,
because the lunar eclipses has nothing to do with the heliocentric model, but either way.
yeah, it's like it got nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah, but it only proves that the Earth is a globe, nothing more, nothing less.
How's it do that?
It's just simply because like the shape of the shadow is corresponding to the 3D shape of the Earth, which is basically the shadows is projected 2D as a circle. That can only happen with spheres.
Okay, so we got a claim, right?
Unless you have.
So wait, we got a goalpost. We got a goalpost set. So the only way to make a circular shadow is with a 3-dimensional sphere. We got so if I kick it through this goalpost and I present a circular shadow created by something other than a sphere.
That's what I was about to say. Yes.
Okay, then we're good. The Earth is not a globe.
Not only in one instance, one lunar phase.
Okay, yeah, of course you're gonna shift the goalpost.
How is that shifting goalpost?
It only works if the Earth is a globe. Well, here is it not working.
Crit, with all the respect
Really?
to you.
Okay, so did you do a 1-to-1 model comparison like you asked for?
Look, with all the respect to you, sir.
Yeah, 1-to-1 model of the moon.
He did say lunar phases too. I think this guy might not know what he's talking about. Do you think a lunar eclipse is a lunar phase?
No.
Okay, so you just randomly just jumped to a new topic.
No, Crit, listen. With all the respect to you, right? if you have like an alternative shape which produces the same phenomena as the Earth, well, yeah, maybe they're not.
It wouldn't matter. You already said it wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if I give you 100 shapes.
Do you have an alternative shape? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. One
You
way or
don't
the
need
other.
one.
I didn't say it doesn't matter.
Furthermore,
I
your
just said.
supposition about the shadow projected geometry is completely wrong. A 3D sphere projects not a circle onto a 3D sphere. It projects a circle onto a 2D shape. But on a 3D sphere, no, it doesn't project a circle. It projects a sinusoidal pattern, which is to say that the edges of the shadow, as it sweeps across the 3D sphere, the shadow is going to take on a deformation. It's going to look like a teardrop looping into a circle, only at the surface normal. But as it slides off the edge, it's going to bloop into a teardrop again. NASA even models it this way, which doesn't match how we observe reality.
No, the point of contention being here is that the sphere, like, is the only shape that produces the same phenomena as
just said it again.
No, it doesn't.
No,
I just
no,
explained to you that it
no.
doesn't.
I'm just
I can
saying.
back this up with textbook geometry lessons. Listen, you're
I'm
completely wrong
saying.
about this.
No, I'm saying the point of contention that is being made is that the sphere is the only shape that can replicate the phenomenon. Unless you have like an example. That is literally the point of contention being made.
A sphere cannot replicate this phenomenon onto
Do you know
a
what an
sphere.
abductive argument is?
I do. Do you know what an inductive argument is? Because right now you've made only inductive ones.
No. An abductive argument is the inference to the best
Abductive, yeah, it's like the
explanation.
worst kind
And
of
when you have no other
kind of
option,
argument you could make in logic. Abduction's the worst because you can't prove shit with it. You can only prove by valid deduction it's sound. Only. It's the only way you can prove anything is through a sound deduction.
So the scientific method does not operate under abductive arguments. Nice.
No shit.
So it doesn't.
The scientific method starts with induction or abduction to build a hypothesis.
You already contradicted yourself.
And then the testing of that hypothesis is deduction.
No.
Yes.
It's inductive.
No, it's deductive when you test it.
Oh, no, testing a hypothesis in which that means that when you replicate a phenomenon using any apparatus whatsoever, using the prior assumptions. If it doesn't, then it cannot be serving as a probability raising as to why your hypothesis is going to be true. And it has no bearing whether it's going to be the argument, whether going to be the reasoning, going to be inductive or deductive or abductive, because all types of reasoning can serve to something that is probability raising.
No, but not all of these arguments can carry truth from the premise to the conclusion. Only sound and valid deduction can do that. And furthermore, you're committing a fallacious argument when you tell us that a sphere is the only shape that can produce that shadow, which is geometrically not true, because now you're not allowing for other possible shapes which do project that shadow in order to project that shadow.
Do you have a defeater, yes or no? That's what I thought. No defeater, no nothing. All right, thank you very much
for what argument? That a globe? Yeah, listen. You can take a rounded conical that has, instead of a developable surface at the bottom, a rounded one, and produce that shape.
Anything.
Yeah, no, that's my defeater. So there's a defeater. What's next?
The argument that is given that we have, which is like naturally occurring shapes that can produce.
Your argument was that the globe is the only shape that could project that onto the moon, which is wrong if you think the moon is a sphere too. And even if that were the case, that the moon is flat, like you're supposing,
you're not even tracking. That is the conclusion of the argument.
Absolutely. And I gave you defeater as an example.
Okay, can you provide me a shape other than a sphere that produces what you just said?
I just told you you could take a cone with a rounded base instead of a flat developable surface and angle it such that it produces a circular shadow onto a flat circle. Do you think the moon's a flat circle? Because that seems to be what the audience thinks that your brain is at. If you think the moon is a flat circle, because
okay, So you just said a cone with a round base. Is that correct?
Do I have to say it a third time?
Yeah. Okay. You just said that, but the thing is, if you were to say it only satisfies to one phenomenon, then sure, I can grant you it only satisfies to the lunar eclipse. But given what we have, given what is occurring within
All right, so
reality,
what's there to
no,
argue against at this point?
no. Listen. Okay, it's my turn to talk. It's my turn to talk.
Yeah,
So
okay.
given
Okay, I'll
what
give
we
you this
have
too.
within reality, then obviously that cannot be sufficient as a theory as to why like the shape of the earth as it is, because it does not cover how the solar eclipse can happen, how the Coriolis effect can
Yeah. So
happen.
we don't need to come up with an alternate
Do you
theory.
know what
It's
theoretical
not even
virtue is?
sufficient or necessary.
Do you know what the theoretical virtue is?
Do I know what is?
Theoretical virtue.
Theoretical virtue?
Yes.
What does that have to do with this?
It does actually, because it basically serves as a truth maker for any theory to be more plausible. Because if we were to say my theory can actually cover more phenomena than yours, I can grant your theory, the shape of the Earth, can be conical. You throw away the entire idea of flat
No,
Earth. At this point, the Earth
listen,
cannot
I
be
just
flat.
gave you a defeater. It doesn't have, listen, you have as much evidence for a globe as I do of a conical Earth with a
Okay, but
rounded base.
I already granted you that can happen to that shape during a lunar eclipse. But given that we have multiple phenomenon that exist, it cannot cover the solar eclipse. It cannot cover the Coriolis effect. It cannot cover all the phenomena that have been occurring
Now
within
you're
reality.
shotgunning a bunch of
So,
shit. Hence
so,
your
so,
abduction.
so with all the respect to you, given that we have to weigh in both theories in terms of theoretical virtues, mine apparently covers more as opposed to yours, because it can
All
only
right,
cover
well,
lunar
I'm going
eclipse.
to say no, they don't. No, they don't. We can take each one of these one by one right now. You want to do your abductive shotgun at me and shoot all of these objections? Let's take it down, because guess what? I shot down your first one. I shot down your first one, which is the
What
globe
about
is
the
the only
solar
shape
eclipse
that can
then?
project the shadow. Okay, I shot that down. You acknowledge that. That's why you said we have all these other abductive things that we can throw into the
I
mix to
didn't say
start looking
other
at together.
objective
So we're
things.
going
I'm
to do
saying
that
other
together.
phenomena.
You and me right
Other
now. We're doing
phenomena.
this together.
Okay,
So
so
I
what about
shot down your first objection. What is your next
by
objection?
negating the flat Earth? Yes, you literally shut down by negating your own model. Good job.
I did not negate a model because
Yes,
I
you did.
don't have a model to present. And I never presented a model.
Do you
I shot
believe the
down
Earth
your
is flat?
first objection. What's your
Do you
second
believe the Earth is
objection?
flat?
What's your second objection? We'll take each one
Do
of them
you
one by
believe the Earth
one.
is flat? Yes or no?
Coriolis? You mentioned Coriolis. Do you want to talk about
No, I
Coriolis
mentioned the solar
next?
eclipse as well.
Because your theoretical virtue, which allows you to align all these different abductive arguments together to fit your cosmology, is going to be wrecked right here in real time,
I don't know what you're saying.
systematically,
My
one by
theoretical
one.
virtues
So
uses
you
like
want to
all these
go into
abductive arguments.
Coriolis
Bro, you're
next?
just
Let's talk
braining at
about
this point. Look,
Coriolis.
listen. Listen.
Holy shit.
What? Okay, theoretical virtues, all it really means is that you favor one theory over another by using parsimony and, of course, fruitfulness and coverage. Okay? You never
Yeah,
read any
these are
single
all
book.
very, very loose things that you can't use to make any determination about objective reality with.
Parsimony already means it uses less assumption. Coverage, it means that the
Subjective.
theory covers more
Subjective.
phenomena.
Coverage,
And
subjective.
it's all subjective.
Feelings,
It's objective.
subjective.
It's
All
the
your
opposite of
feelings are
reality.
subjective.
It's man independent. It's literally falls in line with what
And your
objective
coverage
is.
is only based on what you know exists. And
Okay,
if you don't
given what
know that other variables exist that are also going to be
coverage
covered,
means it
variables
can
that
cover
stand in
wide variety
contradiction,
of
contravening
phenomena.
your cosmology, then no, that your
Coverage, it
epistemology here is
literally
completely
means
screwed and
wide variety
subjective.
of phenomena. Fruitfulness, it means
We are
that given that
arguing
theory,
for direct realism. We're objective direct realists. Okay? You want to talk about
what is
parsimony and
direct realism?
coverage
I
and
don't know what that means.
direct real, what you see is what you get.
What I see, what I get. Can you provide me a textbook which uses the same terminology?
No, I'm putting it into very simple terms for you and the audience.
So you're using like some idiosyncratic vocabularies that nobody subscribed. You just made it up right on the spot. Good job.
What do you mean nobody subscribes to it?
Literally nobody subscribed to it.
Literally nobody. Says who?
Literally nobody. Can you provide me a textbook?
What direct realism is?
Yes.
You never heard of it? All right.
That doesn't exist.
Direct realism philosophy, the philosophical theory that we perceive the physical world directly with physical objects and their properties existing independently of our minds and being experienced without any mental intermediaries like sense data.
How does
How
that
about
have
that?
to
You
do?
want a
How
Wikipedia
does that have
entry?
to
Let
do
me
with the
shoot
scientific
the
method?
Wikipedia. Hold on, one at a time. I'm shooting the Wikipedia at you. You got that? There you go. All right. So you're talking about what is harmonious and what is, covered by your field of knowledge as being
Harmonious?
true. It's a very difficult
Harmonious.
way to
Yeah, guys. I just
establish
said
anything
harmonious,
of
man.
any objective truth value whatsoever.
Oh my god. Look, what do you think the point of contention is? Master Yoda, what do you think the point of contention being made? With all due respect. Like, tell me. Who's the other guy talking? What is the point of contention that is being made? What topic are we talking about? Are we talking about scientific discourse? Wait, hold on, Mr. Yoda. Are you talking about scientific discourse? Sure, we're talking about scientific discourse. This is talking about philosophy of mind and consciousness. That has absolutely nothing that's literally has nothing to do with science. What the hell?
Yeah, so why should you bring it up?
And philosophy of mind has no bearing when it comes to like flat Earth
Okay,
and globe
so
Earth.
if that's the case, why did you bring this up?
Nobody brought direct realism into the topic except you,
Okay, I brought
Yoda.
this up to bring it back to science. Epistemics.
Yeah, direct realism is not a topic within science. It's not the topic within our discourse that we are in. You made that up.
Have
You're
you
the one
heard of
who
the
introduced it.
philosophy of science before?
Philosophy of science has nothing to do with philosophy of mind, by the way. They're two different fields.
I know. But guess what? When you become a
Philosophy
scientist,
of
what the
mind all it
integration
really
award.
means philosophy of mind all it really means is just the idea of the nature of mind, whereas philosophy is science. All it really means as to how we approach reality, as to how we approach science, and how do we conduct the scientific method. Two different fields, by the way. Both of them different to different terminologies. Both of them use different terminologies. Both of them are using different accents.
I'm bringing this squarely into the field of epistemology.
Epistemology has nothing to do with it. Philosophy of mind, by the way.
Yes, everything to do with science.
Matter of fact, epistemology
You're
is just
trying to
based.
turn this into a theory of mind, my friend.
No, philosophy. No, epistemology already means it's just understanding what the knowledge is, not that it understands perception and
It's a
consciousness.
branching part of
You're
science.
just using
Science is
random
more
words. You're just
more
throwing
than
things at the
philosophy.
wall. You're literally just throwing things at the wall and see whether if it sticks. Just
Yeah,
it's
and
embarrassing.
rocket science. Like the reason why we have the scientific method is because of philosophy is so branching covers.
Philosophy, the scientific method does not take philosophy of mind into an account. No, it doesn't.
Bring this back to philosophy of mind. We're not discussing what the mind is.
Sorry?
You're coming through really faint, Yoda, like you're talking across the room.
The guy is literally talking all across the room.
We're not discussing philosophy of mind. You keep trying to bring it back to that.
I never discussed philosophy of mind, no. The only time when I mentioned the term philosophy of mind, I meant that term only subscribed under that field of philosophy. That has nothing to do with our topic at hand, which is talking about the current phenomena that been observing. They're two different things.
Yeah, I don't know why you're on this tangent right now. Who cares about the philosophy of mind?
Yeah, you're the one who brought up direct realism, did you not?
Direct realism is about epistemology.
No, it's not.
So you who never heard of it before suddenly know everything about it. Imagine that.
No, it is not, because I've read the entirety of Wikipedia article, right? I've read it start to finish, and I've read it start to finish, nowhere does it mention that it is a principle of epistemology. It's just a principle within philosophy of mind. It is a position in which that you can observe object and reality without intermediary. Epistemology does not discuss that. Epistemology talks about
Yeah,
knowledge.
it does. It does.
Okay, what is epistemology?
Yeah, the acquisition of knowledge.
Acquisition of knowledge does not mean
Yes,
the
it's about
knowledge
the
itself.
acquisition of knowledge, how it's acquired. How do you know something is true? It's not about the true
That's
things. It's about how you know these things to be true. That's what epistemology is. And we know how
Epistemology,
things are true
all
through
it
direct
concerns,
realism. Through direct realism gives us a direct experience.
you can justify by means acquiring
Direct
knowledge.
experience with nature.
But epistemology, all it really means is to understand the nature of knowledge. That is it, nothing more and nothing less. There are other positions in epistemology, such as like the justified true belief, and you have virtue epistemology, and you have skepticism, you have foundationalism, you have like
Yeah, I
Charles
don't believe that
no,
knowledge is a
none of that,
justified true
none of
belief.
that. Okay, that's your position. That doesn't really matter. But the point is,
Oh, it really does matter.
Epistemology does not really tackle as to how you acquire belief and knowledge.
Yeah,
It just tells
defining
you.
knowledge absolutely matters, and how you acquire it absolutely matters. The reason why we're here is because
Can you provide me
everybody
one book in
believes in a globe
epistemology?
without
Wait,
having actual knowledge acquired from it.
can you provide me like a book in epistemology that talks about philosophy of mind to be taken into account?
No, I'm not here to argue that.
Okay, you're the one who's claiming that it has to do with epistemology. Like, is this
Yeah,
bro?
direct
Every
realism
single time I
is. You
talk to
keep
this
bringing this
dude,
back to
he
philosophy
literally
of
provides
mind.
an
You're the
argument.
most
He literally,
confused individual
like
all
5
week.
seconds later, he bails on it. I don't really
Direct
understand
realism.
why. Look,
Listen, direct
let's
realism
circle back
has
to
to
our
do with
main
how
topic.
we.
Okay, let's talk about like theoretical virtues and stuff. Look,
Why are we talking about theoretical virtues?
I can just simply
I'm trying to
say
get from
the
you
sphere
how
is the
you know the
best shape
globe to
of
be
the
true.
Earth, right? Because it explains wide varieties of phenomena which
Great.
other shapes cannot explain.
Explanations are
You propose a
useless
shape
without
that is
evidence.
conical shape with the
No,
base
listen.
of a
Explanations are
of a
cheap, and I'll
sphere
tell you
over the
why.
spherical shape,
The
whatever
best
that shape. Okay,
artists have
you say
explanations for
it
everything.
explains the lunar
Explanations
eclipse.
do
Okay,
not
but
determine
what about
truth
the others?
value.
How can you explain that?
Why do I have to explain these things? Listen,
Because for
explanations
you to
have
make a
no
claim
truth value
that
alone.
my theory is dismissible, you have to provide something to the table that's more
No, I
virtuous than
don't.
mine. You know how theoretical
I do not.
virtues
No, I
work,
don't.
right?
You need to provide evidence for your belief.
Okay, that's amazing. So the spherical Earth can actually produces the lunar eclipse, solar eclipse, can produce a Coriolis effect. It can explain all wide variety of phenomena. Whereas yours, it didn't provide an argument as to how it can cover all a wide variety of phenomena. Can you tell me how?
I don't need to
Yes, you do.
have an
Yes, you do.
alternative explanation to debunk
Yes, you
your
do.
belief.
Yes, you do.
No, okay, so what in the body of philosophy says this is ethical to ask of me?
This guy just said it's not ethical to actually
It's not,
ask him
because
how his
we're
theory more
operating
virtuous
under the
than
burden
ours.
of
Okay,
proof.
that's
Okay, the
amazing,
burden
bro.
of proof is the claimant. Okay, I'm not making the claim, you are.
That's amazing. AI
Yeah, this is how
psychosis.
courts
Is
work.
this the
This is
people
how
you're
you
talking
determine
to?
who's
Are you
innocent and
serious?
guilty in court. Okay,
Look, listen.
the plaintiff has to provide positive
Mr.
evidence for the complaint.
Mr. It is ethical it's not ethical to question my theory.
No, I don't think you're here to argue ethically whatsoever.
Look to the audience here, okay? This conversation had started to talk about the lunar eclipse, I just said the sphere can be able to replicate that shape. And Master Yoda literally proposed another shape that is called conical shape with a round base. And then I asked him, cool, you can explain the lunar eclipse with that, but what about the others?
Yeah,
When
you're
I asked
leaving
him
out that this
about
projection would be
theoretical
true on a flat moon.
virtues, like pertaining to his shape,
No, you're
like he proposed a theory after all, I told him, how is it?
Yeah, get muted. Stop trying to retcon the audience. I told you several times that that globe shape does not project a circle onto another globe shape. And I said, for the sake of the argument, let's assume that it does. So, like, assume the moon is flat. You can have a globe shape produce the same exact shape of a shadow on a flat circle as a cone with a rounded base. That was your logical defeater that you asked for. The point being that abduction, which is your entire mode of philosophy coming in here, is inadequate to determine if anything is positively true or not. Right? And then everything that's followed. I mean, why you brought up the philosophy of mind, trying to stick that with me, because I brought up direct realism, which is itself not some standalone subfield of the philosophy of mind. I mean, I guess you could call it like a philosophy of perception. But you tried to stick me with this initially, and then you decided to not, and then you kept bringing it back again. Like, I don't know where this is going. I brought up direct realism as a way to think of epistemics, how to directly come into knowledge of things through direct experience. Nope, and I guess he left. Well, all right. All of this to say that, yes, we can actually know for sure that the Earth is not a globe through direct measurements.
Oh, do you think we're going to lose gravity here shortly for 7 seconds?
Hey.
No.
No. Hmm. So who is going to teach us about the globe?
It's quiet this morning. What's everybody up to?
I don't know, bro. Everyone is like, Everyone agrees in the point in the opinions.
Okay, I got a little stocks trading to do, etc. So everybody have a great day. I'll be back around. Over.
I have many good Indian friends. अरे मजाक करता है
मजाक ही हो रहा
ये देख वही है देख उसकी प्रोफाइल देखिए तो मैसेज कर सकता हूँ
है करना कुछ
ऐसा होता कुछ नहीं ना
वही तो बोला फेक रहता है ना
फेक नहीं मतलब तेरे को बात करनी पड़ेगी यहाँ पे बात करेगा तेरे
Hello guys.
Hello, everybody. The queen is here.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, queen, period.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. How's everybody on this beautiful flat earth?
You gotta ask them. I believe in the globe.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad.
Hello?
Hi.
I don't know about everybody else, but it's a beautiful day on flat Earth for me out here.
No, mira.
Mostly cloudy. Got some rain this morning, so the grass has been, taking off. And got some sun in this morning, some barefoot walk.
That sounds awesome, dude. He said, and then you cut out or you started roboting a little bit.
I did.
Well, at least for me, you did. I don't know for
Yeah,
the other.
it's been a lot of weird distortions going on for everybody. But now I said I got some barefoot walking in this morning, and the sun is poking through all these clouds, and the grass is growing really well and getting softer and thicker because of all the rain. So it's beautiful out here.
Nice. Where are you located without doxing yourself?
I live in Virginia, in the Valley.
Ah, nice. That sounds like a very beautiful day on the flat Earth, indeed. Oh, can you believe that there are still Globers in 2026? It's crazy.
Personally, I can because I just came to Flat Earth back in January, so I was a Glover in 2026 myself, but I never thought about it, so now I'm good.
Oh, okay. Welcome. I mean, um, what made you decide to, or what was it that convinced you that it was flat?
My wife mentioning how the moon landings were faked, and I was like, LOL. And I know about all the other conspiracy theories and stuff for a long, long time. So I was like, yeah, the one I never looked into is you're talking about how all the conspiracy theories are true and some of that, that kind of thing. And I was like, I don't know about all of them, but I was like, I've never looked into flat Earth. It doesn't make sense. And I looked into it, and I started testing the globe because that's the first thing I heard. The globe doesn't work. So I started testing the globe model, and it turns out fucking nothing works. So that pretty much was like, okay. And then I started looking into long distance observations, laser measurements, all the other stuff. And it just turned my page for me, especially the way, in all honesty, especially the way the globe model got destroyed because of the way the sky works for me. And then I realized, there's no measured curvature. And then I realized everything's freaking flat. And then I realized from my own just life experiences that everything I've always seen is just flat, Earth acts flat, measured flat, navigated flat. It's just flat, 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 flat everywhere we go. So after that, it was pretty much just a logical conclusion for me attached to empirical evidence.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, that sounds about pretty much how most Globers come to the flat earthers. So, um, So are there any Globers here? I have like 10 minutes and hello? Oh.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Who's this?
Awesome.
I have to look at who's
Yeah,
talking.
this is Oliver, a new
Hi.
joiner.
Okay. Hi. Yes. What's up? How are you?
Great. So we are waiting for something, or we just talking here?
I am waiting for something to happen, yes. But what are you waiting for?
I think he meant the group. He meant the VC. Like why there is a lot of people muted.
Oh, just people are, there was a conversation happening a little while back and then it ended and then a new one is hopefully starting soon. I mean, discussion about flat Earth or globe Earth. Yeah, that's how usually this room is. So are you guys globers? What's your take on the shape of the Earth?
Personally, I don't like to share, but
You don't
I'll
like
tell
to
you-
share?
Yeah, I don't like to share my beliefs on what I believe on Earth. It happened yesterday here, and it went for too long, and I don't want to go back again to it. But it's
Okay.
neither flat, neither.
Oh, okay. So you're in the middle. You're just like a fence sitter.
No, I'm not in the middle. I
Oh,
know
you're
what
not in the
Earth.
middle.
I know what Earth is.
Oh,
It's
you
not
do?
that.
Okay, but you said you don't want to go through it again. I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
repeating the same
I don't
conversation
wanna.
you're having.
Trust me, if there is someone from yesterday, they don't wanna go back to it and like.
Wait, are you the
Yeah. Tell me, Dad.
agnostic guy?
Agnostic? No, I'm not agnostic.
I
What did
mean,
you say?
about the Earth. I heard a conversation about somebody being agnostic
Yeah.
about the Earth or something. Are you that guy?
Refer to me after I left, but I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was some other conversation I listened into.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, carry on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't
think
want to miss
D-Town
your
was saying.
receiver.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
I think D-Town was trying to say something. Did you?
Oh yeah, go ahead. All right.
No, just saying, please, let's, Tomodachi, I have respect for you, but we should definitely not do that again.
I
For
told her. Yeah,
everybody.
I told her.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
told
You're good.
her.
You're good, bro. You're good, bro. You're on it. I appreciate you sticking to that gun again today. We'll all stick to it today, all right?
Yep.
No, but
Don't do the
I'm
same mistake.
All right.
I'm so curious now. What is this conversation?
It's a conversation about belief, and it's just, it shouldn't be talked about today. It's his beliefs, and he asked not to talk about it yesterday, and got into it, and it was not a good
They forced me,
conversation.
brother. They
So,
forced me. I
I know. I was there, dude, and that's what I'm saying. We should just stay out of it today
Nope.
and keep the conversation friendly and cool. I know you're down with that. I know you are. I just reiterate. I needed to reiterate it. I was there.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
glad.
okay.
I'm glad.
I won't bring it up because if I had
Yeah.
more than like 7 minutes
There was
now,
no
I would.
violence. Don't worry. I'm not a violent person. Was no violence, but I know people will not agree with what I say, or they would not even want to listen to it. But
Okay.
they will keep asking, so I will not.
Hold on. Like you keep digging up my curiosity when I try to shut it down. Just tell me what is the like. Just say it in one sentence, and I will not go further. I just want
Okay, I
to
will
know.
say one sentence. I will say one
Yes.
sentence, but please, you'd stop asking.
I will not ask. I will not ask.
There is
after that.
nothing. There is nothing. That's the only thing I will say.
That is okay. Okay, I will not ask. I won't ask.
Yeah.
All right. That I can see why that probably went on for a long conversation.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
How we doing?
Good.
Great.
Awesome.
Who is talking right now? What?
The guy with the smiley picture, I think.
Ah, oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I have it. I have my phone, and it's just weird. Go. Carry on. So sorry.
Yeah. My name is Shredder.
Welcome, Shredder.
Like Ninja Turtle Shredder?
No, I just don't like subhumans.
Subhuman.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but
like reptilians? Like you don't like reptilians?
No, I mean it depends if they're like bad people or whatever they are.
Not all reptilians are bad. Some of them are very good people.
I mean they're not people, right?
No, well, technically, any creature that can speak and reason and talk to you is a people. They are not human, definitely. They are reptilians, but yeah.
So this is the conversation we'll be having.
No, it have nothing to do with the conversation.
Not really.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah.
I don't know, man. What's a subhuman to you?
A subspecies of a human, which is driven from original human line, then evolved to something else, like reptilians, Fredomite, Fieri, as some culture call them too. So there's a lot.
No, I'm talking more about shitty people. That kind
so
of
you hate,
subhuman.
so you hate bad people. That's it.
Yeah, I hate the bad in them.
Well, I think we can agree on that point that no one likes bad people with well intention.
So basically, you're a subhuman hater too.
You know, that sounds very weird when you say subhuman instead of just
Yeah.
saying crappy people.
Bad
Like
people,
why
yeah.
why not just say crappy people? Why subhuman just sounds very
Or dickheads, just call them dickheads.
yeah. That works as well.
Well, it sounds more
intellectual.
Exactly, man.
It's not. Trust me, it's not.
I think it is. It sounds more accurate and
more.
more.
Yourself.
How is it called? I cannot really find the word, but more accurate. and more impactful. You get what I mean, man?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because it sound weird. It could be misinterpreted as being
Yeah.
racist or something.
I may
Yeah.
be, but that doesn't really matter in this voice chat, right? I'm not gonna be racist here because we're talking about
I like
flat
how you
Earth, right?
I like how you have control on when to be racist and when to not. Like it's like on a well. You're like, I'm not gonna be
I
racist
mean,
here. I'll be later and somewhere else.
Well, it's
it
hard to be
depends.
racist in a room where you don't know the race of the people you're talking to, though. So maybe that's why he can't be racist because he doesn't know, you know?
All racism is
I
based on
can,
assumption.
I could call the N word any of you, but I'm not gonna do that. That's not polite, you know. And it's
Well,
not
thank
respectful,
you.
right?
That is so
So,
nice of you
I
to.
really appreciated that I'm not being called the N word. I really appreciate.
I mean, yeah, I could use it like some kind of insult if you're like really intellectually, you know, not
If you're subhuman.
exactly.
I see. Well, Shredder, what? Let's move away from this conversation.
Yeah, one more thing,
Might get
if I
you
may,
in
please.
trouble.
Just one more
What?
thing, if I may.
What? Just one more thing. Okay, yeah.
Just one. So, my personal definition for racism. Do you want to know what it is?
No, thank you.
I wasn't talking to you, man, but I appreciate your response, though.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Do I want to know what your definition of racism is?
Yeah, do you want to know?
Okay, so if that's the last thing that you'll say, okay, go ahead.
Yep,
She's
absolutely. The
polite.
last thing about race
Mm.
and racism.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, to me, racism is the hateful actions or just the hate based strictly on the skin color, right? Nothing
Okay.
else.
Okay, that's good to know.
Can you agree with me on this one?
Sure.
Awesome.
Awesome. Okay, I'm glad we got to an agreement on racism.
Yeah.
Okay, so Shredder, what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
That's a sensitive subject to me.
Oh,
Nice.
there's so many people today. One can talk about it, and then now you're sensitive about it. Tell us why.
Because it's been a subject for like at least 1 decade that I've stumbled upon, and you know I'm pretty confused somehow. I don't really put in the time to really do the research, so I come over here and just listen to people talking about it, right?
Okay.
And just you know try to appeal to whoever sounds more accurate, even though I don't verify the information, right? So not really
Okay.
that much, not really as much as I should do, right? So
You know
I'm
what I feel like? I
So
feel like I should be fucking my girlfriend more than I do.
What?
Like I do
what?
it once a day. I think it's too little. I think I should be doing it like more than once a day.
great.
I think
Okay.
you're in the wrong room.
Yeah.
Yeah, just back to Shredder. So just quick question from what you've been listening to and without doing any research and whatnot, where would you lean towards flat Earth or globe Earth? Just based on what you've heard in this room. Or other people talking, not just in this room, I guess.
So my positioning in this area, right, of subject is that it's pretty interesting, as in I'm taking into consideration, right, the everything I hear, but specifically not the you know religious thing, and this is why I'm really I'm really focused, right, on the part that is not religious about the flat Earth, right, and is not biblical.
Okay. I didn't ask you about the religious part of it. I'm just saying, do you think it's flat or globe?
Oh yeah, sorry. So that's the thing. I'm really confused about this. I don't really know anymore,
Okay. Okay, fair. Fair enough.
and that confuses me, and makes me feel really uncomfortable, right?
Well, yeah, it can be uncomfortable when you don't know what, the basics of our reality is. So I can see why you can be uncomfortable. Um, but it's simple, really, if you think about it. Just what do you experience on a day-to-day basis? Just kind of throw out everything that you've been taught, everything that you are listening to, people online and whatnot. Since you haven't really, as you said, done the research, just look at what you experience when you go outside. Are you feeling motion of the earth? Do you see curvature of the earth, and so on? So that when you get the time to do the research, then you can. But I don't know. That's just my advice to you,
So
so you don't get uncomfortable.
so that would be like the first step into, let's say, quote unquote, rabbit hole or whatever it is
No,
about the
not
flat Earth.
necessarily. Not necessarily,
But
but I'm just saying, because you're saying you feel uncomfortable, to remove you from that feeling. Just take out
Some
all the noise and ignore all the noise, and just look at what you experience in reality on a
yeah, but
day-to-day
but
basis.
some
Go
people
ahead.
feel some people feel more uncomfortable with this, especially not everybody is comfortable of knowing that everything they believed in and everything they were taught is totally not true. It's a big shock. Like, even if they start observing and like doing it on their own base, it still can make their existence very shocky or like very uncomfortable. And some people run from that. They don't want that uncomfortable feeling of like, yeah, this is reality.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. But that's kind of like what cognitive dissonance is, right? That the feeling of uncomfortableness because you are facing what facts are, what reality is. And so a lot of people, the more education they have, the more immersed they are in the globe myth, right? Um, the more uncomfortable they'll feel, and the more they'll deny it to go back into their safe space and that safe mentality. So I agree with you, but um, everybody has their own journey.
Yeah, definitely.
You'll have to, yeah, you'll have to find your own, and maybe you'll come to the flat Earth side, or maybe you'll stay with the globe. It's as long as I don't have a problem with globers or anything. As long as you do your own research and come to a conclusion, that's all that really matters to me, at least.
Yeah, I would say to ease the uncomfortable feeling is to don't be alone in this type of journey. Definitely, you can get like a couple friends that's interested in the topic, or even meet with new friends that are interested in the same topic like you, which Discord is a good way to do. And that will make you feel like, because when you are alone and you're facing a radical change of what you believed and what you all your life been into, it can be very hard. But when you are with a group that go through that journey with you, it eases. It make you able to like talk to each other, have reasoning with each other, use each other mind power to get to a conclusion. It could help with the uncomfort.
Yeah, guys, I'll just be listening in. I have to go, but thanks for the conversation and good luck with everything, okay?
Thanks.
Good luck. Bye.
Good luck.
So, how is all the flat earthers feel today? How are you guys? How you feeling?
Confused?
Confused? Well, there is no
Yeah.
reason to be. Confusion is a natural thing, and it's gonna go. No one die from confusion. You die from not knowing. Confusion is the process to get to knowing.
So I have another question.
Hey,
Oh, hi, Pickle Minds. Yeah, we talked yesterday, right? Remember me?
yes.
Yeah. So I wonder, why does the educational system teaches people only about the globe, right, and not, about the flat Earth, right?
Because that's what they're paid to do. It's in the textbook curriculum. So it's the teacher's job to repeat the textbooks to the students.
Okay.
And if they don't do that, then they'll lose their job. So, it's because it's the accepted worldview, dating back 500-600 years since the Roman Catholics went around the world pushing heliocentrism.
Hello. Hi. Have you gone?
Hey DJ, what was for lunch?
Hey, a little bit of smoked salmon and some homegrown cucumbers, big giant bowl of homegrown cucumbers with like some herbs and sour cream, and some potatoes that were kind of like smashed a little bit, cooked with a little bit of bacon. Pretty good.
Nice. First thing about food that does good for you is you enjoying it. So that's a good thing. I don't eat lunch out here, but I had some salted beef and some ginger
Nice.
and an apple and a little bit of granola, which I don't mind eating carbs in the middle of the day it's like got just honey and cane sugar. But I don't mind using it because I use it really fast because I'm out working. So as long as I can burn the carbs right off, I don't mind them as much.
Yeah.
But yeah, apple granola,
Nice.
beef, and some ginger and some black coffee.
Yeah, sounds good. I think we have an eclipse here in an hour. Solar. Oh, it's a mistake. What? 12th. 12th of August.
Hello.
So
Oh, just chilling. I saw the 24 flat Earth. What is this?
it's a channel where we discuss flat Earth.
It's a is it a movie?
Is it a movie?
Yeah.
No. No, it's the Earth where we live, not a movie. It's reality.
I don't get it. Can you elaborate?
Yeah. So some people get taught that the Earth's a globe, right? And when we go out and test it in reality, it's not. It's not a globe.
What?
So some people, well, all people, get taught from a young age that they're living on a spinning space ball that's covered in water flying through outer space. Okay, but when we go out and actually test for the curvature in reality, it's not present.
What test are you specifically talking about?
Well, hundreds of different tests, right? So long distance laser propagation tests, long distance photography, videography, infrared tests, all sorts of different tests. Any tests we do, we can't detect any curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe.
Have you also tested rockets?
Tested rockets?
Yes.
How would one test a rocket? You mean sending up something really high in the air?
Yeah, with a camera. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. You know, the highest amateur rocket's only about 300,000 feet or something like that.
Oh, then you probably should trust the professionals.
Oh yeah, well that's not very smart, is it? Just to have faith and trust, you know? Shouldn't you actually go and test what you get told rather than just having blind faith? Who would be a professional that you're talking about? Can you name a professional?
The government, NASA.
Oh, okay. So the government's a professional at testing the Earth?
They have the budget to send rockets into space.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they have filmed it. They have shown us that we're living on a globe.
Do you think that if I showed you NASA pictures and CGI pictures, you would tell me which ones are from NASA and which ones are CGI?
At this point in 2026, I don't think so.
Right.
But we have satellites and things that are in orbit that prove that the Earth is a globe. Orbits the
Really?
sun.
Which satellite are you talking about? Can you name any that prove the Earth's a globe?
The Hubble Space Telescope. I mean,
The Hubble Space Telescope doesn't point at the Earth.
yes, but the fact that it is up there proves that the Earth is a globe because
How can you validate there's a Hubble Space Telescope in a space vacuum up in the sky? Because of the picture in the side chat there that Rayleigh Criterion posted, looks like a couple of tins of baked beans covered in some silver foil.
Yeah, that's the Hubble Space Telescope.
Right. So how can you confirm that's up there in a space vacuum?
Because I've seen the space shuttle when they came to repair it because it was broken. They went there and they repaired it, and they came back.
Oh, okay. How did you confirm it went there and repaired it?
Because we saw the launch, and we saw when the space shuttle went up.
Right. So you saw a rocket get launched, and then you got told a story about what happened after that.
No, we saw it. We saw the astronauts inside the orbiter when they went up. And it was
Inside the orbiter.
Yes. Everybody saw that.
Right. Yeah, on a TV screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you not think that would be possible to fake?
Yes, that would be absolutely possible to fake, but I don't see why they would do something like that.
Well, Do you think that the government? Do you think governments lie?
Yes, of course they lie.
Do you think people lie for huge amounts of money and control and power?
Yes.
And do you? Okay, well that's a potential reason.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot more reasons, but that doesn't mean they're lying about, a flat Earth or anything like that, right? Just because they're lying about, the Apollo missions or, some alleged space telescope
Wait.
that's literally paid for by the taxpayers.
Hold on a second. You said they lied about the Apollo missions? What?
You still think that they? Oh, you believe in the Apollo missions? I thought most people were kind of in agreement that that was faked.
Oh,
Obvious.
Just because it's difficult to imagine doesn't mean that it's not true.
Right, but I mean, you've looked at the footage, right?
Yeah, let me see.
Okay, I'll post a few bits of footage. I think a lot of people haven't really looked at the footage, or maybe when they were young or something like that. But here's a few pieces of footage from NASA's alleged space missions, 50 years ago.
Let's see. Oh,
It's not super convincing for me. I don't know about you.
Are these videos from the mission, or is it just like an educational? I mean, for the public.
Yeah, from the mission, apparently.
This doesn't look real.
No, it doesn't. But
Yeah,
they claim it's real.
They went there.
Oh, really? Is this them there in this footage?
Yeah.
In this footage that doesn't look real, that you weren't sure if it was real or if it was just some kind of publicity animation or something. Yeah, so look, I mean, if you want to put your faith into this kind of evidence here, then you're more than welcome to. But we have direct surface measurements showing that there's no curvature, so this isn't anything that's faith based. You don't have to believe in some really crappy looking footage. You can just actually go and repeat the tests yourself. You could study the tests, and these are done here on the Earth in real time, live streamed, filmed in high definition from start to finish. So I mean,
the Earth is a huge planet. You don't just measure one spot and assume that the whole thing is flat.
No. But most of the surface is covered in water, right? And water is meant to be level. Everything would be getting pulled towards the center of mass because of gravity. So any 10-mile body of water would have about 66 feet of curvature over that 10 miles. And it would have to be there. You can't have a 10-mile flat spot of water on a globe. It's not possible. And testing many different sections. Okay, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles. Different methods, repeating the tests. Different countries, different weather conditions, different methodologies, and every single time we find zero curvature. Many hundreds of feet of missing curvature.
How are you sure that your method of measurement? How are you sure that your method of measurement?
Yeah,
Earth is flat.
Rocco, you're gonna have to go on mute for that outburst.
Everyone listen to me. Whoever thinks that Earth is flat is a
Alright.
fucking total dumb.
All right, here we go. All right, and next troll's gonna get actually server deafened, right? So any other channel you go to, you're not gonna be able to hear anything. All right, continue, Emmanuel. You're asking a question about the tests?
How can you be sure that the methods that you use are not flawed?
Right, because it's a very simple testing. I mean, we have physical obstruction that should be there if the Earth's a globe, right? If we have 66 feet of curvature over a 10-mile distance, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake. That means that we can calculate exactly how far away the horizon should be and exactly how far something should be hidden behind the horizon.
Yes.
So we can very easily test for that because it's a large amount, right? So it's like, even if there was a 4-story building on the other side of the lake, the entire 4-story building should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can zoom in across the lake and we can see the shoreline. We can see the entire 4-story building, and then we can test it again and again. We could use different methods. This has been done. And then we could try a lake double the size. And it's not double 66 feet curvature, right? It's actually, you have to square it. So over a 20-mile lake, that would be 266 feet of curvature to the point where there would have to, if there was a 20-story building on the other side of the lake, it should be completely hidden behind the horizon. But once again, we can.
Up, you fucking.
All right. Well, what was that guy's name? All right. Anyway, yeah. So look, we can go out and test. We can shoot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water. We can go out. We can use infrared cameras. We can use radio propagation. We could use all sorts of different methods where we could test it. And this has been done over and over again.
I wouldn't trust a laser because lasers interact with the atmosphere and they bend and they can take different directions.
Right, but what in the atmosphere would cause it to bend? Okay, that would be a gradient of temperature that would cause it to bend, temperature, pressure, and humidity. Right, this is easy to test, right? This is easy to measure, so we can count out the bending laser problem. We can also take side views of the laser test and we can see that it's not actually bending at all. Right, so we can measure the temperature, pressure, and humidity at various points along the propagation path of the laser. And if we have nice uniform conditions where we don't have the gradient necessary to cause some magical bending where the laser would somehow hug the curvature of the Earth perfectly to hit the target. Also, repetition, right? Doing it in completely different weather conditions and hitting the target again and again. Because every single time the laser is hitting the target, it would have to be perfectly bending downward around the curvature of the Earth. There is actually zero footage of a laser bending downward over a long-distance laser test out of many, many hundreds of hours of laser tests that have been recorded, not just by regular people, but by experts, PhDs, scientists, engineers, that have gone out and conducted the tests themselves, trying to debunk flat Earth. So, happy to post an example if you want to see one.
Excuse me, sir.
There's an example there in the side chat.
Like how far do these lasers actually?
How
How far
far?
do these lasers actually go? Yes.
We have tests. We have tests up to 36
Are we talking
miles.
country?
No. You don't have to test that far, right? You can't shoot a laser through that much distance. Even just over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. Over 36 miles, there should be 800 and something feet of curvature. So if we're getting a direct target hit over a 36-mile laser observation and repeating it, and shooting the laser not just one way, but both ways, and we can see the laser from the side angle as well, showing that it's going in a nice straight line. Okay, that's like 700 plus foot of curvature missing, which is like a giant skyscraper building worth of curvature missing. So yeah, you know,
This is an interesting one.
yeah, it's interesting. Look, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. We're not claiming how to know that. You know, we're not claiming to know everything. We're just testing. We're going out and testing what we get told. And when we go out and test it, it doesn't match up with what we get told. And that's interesting. And we
So, okay,
encourage
I'm
anyone.
pretty sure that you have. I'm saying I'm pretty sure you've encountered some those let me say people science believers. We're not saying that we don't believe in science, but just saying what are some of the responses that they would give you when you give out that the evidence of the laser? What are some things that they say? Because I'm pretty sure those guys, I've seen some YouTube videos, they do give out some pretty solid
Yeah,
explanations, but what?
Well, you know, what can they say? They'll try to say that the laser's bending, and then we'll show them that, you know, the meteorological conditions aren't there for the laser to be bending, and we can show footage of the laser not bending. So what else can they say? Some of them try to say that the laser is diverging, right? It's spreading out to some very, very large spread, and that's how it's happening, but that also doesn't work, right? That's just another poor argument. You know, obviously, the small amount of divergence that we get from the laser beam isn't going to allow it to go through a giant amount of curvature and hit a target. You know, some of these tests are shot from just 15 centimeters above the surface of the water, and they're hitting a target on the other side 10 miles away. So if the laser was to diverge, right, or bend up or bend down, it still wouldn't hit the target on a globe. So whether the laser is affected by refraction or not, it's still not going to hit the target. It's not possible. So yeah, they quite often, you know, they will have a conversation with us. They'll say they haven't come prepared enough, and that maybe they'll come back again some other time. You know, and rarely will they come back again. We've spoken to physicists. We've spoken to all kinds of different people, satellite engineers, but yeah, they don't have any good rebuttals, and what they definitely don't have is any empirical evidence of their own.
Oh,
Quite often they haven't
like
ever thought about it.
So when you use this same laser, where are you actually placing it? Are you placing it on the land or on the water? Because definitely the ideal place is to place it on water, more like on the sea
Yeah,
or something like that.
yeah. Most often they're done over water because water is level. So most often they're done over water, but we also have them done over land as well, over places like the salt flats. I don't know if you've heard of salt flats, but there are also places on land that are very level. And also over frozen lakes as well. Frozen lakes, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, like when you say that you will usually place them on water or like for the sea, we definitely do have waves and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, but they're
definitely it
going to
would
be done
make
on
an
a day that
interference, of
there's
course. So,
right, but they're going to be done on a day where there aren't any waves, or they're going to be done over lakes.
that's interesting. I definitely want to do more research on this because I find it
Yeah.
quite very interesting because I like to keep an open mind on both sides because I can't be like I believe myself to say to say that your truth is the only truth is actually a false way of living your life. You have to
Right.
question things. An unexamined life is not worth living. So definitely something I would want to try out. What are some tests that I can do for myself that can you know some tests that I can do myself that can
Well, do you
prove
live near
it.
water? Do you live near any large lakes or the ocean?
No. Lakes, yes, but My country is landlocked. It's surrounded
Yeah,
by
you'd
other
have to check
countries, so there's no sea.
how big the lake is. You need at least, I think, about 6 miles distance.
But a lake, yes, lakes are there.
Yeah, you just need to find a large body of water.
6 miles. Why 6?
Well, you have a decent amount of curvature
the
over 6 miles,
claim.
preferably 10 miles, right? But 6 miles would be enough.
So what they believe is that the curvature is it's how many miles? Like
It's 8 inches per mile squared over.
when does the curvature?
Well, if you're
I
6
see.
foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Right, so if you're standing at a large body of water and you're 6 foot tall, that the horizon should be 3 miles away.
Okay, thanks. That's very interesting.
Yeah, especially considering the horizon isn't.
Just a minute. I'll be back.
Okay.
Considering what? Continue, sir.
Well, sometimes we see the horizon 10 or 20 miles away when it should be, 1 or 2 miles away. We don't ever see it matching up with the globe.
Interesting.
There's a chart in the side chat that Yaga Bruno posted, which will tell you how much curvature there should be over distance.
Okay.
Good day, everyone. Any spinning ball dwellers amongst us at the moment? Is this thing on?
I'm at work, Dave. Sorry.
Sorry you're at work, man. Thanks for answering that.
I'm not sorry I'm at work. I'm making money.
Gotta make that money to give to somebody else, right?
I'm withholding as much as possible.
There you go. Only name on here I don't recognize is Nbot Cardalis. Would you like to speak? Hello. You do have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? Yes. Okay. Well, if there's somebody listening on YouTube, as far as we can tell, I don't want to speak for everybody. As far as I can tell, we do not live on a spinning globe in the vacuum of space. If you think otherwise and you have some evidence to support that, please join the channel and tell us about it.
I don't even want evidence at this point. I just want them to teach it to me. Teach me how you know it's a globe.
Yeah, I like that, man, because it actually gets people to think about, wait a second, did they actually give me evidence for this thing? Because they got to teach the globe. It's going to be hard to do if you don't know what the globe is, right? You don't know how it works. What if it's just a made up story? What are you going to do then? We have been joined by Evans. I think they're new. Hello, Evans. Would you like to talk? Take that as a no. Anybody else got anything? Go ahead. This has been Dead Air Day.
Are people like afraid to talk to Dave? Because I swear, we're having like a conversation, and then Dave comes in, and then nobody wants to like fuck with him, like, or even just talk to him. It's like terrible.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, I just come on here and try to do my little part for the truth, but people don't want to talk, whatever. That's why they call me Dead Air Dave, man. Okay, real quick, just in case there's somebody listening on YouTube or wherever we're broadcasting. Maybe you're curious about this subject, you stumbled across it, you think it's the stupidest thing you ever heard about. I felt the same way back in 2015. I laughed at it, thought I would look at this video and have a good laugh and never think about it again. But for some reason, well, the main reason I'm here 10 years later, nobody's ever showed me that bodies of water have the ability to maintain and display curvature. So if you're curious about this subject, this is a great time to smart people that know what they're talking about. So come in here and talk to them. Back to you guys or silence.
Appreciate you, Dave.
Yeah, likewise. All good. Water just does not curve, man. It's not my fault.
Is there a conversation going on, or can I start one?
You want to start a conversation? How about? I got a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Why is the Earth a globe?
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
The Earth is a globe because we are a central mass rotating in a solar system where gravity would eventually form a globe-like shape.
Okay,
Actually,
has
believe
anybody,
what you just said. Sorry, go ahead, Sheepdog.
I'm just saying, has anybody ever witnessed anything pulling inward towards the center of mass?
Yes, when I jump, I fall right back down.
Well, how do you know that's going towards the center of mass?
Well, we can infer that on the other side of the planet is, the other side of the planet, so, because it's a globe.
Why would you infer it?
Because the planet is in a solar system which gravitates around a central object.
How do
The
you know that?
mass, I can use a telescope and I can see the trajectory of our planet rotating in a circle via the different moon phases of other planets.
That's a mighty big assumption just for looking into the sky.
Do we assume when we are spectating something with our own eyes?
Yes.
I disagree fundamentally, but we can continue.
Okay, how is looking with your eyes not an assumption?
The eyes typically do not deceive.
Oh, okay. So when the Earth looks flat, then it is flat.
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome to
Bye
Planet
bye,
Earth.
globe.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. I'm finally one of you all now. I'm one of us now.
You mean you're one of the people that just accepts reality as it presents itself? You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am not a believer, I'm a truth teller of the flat earth. And the globers are wrong. I have to get my spherical pizza out of the oven. Please give me a couple moments.
You made a spherical pizza? That's interesting.
Yes. I'll be right
Wow.
back.
Did it fit in the oven?
Well, if it
Have
was
I
a
ever had a
spherical
spherical
pizza,
pizza?
if it was a spherical pizza, then all the pepperoni should stick to the cheese for once.
I don't think a spherical pizza is a thing. I think he was making that up, Sheepdog. I could be wrong. Well, that was a sort of half-hearted attempt to tell the globe story, but that's pretty much all he's done so far is tell us the story. We need evidence. Repeatable, testable evidence. Start with the curvature of the Earth. If it's a ball, it's got to have curvature. You should be able to measure it. End of story. So there's a big difference between looking at something in the sky and then making up a story about it and believing that story. There's a big difference between those two things. Correct? Got a couple more new people. Coco, me, and Asia. Anybody want to talk?
I would respond, but as you can tell, it's loud volume.
Thanks for jumping in there, man. I thought you were busy at work.
I think he's kind of
Like
like
they
me
say,
being the delivery driver. You kind of have busy spots and dead spots.
yep, that's me too. I'm actually taking today off though, so I'm actually gonna come here maybe. Got nothing else to do. Either one of the new people want to talk. Hello. You did join a voice channel, so it's appropriate to use your voice if you wish. Or not. Totally up to you. Main reason this channel exists, and we're here talking every day. We all got taught we live on a globe that we cannot find any empirical evidence for. We can't even find curvature of the supposed globe. So, believe it or not, that's an issue. That's a problem, but people don't want to recognize that. Turns out this whole globe story was just looking at the sky and making up stories, basically, and doing math. I'm being very simplistic, but that pretty much sums it up. So, did you burn your miracle pizza, Cole?
I did. I'm sorry that you guys heard the fire alarm. I shut it off in due time, though.
How do you even eat a spherical pizza? How is that possible?
Well, I cut it flat and then into triangles.
You got to cut it into flat slices to eat it, right? There
Yeah,
you go.
slice it down the middle, and then it's like a half sphere. And then I punch it,
Gotcha.
and it creates a circle.
You got pineapple on your spherical pizza?
I wish. It's just pepperoni right now.
So why are you here? You just want to troll, or you want to actually discuss the subject?
I do want to discuss the subject, and I do get a bit funny at times, but I can stop if I get bad.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between being funny and trolling. I mean, if you're going to troll, being funny is a prerequisite, or you probably not going to last very long. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, man, isn't it a serious subject that basically the entire world population, or most of it, got taught a story that's just totally false? Does that
Oh
bother
yeah,
you at
definitely.
all? Okay.
But why would they be taught that? And in the Bible, it talks about the firmament. You know.
Yeah, let's talk about the firmament in the Bible. Men wrote that book, and we're not here to discuss the Bible, but that's a good point. I mean, there may be we've got some kind of containment because you know about the gas pressure, right?
Yeah.
We wouldn't be breathing if we didn't have some form of containment. Now, what that is, I can't tell you. Where it's at, I can't tell you. What it's made of, have no idea. But it's there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I can't prove it, but I would just say that's an atmosphere.
Well, we do have an atmosphere, I agree, but there's something containing the atmosphere is the point.
Yeah.
Air can't contain itself. I mean, people think that's true. They think somehow magic gravity can do all this stuff, whatever they needed to do, given time to make the globe story work. But air doesn't contain air. That's silly. So,
You
Carl, do
think?
you think
Oh,
you think a
sorry.
body of water such as the Pacific Ocean can just sit there in physical space and maintain a curve and just be
I
curvy?
think gravity could affect that. We have tides too.
But see, we've never proven gravity. That's the problem. It's just a story, man. There's
I'll
like
give you an
80 different
example.
versions.
Sorry,
There's
Dave.
80 different theories of gravity. Which one are you going with? Go ahead.
So Cole,
I don't know the
Cole,
gravity that well. What's up?
I put a GIF in the side chat. What you'll see some nitrous oxide next to a vacuum, and then when he releases the valve, the nitrous oxide escapes up into the vacuum. See, if gravity were a thing, this is being done here on Earth. If gravity were a thing, then the gas would not go up into the vacuum. You get what I'm saying?
Not exactly, because doesn't the vacuum create negative pressure?
No, a vacuum is just devoid of matter. That's all a vacuum is. There's no such thing as negative pressure. You either have positive pressure or you have zero. That's it. It doesn't go negative. It goes negative from the positive pressure that you started at, but I mean, what 14 minus 3 would be, 11, right? Like, that's not negative pressure.
You could do the same thing. It's like siphoning something, right?
No, they just suck the air out of vacuum chambers because there's air in there and they need to get it out. There's no way to get it out because there's no such thing as a real vacuum in nature. You have to create it.
What I'm saying is though is like you could do that same like debunking gravity thing with like a siphoning hose, right?
At this point, what is gravity, right? We all agree that things fall at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. That if that's what gravity is, then I can agree with that. If you're going to call it something else, then I'm going to need the science experiment to prove it.
I mean, so far that seems good with me. I mean, stuff falls. You jump up, you fall down. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not going to sit there and say that, Earth's mass is containing that. You can't demonstrate that in nature.
Okay. I guess you guys have me there. Or maybe that's convincing. Okay. So then
A lot of mechanics, a lot of people that are mechanics or mechanical engineers, that's one of the things that usually gets people to really start questioning the globe is like, can't have gas pressure without a container. The whole entire definition of gas pressure means that the gas is pressing on something. And if there's nothing there to hold it in, like at what point, as our Great Lake friend Indio would say, at what point when the air molecule is going up, does it decide that it's going to come back down? That's not how gases work. Gases will bounce off of something and then they'll go in a straight line until they hit something else. And then when they bounce off of that, whatever angle it makes, it'll take a deflection and take another straight line. That's just how gas particles work. Or at least the theory of gas particles. Ideal gas law and all
do you believe the things we can see with a scope, like a telescope and stuff out in space?
that. You can look at things through a telescope. I don't believe the story that's attached to them.
Like, is it plausible that masses exist that like we can view until like the moon? Is it plausible
What
that
is
it
the moon?
exists?
What is the moon?
So far, something that I see with my eyes is like a white circle in the sky that comes out at night.
Right. And that's all we know it as. You don't know it as anything.
It doesn't rotate. So I mean, well, it
If
rotates
you
with
follow
us,
the
but
globe model, if you follow the globe model, it rotates.
Guys, all of you are gay, okay? And if you like you respond or you become.
But anyway, so I see the same thing that you see. I see a white thing in the sky. Occasionally, it turns orange, it's red during its lunar phases, and sometimes it's not visible in the sky at all. So I see the same thing you see. What it is, I have no clue. But I see the same thing that you see.
okay, yeah.
See how I'm not attaching the story to the cause of the lunar cycles, right? I don't have this made up story, this made up paradigm to try to explain everything in the universe, which the paradigm itself, every time it's 90% wrong, and then they create a transform equation, and then they realize that that transform equation is 90% wrong. They create another transform equation. There's just all these other equations that they keep throwing in there, but none of it ever really explains anything. It just fixes a little band-aid on a basic question that they can't ever verify.
What do you think about the story of the moon landing?
There's too many aspects of it that make it look fake. It looks like a Hollywood production. In fact, when Hollywood does space movies, they thank NASA for letting them use their studios.
So they have a connection together.
I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you what they say.
What about like satellites, like GPS and like cell service and stuff?
99% of all telecommunications is done through undersea cables. Whatever the satellites are up in the sky, they're just radio repeaters. Whether or not they're orbiting the Earth in a circumferential pattern has yet to be determined.
Do you think life exists on other planets?
Well, saying that there's other planets is presuming that the Earth is a planet. We don't think that we're a disk floating in space, accelerating upward at 9 meters per second squared. That's ridiculous. My personal experience, I don't think life exists outside of Earth. I think it only exists on Earth.
So, would you say that religion is used to control the masses, or religion is a some sort of story of some sort of truth?
It's an irrelevant question for the discussion about the nature of the Earth.
That's fair.
Religion is separate from politics. Politics is separate from geometry. Geometry is separate from science. I know it sucks having everything ripped away, but the fact of the matter is, when we actually go out and look for the curvature or the consequence of curvature over the surface of water, because they show us pictures from outer space with all that
Hi,
blue stuff
Michael.
curving around. the curving around the ball, that's basically saying, hey, gravity is holding water to the Earth, and it's equidistant from the center of the Earth, right? That's where we get our radius value from. And so when they tell us that the Earth is inside, then, say, hey, the Earth has a radius average of 3,959 miles. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, parabolically, over an arc segment of the Earth, that would be represented as around 8 inches per mile squared. And you wouldn't think that that would have too much of a holding on the things because the Earth is really big, right? 24,900 miles all the way around, 3,959 mile radius. 8 inches is really small, but over each mile, it exponentially increases in drop over distance, right? You would expect things 10 miles away. You would expect a 6-story building to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Problem is, we don't see that, and we see the horizon behind that 6-story tall object that's off in the distance. It's not that we see a piece of it sticking out over the curvatures, we see the entire base where it starts out on the ground. And so, if there's no consequence of geometry, right, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, and it's measured as flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. Why the globe Earth is the only story being told, I have no idea. Maybe it's a little bit of tradition. Maybe it has to do with the celestial sphere and how they were trying to basically create the best form of navigation for themselves at that time, right? Who knows? But that's what they chose to go with, and that's just not how the Earth is measured. The Earth is measured as flat. There's no measurable motion, so it's stationary, and you can't have gas pressure in the container.
Is there a consensus that in the flat Earth world, is the Earth like a circle, oval, like a square, or no one knows?
We don't know the limits to the Earth. We don't know what the outer limits are.
But would you agree that the edges of this is near Antarctica or the polars?
No.
Okay.
Antarctica is a place that you can go to. Apparently, you can witness a 24-hour sun there. The only thing is, how that's explainable on a flat Earth, I don't know, but the surface measures flat. And so no matter how crazy the sky looks, right? Sorry, you can't model it out the way you want to. You can't, because maybe you thought you could get a God's eye view of the Earth. I don't know what to tell you, but your knowledge is not as great as you think it is. But you can know things if you choose to go out and actually put the work in.
Would it change your perspective if, say, you were to take a jet in a straight line and then wind up in the same place in maybe 20 hours or something?
Maybe. Nobody's ever done that.
Okay.
I'll give you an example, right? So latitude, they call it circles of latitude for a reason. So if you started in Los Angeles, California on that latitude, whatever that is, and you're facing north and then you turn east and you walk in a straight line for 1,000 miles. Where you end up, you would not be on the same latitude. You would actually be south of the latitude of that because, that's just the way navigation works, whether it's on a globe or on a flat Earth.
Do you ever think
You know,
that?
another thing too is a lot of people think that with the flat Earth that they think a disk, right? Even if it's not a distant space, they're still thinking it's a two-dimensional plane. And the thing is, the Earth does have depth. How deep it is, we don't know either. The farthest that we can go down is 7.6 miles. That's the deepest hole that was ever dug. Anything below that is as good a guess. You can have as good a guess as mine. I'm not afraid to admit I don't know what's below 7.6 miles. So what about you? What do you think, Cole? Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
It's just what I've been told.
That's fair. That's a fair response. That's what I was told too. I was told the Earth is too big to see curvature. It looks flat, but it's just really, really big. And my whole life growing up in California, I would see boats really far away, and like, oh wow, it's like 15, 20 miles. That's pretty far. So I knew how far away this island was. I could see them docking at the island. And when someone told me that the horizon was supposed to be 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer, I was like, that's not right.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of creepy. So, begs the question, like, and I don't mean this as an insult, right? But there are like so-called like scientists, right? Um, why are they hiding this?
Well, that's the funny thing. They're not, because scientists actually do not measure the surface of the Earth. Scientists do science experiments, and they'll use equations that involve 9.8 meters per second squared, but they don't actually go out and measure the Earth.
So, like, would that be like a geologist that does that?
Surveyors measure the Earth as flat.
Oh,
And then when they measure it flat, after they measure it flat, they go and apply a geoid model to it and an ellipsoid model to it, and then they basically take that mapping and they stick it to the inside of the ellipsoid, and anything that doesn't fit, they just cut it out.
this seems like a really big scandal.
I think of it more as a sunken cost, right?
For what?
It's too much sunken cost. They've invested too much into it, so they're just going to continue to go with it.
So by that standard, like, it probably doesn't matter that much.
No, as long as they're all making money, who cares?
That's fair. Yeah. So,
I mean, science, right? If you're a professional scientist, you're not really doing science. You're basically a professional bias. You're looking for specific biases biases and then applying that to your research and what you do, and you're expanding the research on that professional bias. There's no science involved. Real scientists, they can't have financial manipulation involved in it. Real scientists actually lose money in the process, in the pursuit of truth. They're not gaining money, they're losing money. That's why Tesla was broke. Like, so many people are afraid of real science when it comes out, like, engines that run on water, or old world recipes that that improve your health and living and things like that. People are afraid of that. Why?
So
I don't know. Maybe it cuts into their financial gain.
So you think like maybe the FBI killed Tesla?
No, they just said that. I'm just saying that he died poor, right?
Yeah. So if people don't want this knowledge out there, if I were to become a person that adheres to this mentality of denying globalism, and not the political kind, do you let people you know in real life know about this, or do you keep it quiet? Because obviously, like, people don't,
Well, it depends how triggered they are. How intellectually honest, and like if somebody's like very worked up by, say, like God bless America. So I got some family members who are like that. That Richard Nixon did nothing wrong. The space age was a high watermark. Make America great again. When they talk about that, they're talking about the space age. So if you were to talk to them about flat Earth, they're not going to be able to hear you. They're not going to hear anything you say. The only thing they'll hear is that you had joined Antifa or something just as batshit crazy. It would be impossible to talk to them about any other topic than God ordained America to land on the moon, because just like Richard Nixon said, God picked America to win the space race. So anything outside of that narrow worldview, it could be atheism, skepticism, liberal, hippie. There's so many things that are just virtual non-starters for them. So yeah, there are some people you have to be aware. You have to think about when you raise these issues, and it drives into the topic of that horseshoe effect. Like the further you get on one political spectrum or the other, they seem to kind of like parrot. Because there's also these sort of I love science atheists who act just like that when they talk about flat Earth. That sort of fedoran wearing, neckbeard, like born on third base, like upper middle class white guy, never had any problems in his life, but somehow thinks he's like the highest form of evolution. So he's going to find people to punch down at. Like basically in The Guardian, why this became a big issue is The Guardian did back-to-back hit pieces in 2016, labeling Flat Earth as some sort of dangerous online cult of misinformation, a bunch of cult. They came up with a conspiracy theory. At the same time, they say they disavow conspiracy theories. So yeah,
Can I add something, Chris?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say my piece on that real quick, and then I'll let you finish the conversation, because Chris is very knowledgeable as well. So my take on it is, I'm not going to let my personal relationships, my wife's not a flat earther, my mom's not a flat earther. I'm not going to go and force it down their throats that the earth is flat. If they don't want to know, they don't want to know. There's plenty of other things to talk about in this world, and that's fine by me. But that doesn't mean I don't still drop nuggets every now and then. And I still do that with my friends. Sometimes even if certain coworkers, I might drop a little nugget. And because I honestly, what I found is so many people are like, "Oh my gosh, you're a real flat earther. I didn't even know they existed. I thought they were only online." So by me putting myself out there, dropping that nugget, now they have the feeling like, okay, I can come ask this guy anything if I need to, just to see what he thinks about it and everything. But I don't force it down their throat. It's not worth destroying relationships to explain why the Earth is flat. Because some people, like, it's like the Matrix to them, man. You tell them that this isn't the real world and that what they believe is an illusion, and all of a sudden they want to kill you. They turn into Agent Smith.
Yeah.
هذا كله لا هذا لا ما يقول هذا كلهم نيد ايش يقول بالعربي؟ قولي هاي قلتوا
But go ahead, Chris. I'm loading the truck right now, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I basically I'm saying is there are some topics that you have to compromise yourself if you want to maintain that friendship. Like say a vegan, there will be some family members who are you can't bring it up. You just won't be able to bring it up. Yeah, just like an atheist, there are going to be family members where if you bring up atheism, you could be disowned from the family. So it's a good when you see that, you start asking why. Why is that person so insecure in their own belief systems that rather than just talk to you about it to understand where you're coming from, they would engage in some kind of like tribalistic mindset where they're going to like disavow you.
I want to discuss politics, but this is the flat Earth thing.
Like what about it? I mean, sometimes it matches, it lines up. Like I said, like with Elon Musk, I've noticed that talking to a lot of liberals, Elon Musk is like a giant "I told you so" from flat earthers, going back, like years.
Yeah.
Like this guy is not some massive genius, like boldly bringing humanity to the cutting edge of space travel.
So, the only thing is it's like that Antifa thing, which is like a bad word, and like I don't identify as any of that really at all. So, but I think
Yeah, but if
like
you were to question, like if you've got a "Make America Great Again" person, like all in, like they are hat wearing, American flag wearing, like all in. When they say "Make America Great Again," they are talking about the 1960s, the space age. That is what they're referencing. So if you tell them that shit never happened, they faked it. You don't have to say flat Earth. You can just imply that the space program itself was just a weapons program. No one landed on the moon, and they will flip out over that.
Well, they'll also flip out, and this is what I was gonna bring up, and maybe I should go to the politics chat, but like I think fascism is bad, So I don't see why like being an anti-fascist is like short-termed as Antifa, and in mass media labeled as like some crazy fucking like black mask crazy like terrorists. I don't understand. Like if you hate communists and you're an anti-commie, like an ant-com, I just don't understand where the rhetoric came from for an Antifa. Like when I think of Antifa, and this is off Fox News, I think of some like blue hair Seattle person that like is a crazy lib. You know what I mean? But that's not like what that is at its definition. It's like, you know. But maybe I should go to the politics chat, honestly.
No, I mean, so yeah, like a crazy liberal. So that's what I'm saying. Like they've got Antifa people. If you ask them, they used to be all in for Elon Musk. I've noticed Antifa people who are like atheists and I love science, big NASA fanboys. So you're like, how are these two groups of people talking right past each other? It's because they're not talking about facts. They're talking about emotion, identity. They'll tell you that the party of space travel, the Republican Party, is anti science. Then they'll say they're the party of science for some reason, which they won't explain or take questions on. And meanwhile, you're like, what a coincidence that Richard Nixon and now Donald Trump, these are the two presidents that are going to be hallmarked by American moon flights. No one else in between or since or after.
So, I guess you have a different ideology as the other guy I was talking to. So you think that moon flights have taken place?
One more time, you I don't know if you laid down for me a second.
I was saying like you think that moon flights have taken place.
No, I'm saying that if you got the story, they told you this happened.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I would say no. They didn't happen because we were promised a giant leap forward for all mankind. It was good. You heard the saying before: one small step for a man, one giant leap forward for all mankind. I never saw that giant leap forward. What I actually saw was some giant steps backwards. A ramping up of militarized police, domestic surveillance, a brutal crackdown on civil liberties. Like adding high fructose corn syrup to food, taking us off the gold standard. I mean, domestic surveillance that would Nixon, if Nixon could get the domestic surveillance now, back then, he'd be blushing, absolutely blushing with joy. Like back then, they might have somebody kind of tell you, or like sit close to you and eavesdrop on the conversation. I mean, now they just drive down the street and point a thing at your house and hear everything going inside.
We have to get the word out that the Earth might not be a globe.
To who? Who does it matter?
Isn't like an educated society better?
And who would you get the word out to?
Anybody that would listen.
Great, I'd like him to define educated.
Like in the government said, that's an interesting one. The government took over the same thing, Richard Nixon era. The government took over the Department of Education, said this space age is going to require us to identify truly exceptional individuals because these new space age scientific fields are going to be hyper specialized that you'll be a tightrope walk to learn this stuff. It's not like you get to lollygag around. There's going to be a single path forward for each one of these hyper specialized career fields. How's the Department of Education done since that happened? Is that the result we got? Is that what we? This is it? Like Americans dropped like to one of the lowest of Western cultures, first world nations, like one of the absolute lowest. You got kids graduating school who are illiterate. Literally, they cannot read or write. They go through 12 years of government school designed top down
Yeah, I don't really want to get banned in here, but they teach a lot of bullshit in class too, like things that that shouldn't matter, like things with their identity and stuff that I don't agree with.
I'm sorry, guys, but we know the Earth is round because people in different places see different stars, different horizons, and different times of the day. Exactly what a spherical Earth predicts. So nobody can say this is not wrong. You guys all are stupid, and
You
that's why
probably
I
just
wanted.
wrote an that men are women and stuff, and you're coming in here to troll. Is that what you did? Did you write that essay this year in school or no?
No, not really, not really. I'm just trying to prove
Not
something.
really.
I mean, I don't need to
Look,
prove it. It's
look
proved
at the
already.
mental break with reality there. He knows the Earth is a globe because he looked at stars.
Exactly, one of it. That's one of the examples why. There's numerous ways to prove it. I just listed one of them. So it's a
Stars. So
stupid
like
argument to
he's
say that.
using astrology, and he
Yeah, what
thinks
do you
he's
want me to
doing
use? I can use
astronomy.
anything else. What do you want me to use?
The
I can use
stars are
anything else.
divining him the nature of creation. He's looking up, and government has his mind so spun around that he really thought he was making an observation of the surface of the Earth by looking at the sky.
Round Earth is accepted because it accurately predicts what we observe. Your Earth
Here's
does
the
not.
we part. Remember the tribalistic piece I told you about? He's lost his identity as an individual.
Crit, why don't you prove it wrong, bro? You're a flat earther. Come on, prove me wrong. Right?
We're
Come on.
discussing. It's going to come
Look at them
naturally
go.
very soon.
Look at them go. Remember, I told you how this is what happens. They go into this
He has
identity.
emotions too.
Yeah, into this
Why are you so mad, bro? What's wrong with you? Why are you
identity
so mad?
worldview rather than discuss a topic.
Jesus, you can't even speak with you guys. You guys are
mad,
so
but
weird.
you're coming in. You interrupted our conversation. You came in obviously upset.
I'm not upset. Why would you? I'm at my work right now. Why would I be upset?
It wasn't even a good
can't
argument. It's just kind of boring at this point, Alex.
It's
Like,
one
why
of
didn't
the
you come in
arguments.
with?
I'm sorry if it's boring, but it's one
Well,
of them.
okay.
I mean, I'm
how
sorry.
about this? How about this? How about if we were able to consistently measure zero curvature over large distances over the surface of water, it wouldn't matter what's happening above the Earth in the sky, because we've checked and the ground's not curving, right? The surface of water isn't curving, so your star argument would be completely debunked, right?
Well, not necessarily, because one measurement alone is not enough. A scientific model has
Right.
to explain all observations. So
Right, so I didn't
what
say
you just said
I
is
didn't say
false.
one. I didn't say one measurement though, did I? You just
You
added
did.
that
You
in
were
to try
focusing
to.
on the being able to measure zero curvature over
No,
large
I said if we
distance.
can
That's one of them.
confirm that there's no curvature over large bodies of water. Right? I didn't say one test, but yeah, one test. If we could confirm it in one test, that would actually debunk the entire heliocentric model, because you can't have a large body of water that doesn't have curvature anywhere on the
Right.
globe.
That's correct, but that's correct, but it's not proof because look.
So it would only
if
take
reliable-
one technically, right?
If reliable measurements repeatedly showed zero curvature, as what you're saying over large distances, right?
That's correct.
Scientists
Yeah.
would investigate it seriously, but any new explanation
did.
would still
They
have
did.
to account for all this. No, they did not. Show me where they
Really,
did.
I think.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
would
So
see.
here's a scientist called Dr. John D. Right. He's a PhD in spectrophotometry.
Okay.
And
Can
he
you
went.
please send me that in the chat?
Yeah. Just give me a second. I'll just find it and post it.
Okay. Take your time.
I just don't understand why people like believe the Earth is a fucking globe, like blindly.
Because you also been taught that in school,
Stars,
by the way.
bro.
So do not
See the
sound too
stars.
smart. You also been taught that in school. Give me 1 second. What is this?
But
Bro, it's the same thing you guys been sending over again. Do you have anything that's like a news
Oh
thing?
yeah.
No
What's
one's-
your rebuttal to this one? I got dozens and dozens of different tests.
let's talk about like scientific
You want me to
news.
send
Like,
you a?
that's not on YouTube. Okay, can we do it like that?
Oh, really? What? Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
if a test has been recorded and presented in high definition, what platform does it have to be on for it to be valid?
Well, I would personally want it to be verified by some scientists that were,
This is a
supposed to be doing
scientist.
that. It's a
This is a
scientist,
scientist.
and he's a
Yeah.
PhD in whatever he has, but he's not a scientific
Optics.
scientist. You know, he's not a
Not
verified one.
scientific. Not a scientific scientist.
Yeah, he's just a guy who does YouTube, and he's like, oh, I have PhD in this. That's all he does. You can do it. You
He's
can
got
get a PhD in physics and say, oh, you know, I'm doing this under that. You can believe it because I'm doing it. I have PhD
Okay.
in this. But do we have like a
So do you
team
have
of
any
scientists
rebuttal to
doing it?
the? Do you have any
No,
rebuttal
no,
to the test at
no,
all?
not really. Not really. I would love to see something that's like news-wise, you know.
But you
Where
just
would it
said
have to
that.
be on the TV? It would have to be on
No,
Fox
not
or
on
something, would
TV.
it?
No. Look. Don't go too far. I'm just saying,
CNN.
just like some team of scientists doing that. You know, certified scientists that are doing that. You know,
This is a
certified to do that.
certified scientist.
He's not. He just has a PhD.
He's got a doctorate and a That's certified, idiot.
That's certified, idiot. But because you can get a physics scientist, you're not able to
Yeah, he's
do
got lab
stuff in
experience and
laboratories
used
and
to
stuff.
teach at a South England university. He's retired.
If I get if I get a PhD in physics, right, I won't be able to go to NASA and be like, oh look, I have PhD in this. Let me do your work. Can I do it? Give me can I go there and
So
be
you
like,
don't
oh,
have
give me
any
the
rebuttal
equipment,
to
I
the
can do it.
test? You don't
No,
have any rebuttal to the test? You don't have any
need what I
tests
asked
of
you.
your own?
Of my own, I do that are proving otherwise than you do, but not my
Really?
own
Okay.
because I'm
Is
not a
that one?
scientist.
Post
it.
them, bro.
Well, just explain it to me. Just explain
Okay.
one. How
Give
did
me
it
1 second.
debunk?
I can show you something that actually is not mine. I didn't do it. A
You
scientist
don't have
actually
to
did
have
it.
done it. Oh,
Right,
really?
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
Hopefully you can explain it too.
No, not really. Why would I have to explain it?
Oh, so you
You
don't
can
understand
read
it?
it.
So
No,
I can.
I mean you can read. Can you?
Have you read it? Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
But you
But
can't
I'd rather
explain what
read.
you read. Did you retain any
I'd
of the
rather.
information that you read?
Yes, of course. But I would rather want you
Okay,
to read
so
it
you're
personally.
unable to
As I said, I'm
articulate
not.
what
As
the
I'm saying,
paper
I
says.
am. But can you just do you want to just read
It's
it
funny,
yourself, or do you
DJ.
want me
Like
to read it?
people say
I'll
this
read it.
all the
Fine.
time, right?
I'll explain it. Fine. I'll explain
Like
it.
they
That's
come
gonna
in
get
here
your
and they
ego
say
up.
that they don't understand what they're reading, but they're choosing to believe it's true.
Yep.
I mean, don't you see that that's a problem, my friend? Like, I mean, come in here saying that you don't understand what you're reading, which means you wouldn't know enough how to evaluate whether or not this is true, and you're just going to choose to believe, and you think that's enough?
Brother, you guys don't even have your own model. Like, let's be for real.
Yeah,
You guys have
I
no
don't think
model.
you know what you're asking for.
Whoever I ask here, oh, does Earth?
Why
So
why do I need one?
since it's flat, because you believe in that, you have to know what you
So
believe
why do
in.
I
You don't
need
know
one?
what you because
I don't think
Why
this
do
guy
believe in
knows.
that, brother.
Why do I need a
I don't
model,
think-
dude? Can you
I don't
answer
think
that
this guy-
simple question?
Whoever I ask from flat earthers, they're like, oh, well, look, we just know that the surface is flat. We don't know
Okay,
whether or not at the
maybe
end
not the
there's
ones
the
in
end,
here.
or
Yeah, maybe not the ones in here. So can I ask you why
Everyone
you
has.
think I need a model?
So what is at the end? Is there an end of the
Bro,
Earth?
why do I need a model?
Because you have to know where you live. You live at Earth, so you're claiming that
Yeah,
science are
so
wrong.
what, I look at a
Where
model
do
to
you
know
live?
where I live instead of like look outside to know where I live? Like, where's this
But
going?
brother, you have to look at it vast wise. Like you know, you live in
You
this city.
didn't
You're
post
fine.
anything, by the way. He didn't post anything.
I'm trying to post it, but this guy wants to argue. Hold on 1 second. Let's go
Just wanna
step by
ask a
step. Let's go
question.
step by step. If I want to talk to you, I'll stop what I'm doing. I'll talk to you. But let me firstly address this guy that wants me to post this. Hold on 1 second.
I
I
noticed.
hope it's one of those where he never read it and it's like, one
I read it.
paragraph.
I just posted this in the chat. I'll post 3 of them actually, because I just found 3 more. There's ECA as well.
Why are you so emotional about this?
I'm not emotional. Chill out. It doesn't matter if I'm emotional or not. I'm just here to prove it. You're here to prove it and stop being an idiot. Okay? I'm just saying this in the chat.
You sound pretty
I just sent it.
emotional.
I
You did.
haven't
You said
insulted you once.
did.
Yet
You said I'm
you've
an idiot.
directed insults towards me.
Fine, your guy that's also the admin here, he insulted me, so I don't care.
All right,
But
Alex.
am I?
I'll put it in the chat,
Alex,
please, guys.
Alex,
Address
hold on a
this. No, address
second.
it.
Alex, all right,
Address it.
explain what you posted. Explain what you
Address
posted and
it.
how it
Address
validates
it.
that the.
Are you
Explain
gonna
what you
address it?
posted.
Okay,
What's the evidence? What's the evidence?
there's this post about NASA. It's called "How Do We Know the Earth Isn't Flat?" where they
No,
asked
you're
this
supposed to be
NASA.
proving it's a globe, aren't you?
I'm trying to. Huh?
You're supposed to be validating that it's a globe.
Sorry about that.
Not how do we know the Earth isn't flat? You're supposed to be validating it's a globe, right?
Right, but do you want me to address this or no? I'm sorry, my words. I'm keep.
No, I won't. Okay, so you said that you have evidence that validates the Earth to be a globe, right? But you still haven't posted anything.
I did. I posted two posts about it.
Okay, so what is the evidence that the Earth is a globe in what you posted?
Well, this person, that's a NASA expert. He's 64. He has more than enough experience in NASA, and he's a certified physicist.
Right. So what did he
along with
do?
some other stuff.
So what did he do
Him
to prove the
personally,
Earth's a globe?
he answered 54 questions about how the Earth is not flat. So I think that's more
Well, how
than
does
enough.
that validate the Earth's a globe?
Because he's explaining it. How's
Explaining
that
how it's not flat.
Yeah,
Can you name any? What's his best point that he makes?
Yeah, because they, like, for example, they made the first orbit of Earth by sea, and they knew the Earth was round, allowing them to go across.
Someone orbited Earth by sea?
Yeah.
Who did that?
Greeks and Egyptians.
The Greeks orbited the Earth by sea. Is that what you're claiming?
Correct. Yeah. That's not what I'm
Oh
claiming.
yeah, really.
Yeah, really.
The Greeks
yeah, really.
orbited the Earth by sea. Where does he talk about
And
the Greeks
Egyptians,
orbiting
and
the Earth by
Egyptians.
sea?
And the
Yeah, where
Egyptians.
can I find? Where can I? Really, they orbited the Earth by sea.
By sea, yes, sir.
Okay,
Man,
where
you
was
totally
the?
overestimated him.
I think so. Who's
Wow, bro.
overestimating?
All right, so where in what you posted does it talk about the Greeks orbiting the Earth by sea?
Well, if you open the first post, you would read it. It's in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't say that anywhere. Nobody even claims that.
Bro, you didn't even open the thing. What I sent.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Where is it? It's not in here anywhere.
Okay, so when you open this thing, how do we know that the Earth isn't flat? Is that when you opened?
Yeah.
Okay, so what does it say under the video? Read it. What does it say? This was a magical revelation for the Greeks and Egyptians who were blah 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 blah. They
Doesn't
made
say anything about them orbiting the Earth by sea at all. Where did you make that up from?
Orbit of Earth by sea, and they knew the Earth was round, allowing them to go across one ocean and come back home the other way. If the Earth were flat, they would have to sail off at the end, and so we knew that. But then the dawn, blah 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 blah. You can read it, man. You're asking me to know and have like answers on this, but you haven't
So
even
the ancient, it doesn't say the Greeks and Egyptians orbited the Earth by sea.
Please read off. I'm gonna send it in the chat.
Right. It also doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe just because you look into the sky and make assumptions. Right? Do you have any actually any evidence? Right? Empirical
What's an
evidence
for you? What's an evidence for you?
Measurements of Earth curvature. Not looking into the sky and making assumptions.
Right, and you're not looking at the sky making assumptions?
No. We're directly testing the surface of the Earth for curvature.
I just sent it in the chat, by the way, so you can see. But as I said, there are many direct measurements of the Earth's curvature. Oh no! Prove it! Aristotle's geodetic surveys, laser and optical measurements across lakes and long distances.
Show us one. Show us one laser measurement.
You're both wrong. The Earth is a triangle.
I just said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Right, but you can't validate any of those.
I can't.
You're just making you're just claim stacking, and you're not validating any claims. Okay, laser test. Laser test.
The across lakes.
Is this gunslinger?
No, it's not. Right, this guy's even dumber. But yeah, laser test. Go ahead, present one.
Cool. I mean, you can just see. You use YouTube.
There aren't any. Yeah, there's zero.
Right, you use YouTube.
So you were angry that I posted a video that was on YouTube.
I mean, there's
and now
many,
you want to post something off YouTube?
I'm just saying, no, I'm not going to post anything. I'm just saying, if like you
oh, you're not going to post anything, right? So you said to pick one. YouTube. Okay, so who did a laser test? Who did a laser test?
Like I'm going to wait until you finish because you're an idiot. Okay, I'm
you're
going to
not
wait
very
until
good at
you
this.
fucking finish.
You're not very good at this, bro. This is
Finish and I'm
pathetic
going to speak.
performance.
Did you finish?
This
Are you
is
going to
how
let me talk?
flat earthers are created, by the way.
This is
People
how
listening to
flat
this on the
earthers
live
are
stream,
idiotic. They don't want to let
you do
other
realize this
people
is being
speak.
live streamed, right? You're being live streamed right now on
And people
multiple
are watching
platforms.
you fucking cutting me off as an idiot. Are you going to let me talk or no?
Yeah, you said pick any of
Okay,
the
fine.
things.
Then
I
shut
picked
up.
laser test. I picked laser test. Now go ahead and present the laser test.
Okay, shut up so I can continue, okay? So as I said, I'm not gonna post any YouTube videos, but if you do want
Okay,
to, because I've
post
seen
the
you posted
post the laser
yours,
test.
right? There's a lot of videos claiming to measure curvature, right? But they have issues with stuff.
Hey, Alex, you said, right, pick one, and I picked one, and now you're refusing to present the evidence.
You
Why are you
keep cutting me off.
refusing to present the evidence?
Can some mod tell him to shut up so I can speak, or you guys not gonna let me so I can leave?
No,
Just tell
no.
me.
This is how
If
it's
you
going
guys
to
don't
go
want to
now,
talk to me,
right?
just tell
So,
me so I
you're
can
kind
leave.
of like you're kind of too dumb to talk to, right? So you're kind of wasting my time at the moment. So if you want to claim that there's a laser test, right? You said pick one. I picked laser test, right? Present a laser test, or say you're not going to present a laser test.
Well, I'm trying to speak about it, but you keep cutting me off. You're using
No,
your
just
powers
present
on
one. You said
Discord,
to
even
pick
though I
one.
know if I stand in real life in front of.
Tell me about the laser test then, right? You can just tell me about the laser test, but if you talk about things that aren't the laser test, you're going to get put on mute.
If you promise you're not gonna keep cutting me off. If not, I'm just gonna leave. You can mute me however you want.
Better be about the laser test. Go ahead. Tell me about it. Who did it? When did they do it?
If you cut me one time off, you're gay. Okay, just so you know, you're gay if you cut me off one time. So as I said, the disappearance of ships hull first over the horizon. That's also one of them, like the documented examples of it. But
That's not a laser test. Hey, retard. Right? That's not a laser test. Right? I said that if you present anything other than a laser test, if you want to switch it to a ship over the horizon, get me evidence of a ship going over the horizon where the bottom's cut off by the curvature of the Earth. Since you can't present a laser test, go ahead and do the ship thing. Go ahead, find something, present it. You're not very good at this, dude.
I am very good about it, by the way, because I get
You're not able to back up a single thing that you're saying. I can present tests. I can explain the whole test to you because I wouldn't present a test that I hadn't studied.
Nah, trust me, I don't care about you presenting as a Discord.
Yeah, because you wouldn't even understand the math or anything that goes along with it. I don't think.
Man, you know shit about me. Trust me.
Yeah, I know enough to know that you're a moron.
Right. It's just the Discordian
Dunning-Kruger.
that claims that the Earth is flat. Can you tell? Did you tell this to your family? How do they feel about you thinking that Earth is flat?
Yeah.
And what do they think?
They know it's flat.
They know it's flat. They agree.
Yeah. Of course.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Are you religious?
Nope.
You're not religious.
Are
Okay.
you? Are you religious?
No, I'm not. Swear
Really?
on your mom.
Are you in a cult? Are you in a cult?
No, I'm not. I'm nothing. Swear on your mom.
I think you're in. I think you're in a heliocentric cult.
Can you swear on your mom?
Dude,
about that they agree that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, sure.
Swear on your mom right now.
Yep, swear on my mom right now.
About what? You have to swear on your mom that she thinks that the Earth is flat, that you're not lying.
She knows that the Earth is flat. She knows that the Earth is flat.
So she agrees with you that the Earth is flat, really?
Yeah. So do you have any evidence, or are you just going to keep going on with this meta nonsense?
No, I have a lot of evidence.
Laser test, boats over the horizon. You haven't presented anything.
Have you ever heard about a person named Alfred Russel Wallace, perchance?
Yeah.
Who is
I know all about it. Do you?
I do. And who is he?
Really? What did he do?
No, I'm the first who asked. You have to ask me.
Yeah, he conducted the Bedford level.
No, who is he? Not what he did. Just tell me who he is.
He's a guy from the 1800s who took a wager, right, to retest Thomas. I forget the guy's name that did it, but Wallace redid the Bedford level test and butchered it like crazy. Yeah. Do you know about that?
Yes, I know.
Do I need to teach you? Okay, so how does that validate the Earth to be a globe?
Does it not? What do you think about it? So why does it exist?
Tell me. Explain to me how it validates a globe.
Again? I mean, for example, he repeated the test with a better controls and elaborated markers.
Really? What were the controls? What were the controls?
The better controls.
Yeah, like what?
Like fucking
I already
whatever
know the
controls.
answer
I
to
don't
all of this,
know
by the
what,
way.
like fucking
Yeah, what are the controls?
the
Did he
controls
use
of the
did he use a laser? What equipment did
no.
he use? Not what did he use?
He used methods like hidden
Like what?
heights, like atmospheric reaction, etc.,
Atmospheric
etc.
reaction?
Yeah, I mean that's how he proved what he proved.
What's
I
the
mean,
reaction? What's the atmospheric reaction? Tell
I
me
said
about that.
refractions. I said
I think you said
atmospheric refraction.
reaction. I'm
No,
pretty
no,
sure
English
you
is not
said
my first language.
atmospheric.
Don't worry about it. I said
Oh,
atmospheric
really?
refractions. Yeah, really. I live
Y-
in Bosnia. Really.
Oh, okay.
I'm
All right.
not an English
So what's
speaker, you know.
atmospheric refraction? Can you explain to me how that works at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
What
mean,
causes it?
you said I said reaction,
How did he
which is
account for
funny.
atmospheric refraction?
Oh my God, I'm not gonna give you a school
You don't even
answer. I'm
know
just
what
gonna
it
give you an
is.
example. I do. It's a light
Really?
bending.
What is it?
Yeah, it's like light
Well, what
bending as it
causes the light to
passes.
bend? What causes the light to bend? What would cause
I
it?
mean, air isn't the same everywhere, right? So, for example, if laser travels straight in a vacuum, but not necessarily through the atmosphere, air acts like
Are you
it's
trying to
like a
wing
very
it right now?
weak
Are you trying to
lens.
wing it? Are you trying to
Wing
like
what?
read off ChatGPT and like type things in and pretend that you're naturally reading it out, which nobody's falling for?
Why do you think that? This is like 8th grade of school. I mean, at least in Bosnia. I don't know. You Americans probably learned this in first
Wow,
high
you
school
think
or
I'm
something.
American?
I don't give a fuck what you are really, but you're not from here, so
Not from Bosnia. Yeah.
not from
Oh,
Bosnia.
oh
Yeah, not from
no.
Balkans.
What a loss.
No, like in Balkans, we tend to learn a lot more pretty faster than other
What?
European countries for some reason. But I'm
Oh
just saying,
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know
You sound really
which.
intelligent. They're doing a great job there in
Thank you, thank
Bosnia
you,
with
thank
the
you,
education
thank you, thank you.
system.
I even have PhD in math too.
Oh
You can.
God, that makes
I
it
mean, you
even
can
worse
test me
for
if you want.
you.
Really? Why? This has
Oh
nothing to
really?
do with
Yeah,
math. This
okay.
is specific with physics.
If the Earth is a globe with a
Uh-huh.
radius of what's the radius? You don't know, do you? 6,371 kilometers. How much
Thank you for
curvature?
using
How
kilometers.
much curvature would there be? Yeah, no problem. I'm accommodating. So how much curvature would there be over say 16 kilometers? It's like a super simple math
16
problem.
kilometers. That will be around 6,000, like about 0.2, like about 20.5 meters, 20.1 meters, something like that. Oh my God, he knows it. Oh my God, he knows it. He knows simple math.
Okay.
No way.
No, I
So how
think
about I
you're just googling things on the spot.
really and
Actually,
answer in 4 seconds? Really great. How about I ask you
yeah.
something? Really, I need Google to see the
All right.
drop is d squared
No. You're
minus
meant to be going over
2r.
the Wallace
Really?
test. You're meant to be going over the Wallace test. So
Okay.
how did he account for atmospheric refraction? That's where we're up to. Can
How
hear
did
you
he
typing.
account? Yeah, I'm typing
Yeah.
as
How
my
did he?
work, idiot. I'm at my work.
Oh yeah. What are you doing for your work while you're talking
I'm a
to me?
programmer. I'm a programmer.
All
And I'm
right.
doing a
Sure
lot of
you
stuff.
are.
I'm just texting people on Slack while am I screaming
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'm
So
talking with a flat
what did he
earther.
do to account for refraction?
What did he do? Or how did he
Yeah. What did
account?
he do? You just type it in. I know what you're doing. Just type it in and
Oh
ask
my
your
God, yeah. Do you want me to
ChatGPT or
share
whatever
screen? I can
you're
share my
using.
screen. Fine. Look, I can share my screen. Don't be a bitch.
You're not fooling anyone.
Bro, you guys think that I'm using ChatGPT because I did fucking simple math.
No,
D
no.
squared
Some AI, whatever you're
underscore
using.
2r. Wow, it's so hard that I need a fucking ChatGPT to
You're
see how
just
much
trying
is
to
D
buy yourself
squared.
time right now to try to find the
No,
answer.
I mean, look, if I answered this in 4 seconds, as you said, claiming that I use ChatGPT, I could have Googled this a long time ago, man.
How did
Long
he
time ago.
account for refraction, bud? Just a simple question. You don't know anything about any of these
Placing the
topics.
line of sight severely field above the water rather than right at surface.
Oh, really? Is
Using
that how you account for
markers.
refraction?
Yeah,
Ask
I
your
mean,
AI.
that's what he
Is
did.
raising the camera height to what height did he raise it up to?
I mean, Wallace did not directly measure atmospheric refraction, so I mean, I don't
So
know
he
why
didn't
we keep
account for refraction at all. So raising the camera height wouldn't account
directly.
for it.
I said directly. He did not do it directly, by the way. So how about I ask some questions? So why are you so faggot? Like, tell me why. Why are you such a faggot? Why?
You're
Sounds
good.
like
Sorry, man, but I got to
rejection,
post
man.
you.
Yeah, gonna have to permaban you now, bro.
It's a term of
This
service
is what's gonna
violation.
happen. Yeah, so for the terms of service violation, you're also gonna get a server-wide deafen. So you can't go into any channels anymore and listen to anything. Right, for the TOS violation. You'll be lucky if you don't get permabanned from the server. So yeah, enjoy, Mr. Bosnia. Bricked.
Man, why do they always got to go to that? They just spiral into degeneracy.
It's some kind of coping mechanism.
I like it how he said that Bosnians learn things faster.
Yeah. I'm sure he said atmospheric reaction as well.
And you Americans, DJ.
Yeah. Clearly I'm British. Clearly you're also British. Like our friend Matrix. Matrix gets accused of being British just about every day. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
He's like Australian Maxine.
even harder
You
to do.
can't get much more Australian than Matrix.
Oh, these guys are funny. What did he say? There's an article with some guy wrote with 52 reasons why the Earth is not flat. I hear him say that.
You, frolicking dirt child.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So what happened? The dude figure out you don't need a model if you have access to reality.
And then he spurged.
And he freaked out. Yeah. Imagine thinking you can only do science if you have a model. It's like, well, how'd you get the model? If you couldn't do science before you had the model, how'd you get the model in the first place? With another
the
model.
scientific model.
Yeah. The
I don't
model
think they even
itself
know what
is
a
a model.
scientific model is, anyway.
Yeah, no need to, just build a model. Well, sure, you've got the one in New York, like mini Manhattan. No, that don't count. Okay, what model do you got? Copernicus? Huh. Think that's legit? It's quite interesting too, because we're talking to I don't remember his name now, about how emotionally charged some of these anti-flat earthers are. And just like clockwork,
it's weird, yeah.
one comes in just like that. Oh, you stupid! You flat earthers!
Yeah, and then they have to make up lies just to kind of make them more credible. Like, I'm a pilot.
I've been to space.
Yeah, or mom or dad or some uncle or aunt was an engineer or some shit with NASA.
Yeah, worked at NASA. Yeah.
Yep.
My grandfather worked at NASA.
The whole we thing. Remember, he went into the we right away too.
We all the way to the moon.
We went to the moon. We've been to space.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
We've measured the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. You don't hear them say that one much, do you? If ever. Well, we measured the curvature of the Earth with satellites. How those things up there in the first place? You just put them up there and hope they stayed up there? You need to know how big it was before you put them up there.
Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Mass hypnosis.
Hey, DJ, are you there?
Yo.
Hey, I went and clipped it where he said atmospheric reaction.
Oh, you did. That's hilarious.
And I tagged him.
What did he say? Atmospheric what?
He said at the Bedford level experiment, they accounted for atmospheric reaction.
Atmospheric reaction.
That's what he said. He said there was a reaction in the atmosphere.
Then he lied and said that he didn't say reaction.
Yeah, I included that in there too.
Nice catch.
Use methods like hidden
Like what?
heights, like atmospheric reaction, like atmospheric reaction, atmospheric reaction.
That's really good.
Hold on, I gotta undeafen him for a second so we can hear it.
Bit smarter in Bosnia,
Like
though,
what?
aren't they?
Like atmospheric reaction, like atmospheric reaction. Use methods like hidden
Like what?
heights, like atmospheric reaction, etc.
Atmospheric reaction?
Yeah, I mean,
All right, back on Deafen Alex.
Was he sitting in here, like, trying to work out why his Discord not working? Or...
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Because he can't hear.
Good for us. It's Glober bait. They like a big herd.
They also like atmospheric reaction.
Hey Alex, you're undeafened and unmuted, my friend. Did you say atmospheric reaction?
like atmospheric reaction.
Proves he was reading it.
Reading it poorly. Him reading it poorly proves he was reading it.
Yeah, slightly dyslexic.
Yeah. All right, back on your punishment for breaching TOS, Mr. Alex.
You DJ.
Nice clip, Sheepdog. Good stuff.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go back and do a quick clip.
You better watch out, Clipcord. Keep dogs on your tail.
No, Clipcord. Clipcord's the king. Clipcord Imagine, man.
I identify as a woman, by the way.
Clip that. Clip it. Oh, that is clipped. Where is Radwin?
I think he's been causing a menace on TikTok, I think.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
That would be funny.
You know, sometimes I'll listen to some random debunking flat Earth stream or something on TikTok, and bam, all of a
Yeah.
sudden Professor Triangle's in there, just like making them all go freaking insane.
He's one of my favourites. Such a sarcastic prick, you know.
Like you get off on like being right, don't you, or knowing more than people? Yeah, I do. You're right.
Yeah. What do you got left, DJ? 3 days? 4 days?
Oh no, like 13 days, I think. But it'll feel like it goes in 3 days.
I'd be packed already. I'd have my bags at the door.
Yeah, actually, I should do that. I should
Then I'd be
encourage my
double
wife
checking
to
them,
pack. She starts packing
unpacking
today,
them,
then.
be unpacking them, looking for things that I thought I packed. Then I'd be worried that I didn't pack something. I'd repack it again. I'm the worst traveller. My missus hates me at the airport. Got freaking out.
Oh, I hate airports. So many times things have gone wrong. And then you end up running around like a madman trying to like get to gates and gotta be
Yeah.
some idiot staff member that's just screwing you over for no reason.
Yeah, come on, we need to get to the gate. Shoot, the plane's leaving in fucking 2 hours. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to miss it.
Yep. I'd rather get there 4 hours early and sit there for 4 hours
Yeah.
rather than stressing out.
Have you got our tickets and things like that?
I'll check.
Yeah, they're on my phone. They're on my phone. What? Print them out.
Yeah, sometimes you have to print them
Print
out.
them out. I need a hard copy to put in my bum bag.
Every 5 seconds, I'm checking for my passport, and thinking I lost it.
Always. They always laugh at me, and my family laughs at me because I have this travel bum bag.
Yep. Me too.
Yeah.
It's essential.
But then they all give me the passports. As I see.
Oh, if they gave me their passports, I'd be like, "Oh, you're all my slaves now. You're not getting your passports back. Bow to me."
Yeah, I don't need coerced control, sheepdog. No, I'm joking. I'd be lost at the airport without my missus, mate. I've only just put my bank card up. I've only just put my bank card on my phone.
Dude, I just did that recently. It's could have been doing it all this time.
I got one card on my phone, but it's not my bank card.
I just started putting them all on there now. All the ones I need for construction and stuff like that too. digital copies. No one else has got them.
But yeah, it's the other way with me. Like my wife wants me to be in charge of like everything everywhere we go. But I wouldn't have fun without my wife. So hey, you know what? Like she's my life support. Whenever I'm like trying to figure things out, all I gotta do is look at her and hold her hand, and off we go.
I let her organise everything, mate.
I wish I could do that, man.
Bills? What? What gas bill?
Exactly. No, her idea of paying the bills is giving me the password to her account.
And I deal with any of that. I deal with the business, and that's it. And dinner. I like cooking.
I don't mind cooking, but I always cook the same things, and everybody's like, "Oh, you always cook the same things." I'm like, "But it's good for you."
Actually, the more I think about it, she's a motivation to get me to the gym as well. Because I get home from work and I go, I'm tired. She goes, come on, go to the gym. Before you sit down, let's go to the gym.
It's different for me. I look at how beautiful my wife is. I'm like, shit, I need to get in the gym. I'm like, look at the curves on her. I need to go work out.
Yeah, I can imagine you in that hip thrust machine, mate. Getting those glutes working. All right. Seems like we've got a lot of people in here. Let's
I'm
Oliveira.
curious though. What was the toss violation? Did he drop the N word? Because that's typically what people from his region do.
No. It was the F1 that ends with a T.
Oh yeah, that's the other
like
one.
an English cigarette, you know those ones.
Yeah. That's crazy. I can't beat you,
Which is
so I'm gonna
funny
get your
because we
server
used to
taken down.
use those words. We used to use those words with friends, you know, like you always call your mate the F word. Still do actually.
You what?
Can't do it online, right?
Did y'all hear about the guy that passed away recently? Like a couple of days ago. He died under mysterious circumstances. I forget his name. Hold on. Joe Fells. Y'all ever hear of him?
No, who's that?
So he developed a passion for hunting down old books and scanning them into the computer so that way they could be digitally archived.
What did he discover?
He must have archived the wrong book.
I think he had found some books on free energy.
Uh-oh.
That was his new find. Give me a second. I'll go tell you explicitly some of the things that he had recently uncovered that he was scanning. Give me a minute.
To use methods like hidden
Like what?
heights, like atmospheric reaction.
Is that one of the secret books?
So it said that one of the things that he was working on was more apocryphal books, like Bibles from the 1800s, 1700s, things like that, because everybody had their own personal Bibles. Right? Speculation. And it was that, and then there was some books on stones that had energy in them or something like that. Like those are some of the things that he was releasing, and he died like 72 hours before the actual release of them. I don't know how that works out, but supposedly that's what happened. He was perfectly fine and healthy, and then one day fell ill.
Damn.
In the future, entertainment will be randomly generated.
Randomly generated?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Welcome, Silu.
Hey,
How you going?
fine, thank you.
Good. You believe you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I don't know. Like,
You
there's an
you
event
don't
going.
know.
I mean, whether we are or not, that's. I don't think I'm interested in that. And since there was an event going on, like, I just wanted to listen to you guys. Your arguments and stuff.
Oh, okay. So, do you know much about why they tell you you live on a globe?
I mean, I think there are some scientific experiments, I think. And I mean, we see the Earth from space, I guess. So yeah.
Oh, so photos, images.
Yeah. But as I said, I'm not like I don't really mind whether or not it's flat or round or square or triangle. But I'm interested in your arguments.
Okay. So if you can measure a surface, right? So water, I would say water is supposed to be curving, right? You agree with that?
If I measure space.
Yeah, like well, they say 72% of the Earth that we know, like as a globe, would be water. So if you can measure water at rest, do not have a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, then that would tell you that you're not on a globe that they tell you you're on. Would that be a fair assumption?
Okay, but I don't understand why they would lie about it. Like, what's the point?
Well, that would be an emotional argument. We could look at the facts. They tell you the Earth is 3,959 mile radius. So from that number, you can get a drop rate, like a curvature rate. So water would be curving to the shape of the sphere due to gravity, right? So over a 10-mile distance over a lake, there would be 66 feet of curvature, right? This is just from the maths that they give us.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, what we can do is we can shoot a laser out over water. We can use a laser as a straight edge, right? So from that straight edge, if you were on the other side of a lake that was 10 miles away, then that laser should be 66 feet in the air. because the Earth is curving underneath the laser, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in every observation that's been done with lasers, the laser ends up on the other side of the water, approximately the same height that it left at. Which would say the surface of water is flat, or the Earth is a sphere and the laser is curving perfectly with the sphere of the Earth. Two options, right?
Yeah.
Now, the observation that we see is every day we see the Earth as a flat surface. You'd agree with that?
Yeah. But
Yeah. We
like,
use the Earth as a flat surface. So the laser says to us, the laser confirms our observations. So on the other side, you'd have to say, okay, well, we see the Earth as flat. We use the Earth as a flat surface. But the laser is curving the shape of the sphere. So, but the laser shows us that there's no deviation from horizontal. So that doesn't support a sphere at all through observation and through testing.
okay. So
Yeah.
that's why you believe it's flat. Like, okay.
Interesting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, yeah.
Now, if you were to go, okay, well, I have photos from space that show me that the Earth is curving. And if the Earth is curving, then you should be able to measure it on the surface. Because, like, there's no way to validate the pictures, right? You don't know where those pictures came from, if they're real pictures. Even if they claim they are real pictures, then does it represent the place that we're standing on? And the answer is no.
Okay, I see.
That's interesting too, right?
Yeah, but let's say that, a person from, I mean, people who believe the Earth is flat, is sent to space and sees that the Earth is round. How would that change your life? I mean, does it really matter if it's, flat or round, or how does it
Yeah, well,
affect your life?
oh, truth, right? Truth affects every part of your life. If you believe something that's not true, then you're not living in reality, right? So that would affect your life in some way, whether you realize it or not. But that would affect the way you think. That would affect the way you think, and it would also affect other things that they tell you as well. So if you believe that you live on a ball without any evidence, the only evidence is they showed you some pictures, then they can pretty much tell you anything they want. And you just kind of believe it because they're the authority, right?
Yeah, I get it. But also,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have the scientific background, right? But just from like observation, everything around us is round, like all the planets, the moon, like everything. And you can see it with your eyes with a telescope, right? So why would everything around us be round and not our planet? Why would we be like the only exception?
Well, Earth is not those things in the sky. Well, you'd have to say, okay, what similarities does the Earth have with those planets? And you'd have to say, okay, well, the planets are spheres, so the Earth must be a sphere. So the similarity is a sphere, right? But when you measure it to be a sphere, it's not a sphere. So it can't be those things if we agree that those things are spheres in the sky. It can't be the same as those things in the sky because it doesn't measure that way.
I don't think I really get your argument.
Okay, so if you're in a forest, right, you look around and you see trees, would that make you a tree?
No, but
Yeah.
like I would expect to find, something resembling me. If, I don't know, I was
Yeah, because you can look at yourself, you can measure yourself, you can see what you look like, so you can compare it, right? But the only comparison they give you is a photo from space, which is a sphere. So you automatically think, okay, well, if I see these things in the sky and they look like spheres, then I must be on a sphere because they showed me that I'm on a sphere.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's not really conclusive. It's not conclusive.
Yeah, I guess you can say that, but I would expect at least like one special object to be as flat as the Earth, just at least one. Because, I mean, there are millions in the sky.
Okay,
right?
yeah. Well, that would be the other thing that we don't believe that we live in the vacuum of space. We don't believe like it's a flat disk or something like that. My opinion is that the Earth is the only thing that exists, right? It's the only thing you'll ever experience.
Oh, so you don't believe in like in the universe, the Milky Way, like stars?
Yeah,
other
not as they
galaxies?
tell us. Yeah, not as they tell us. Yeah, because that would mean that because we have gas pressure, right? That would mean that there would be gas pressure next to a vacuum, which the gas laws don't allow. Right? You have high pressure to low pressure always. So if you have a high pressure, your pressure of the Earth, air pressure, then it would be sucked up and equalized into the vacuum, right? The Earth would not exist because it's not a closed system. They claim it's not a closed system. The gas would just fuck off, right? Into the vacuum of space. Life would not exist.
Can I ask you something, Silu?
Yeah, sure.
What in the sky looks anything like Earth? Like, show me a planet in the sky that has trees, water, birds, life, anything.
Yeah, you're right. There's nothing like our planet, but I'm not talking about what's on the
What is
planet.
special?
Yeah, but like since we're just talking about the shape of it, right? So, yeah.
Right. We're so special that we look nothing like the things up in the sky. That's how special we are.
Yeah, okay.
You don't think you're special?
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, we have very limited means, and maybe that's why we haven't found anything like us. But, according to scientists, with, all the planets that exists in the universe, there must be something resembling us. But, I mean, once again, I don't have the scientific background, so, I mean...
Yeah, you don't really need it, though. You don't need, like, there's no science that experiments with shapes, right? What scientist studies the shape of the Earth? Is there one?
What? Can you repeat? I was reading side
What?
charts.
What? Oh yeah, you'll get distracted in there. Like what scientist? Like you say, scientists have done this. Like what scientist? Studies the shape of the Earth.
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. I think, since it has been, at least from what I understand, proven, from such a long time ago, and like they don't bother, like maybe studying it. I don't know. But,
Yeah. No one looks into it, right? Because we've been told that the Earth is a sphere, and scientists proved it. So no one actually takes the time to go and have a look and find out why they believe the Earth is a sphere and what evidence they were given. Because like at school, they just say, "Oh, this is the solar system, right? And this is where you live. You're the Earth. It sits in this position in the orbit around the sun," and they never give you any actual evidence. They just keep repeating it, and then you kind of glaze past it at school. You don't learn anything about it. Maybe later on in physics, like gravity comes up and stuff like that, but no real kind of hard evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Just a repetition. Earth is a sphere. Earth is a sphere. Earth is a sphere. We orbit around the sun. We orbit around the sun. All the other planets orbit around the sun. We are like the other planets, but there's no hard evidence for it. Like for example, I'll ask you, like, what evidence did they give you that you live on a sphere?
We were all given the same story. We studied for a test. We had to memorize something, and then we were given a multiple choice test at the end of the week. And if you didn't put the right answer in, you failed. That was the evidence.
Living flat. Because that's the you're on Earth. Because if it's a ball, then it's curving. If it's not curving, not a ball. Pretty simple. And if it's not curving, then the surface is flat. And all the things in the sky just do what they do over a flat surface. You still with us, Silu?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So it's just, if you go away from this chat, I'm thinking, yeah, flat earthers are crazy. It's just an empirical measurement that well, actually, a scientist did some of the main ones that we use, right, is a PhD in photospectrometry, I think. Like, so he went out. He believed in the globe. He went out to prove it, right? So he went out with lasers and tried to measure the curvature of the Earth, and came up blank. Like, why can't I measure the surface of the Earth to be curved? And then he started looking at atmospheric conditions and things like that, and using lasers, and he actually became a flat earther, or someone who believes that the Earth is flat, right? Someone who believes that the surface is flat, because there's a lot of connotations that come with that word, flat earther. Right?
Mm.
You would
I
agree,
see.
right? Well, you would think, oh, okay, flat earther. Who believes the Earth's flat? That's fucking crazy. They must be stupid, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but
Yeah, but you sound like you're nice. So a lot of other people come in very emotional and start insulting us, saying you guys are retards and things like that before they've even heard anything that we've got to say.
yeah.
So thank you for listening.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't really understand the animosity in the chat, to be honest.
Oh, where's that? I'm not even looking at it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
What,
fine. Don't worry.
towards you, or it's
I
just
mean,
conversations
it's
between people?
yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm just curious I was curious to hear what you had to say about it. And I mean, I don't think you're crazy, but I would be interested. I mean, I wish we had the opportunity, you or I, to, for example, I don't know, get in a spacecraft, and just see with our own eyes.
Yeah.
Because in both cases the experiments were done by other people, right? And I mean, I would like to see it with my own eyes, to be honest.
What do you think that would do?
What?
What would that do for you? You see it. You see it. Then what happens?
Well, then I will be sure, right?
Yeah, and then what happens?
Then
Nothing?
I know.
Yeah, then, I know what I'm saying. Then what do you do with it? What happens next?
Yeah, exactly. But that was one of my first questions.
I'm feeling so disappointed.
Okay, so you see it. Okay, so you see it. Then what?
Yeah, but as I said, that was one of my first questions that I asked. That whether it's flat or round, how is it going to affect you in your reality? Because we are too small to even notice if it's flat, round, square.
Oh, that's not true.
Triangle.
What do you call something that has no conclusion? What's that called? Is that called vacuous?
So do you mean that seeing something isn't enough to be sure?
No, if you see it, it should have an effect. So you see the Earth from space. What happens now? What happens after that?
Then I know, and that's
okay.
it.
I get it. Now you know, and then what happens?
That's it. I mean,
that's it. So, because that's what I'm saying, completely vacuous. It doesn't mean anything one way or the other. If you see it or if you don't see it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't affect anything. It's the exact same set of conditions before and after. Because we were promised quite the opposite. When those astronauts went to space and said they saw the Earth, they're like, damn, I got something to tell you. This is a giant leap forward for mankind. It's going to change everything. a new age, a space age. We're going to invent a new age of humanity. You had like the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Age of Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, the Age of Flight, and then the Space Age. But it was replaced by the Information Age. That's hallmarked by disinformation. So where is this Space Age? If you saw it, how many people would have to see it for a Space Age to happen? It looks like it wouldn't matter. You could take every single person up to space. Well, Edgar Mitchell said it best. He'd want to take the politicians first because they're the ones who are making it hell on earth. They're the ones doing all this dumb shit. So he says, look at the earth, you son of a bitch. It's a direct quote. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. So if people look at it and it doesn't do anything, it doesn't change anything, it doesn't modify human behavior, nothing happens at all. It's like it didn't happen then. It really was meaningless, completely pointless, total vacuous statement. The earth being a globe, nothing. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't change anything. Doesn't vary anything. Nothing happens. That should be pretty telling. That's
I
supposedly
would say it makes things worse.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. That's Carl Sagan said it was quite ironic that things got worse when they were supposed to get better.
Correct.
It's also interesting that the claim is only around 24 people have been high enough to actually see what they say the curvature of the Earth, right? So the whole world's like basis of where we live is based on the testimony of 24 people. Because you can't see it from the ISS. It's not high enough. It's only 250 miles. They say, people who apparently go up there, I don't believe they go up there, but they say that the Earth looks flat from up there. Because you can only see 2.6% of the Earth from that height. Claimed limits of the Earth. It's an interesting fact. Where are these people that were on Artemis? They just disappeared.
Yeah, we should be holding parades for them like every day.
Yeah. And they'd be going around colleges and high schools and doing interviews and things like that. I haven't heard anything. Except that retarded interview that when that lady came back, she stuffed up her interview.
Ray gun? You're talking about ray gun?
And ray gun. Is that her name, is it?
Yeah, the Canadian astronaut on that mission, Artemis mission's already resigned from the space agency. The height of his career, he resigned.
Ray gun was the Australian breakdancing.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Phenomena. Amazing breakdance. So, well,
she did the kangaroo dance.
The best of the best. Australian hero.
Yeah, she tried to catch in. Yeah, afterwards she went crazy. Tried to really cash in on her 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
Yeah, breakdancing. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say she had to go into hiding. The whole country was giving her shit because what happened was her husband, when he found out that breakdancing was going to be in the Olympics, he started an organisation called the Australian Breakdancing Foundation. And then, because she was a dancer, she wasn't a breakdancer, they said, this is our ticket to the Olympics. Right? And he got funding from everywhere, and he said, we're going to get the best breakdancers from Australia. And he ended up picking his wife, and they got a free trip to the Olympics. And
Shocking.
the story. And then they started doing parodies about her here, like in comedy shows and stuff like that. And she tried to sue everyone, and I don't know where she's gone. She's gone into hiding. Just like the Artemis astronauts. Where are they?
You know, one of the things that I find amazing, everybody wants a God's eye view of Earth so they can say, oh, that's what it looks like.
I think we will never get that, sadly. And it's funny what Timbo was saying.
Have a great day.
I think it's the Challenger. Was not the Challenger that exploded? And then they found the people.
Columbia. Yeah, Columbia exploded.
Was it Columbia? Yeah,
Well,
and then
both
they.
of them.
Challenger did the launch. Columbia crashed, fell apart on landing.
And they found the people, and their explanation was that they had siblings.
Twins.
Twins, yes.
They
twins,
all had
siblings.
twins. Well,
Funny how
some
that
of
is,
them
right?
had twins, yeah.
Yeah.
One guy started a company, and the logo was this. Was it a cow with the trail behind it that the Columbia made?
It just doesn't add up. Something is terribly wrong. It just doesn't add up. I don't know. And they've been
Well,
lying.
that's not the only incident with NASA and twins. There's a current ISS crew. I don't know how current, pretty recent, and they both were they were twins that were astronauts. So apparently NASA likes their astronauts to be twins. One more reason why you'll never be an astronaut.
Well, why would you want to be a fake thing and be an actor?
Well, people have this idea that you can just become an astronaut and you can go up into space and you can find out for yourself. When that's far from the truth. It's a selection process, not I went to school to become an astronaut and got my bachelor's degree in astronautism.
But that's a sad thing, though. You know, when we are a kid, we have this naive thinking that the world is good and we can do and be anything we want to, and then reality hits and you find out how cruel and cold the reality and the world is. And that's just sad. That's really sad. When every person finds that out, it just hits you like a train.
That's part of the reason why these globalists act the way they do. They got this fantasy. I mean, sorry to sound crude here, but they want to make out with green alien chick. It's like some sort of perverted sexual fantasy they have. So they'll come in here. They can't get along with any Earth woman. You know, these are like weirdos living in their parents' basement. So they think like when you say the Earth is flat, what they actually hear is you trying to take away their dream of like green alien chick. And they freak out.
There was that movie Awakening that came out recently. That was really shitty. They want to do a psyop alien invasion reveal type of thing for mass control purposes. I think that's what it is.
That's aside from the point. That's all speculation, right?
Yes. I agree. As of now, it is, yes. I don't know why more
Like
people
on
are
my
not
X
going.
channel, I have this group chat that I created, and basically it's called breaking news. And so the goal of that is to share everything on the news that doesn't make front page, but the news has to report it. And
Yeah.
so it's just amazing to see what they say in the news, and then like 6 months later, they're trying to cover it up.
Yeah. Yeah. One funny thing was the cloud seeding. They wanted to gaslight everyone and saying that it's conspiracies. And they literally admitted that in Congress, that it's a real thing. They're spraying chemicals in the sky, and it will rain down on us. And what effects it has on your health, I don't know. No one knows.
They
For a
put the
fact.
chemicals in the water.
Yeah, they put the
Turn-
That's literally dumbing you down. The chemicals in the water is dumbing us down.
No, I mean they put the chemicals in the water that turn the frogs gay.
Yeah. I mean, Alex Jones was saying that 20 years ago. And people didn't believe him. It's funny, isn't it? It literally turns frogs gay. Like you become gay. Your genitalia, everything is just gone. It becomes gay.
Hello.
Oh, hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Bruno.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, okay. I good too. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, let us know if you have any questions about the room topic.
You think some people just come in here to practice saying hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
Tell me your secrets.
What do you mean?
Hello?
What do you mean, Timbo?
Well, get people all the time, right? They just come in, say hello, and then don't say anything.
I think we get more people that just come in and interrupt themselves immediately than anything else. Walk into a room. Hello, guys. Hello. How are you? Pay attention to me. Hello. Hello. Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
All right, what's going on in here?
Hello?
Hello.
Good. Okay. Some signs of life.
Some signs.
Yo, hey everybody.
Hey, what
welcome.
doing?
Everything is good. So, what do you think about the globe?
Not much. Don't really spend much time thinking about it at all.
Yeah, I have no personal feelings towards it. You know, it's just a mathematical object.
Mhm. So, you like the concept of globe?
Sorry?
You like the concept of a globe?
I mean,
Lacked the
I don't
concept?
like it. I don't hate it. It's just a mathematical object.
Hmm.
Do you think he lacked the concept?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, lack or like?
Yeah, good question. I know when they test for it, nobody can find it. Nobody can find that curvature.
Mhm. Mhm. A football ball is a kind of a globe.
Sorry, a football can be a type of globe?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Is a football flat? I'll play along. Is a football flat?
What did you say?
Football. It's oval, but is it flat?
No, football is flat.
The earth is flat? Did he skip out on me?
Hmm?
I don't know if he was ever here in the first place.
It's like that movie Pump Up the Volume, Yoder. Hello? Are you out there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Is my volume sucky? Mic check.
No, you're fine, man.
Okay,
I,
yeah, you're
I
good
was
too.
I was quoting that movie Pump Up the Volume. Remember that movie?
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
That was a good movie, by the way, if anybody wants to see a good movie.
So, what makes Earth a globe?
They say gravity makes Earth a globe. Do you believe that?
No.
Yeah, I don't either, because we went out to test it. We couldn't find any curvature. So we know gravity doesn't pull things into balls, so that's all you need.
Do you believe in gravity?
Depends what you mean by it. I mean, if we want to call together that gravity is what happens and I drop a pencil, then fine, yeah. I mean, I don't have to believe that that happened.
Mm-hmm. But gravity sounds cool, eh?
Yeah, it's cool. It's like the Force from Star Wars.
Yeah. All I know about gravity is the gravity of a gear. It's like pulling you towards
Yeah, gravity has so many different meanings. It's got different masks for different occasions. It's got a constant number associated with it in physics, which people reify into a force in reality.
Mhm.
And it's also considered to be not a force and rather just a warping feature of Minkowski spacetime or something. Pretty crazy. Gravity's whatever
Mhm.
anybody needs to be the god of the gaps. Have you heard that phrase before? The god of the gaps?
The out of the gap.
Yeah, the god of the gaps. Basically, it means for the audience listening, if you don't know how something works, you just say, well, God did it. It's a miracle. And that fills in
Yeah,
the gap.
yes, it's like the cake constant. Like when you something appropriate to something, they instead of putting that kind of appropriate sign, and they put equal and cake constant, right?
I
You
think
don't know math?
dark matter and dark energy provide the biggest example of a god of a gap. But gravity's
Mhm.
up there and gravity's actually related to all of this, which is crazy. So,
Mhm.
we're not here to worship at this ivory tower, at this altar of unchallenged assumptions in the world. We're here as a community directly challenging these assumptions. We're
Mhm.
fighting against mathematical reification, and
Mhm.
we are supporting the side of empirical observation.
Mhm. But I have a
Yep, no
question
sacred
for
cows.
you.
What's your question?
Yeah, if Earth is really flat, why we don't fall off?
Maybe there is no edge to fall off of, right? What if this is the universe? You've got a floor that you walk on called the earth. You've got a ceiling that you look at called the sky, called the celestial void, the abyss. And when you stare upwards, you are staring into that abyss above your head, above everybody's head. That abyss is above everybody's head on earth at the same time.
Damn, Bruce, you're smart.
Mainstream beliefs have given us this sacred dogma, which you can totally wrap up in one mathematical construct called the WGS 84 geoid, or rather reference ellipsoid.
Mhm.
The WGS 84 ellipsoid is a construct, and people tell us with absolute unwavering finger wagging authority that the
Uh-huh.
surface of every single body of water on Earth is curved as a result of gravity.
Yeah, that's true.
And they tell us, right? They tell us how big this ball of water with land on it is. They tell us how big it is. And
Yeah.
from that dimension, we know that if this is true, then the surface curves at a specific rate of drop over distance. Okay?
Mhm.
That drop is 8 inches for every mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared is the drop over distance formula for the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. And people ask us all the time about our beliefs, as if science is a belief system. They ask us for our beliefs, they share their beliefs and tell us that they believe in science. But there's nothing to believe about in science. Science is about testing beliefs to see if they're true. Science is about being skeptical of people's beliefs. So science is not a belief system. Science is really a relentless, aggressive pursuit of knowledge, of facts, of information, of cause and effect relationships happening in the natural world through direct observation, measurement, and manipulation of presumed causes of the effects that we observe. Right? So if you're a scientist and you come up with a theory at the end of this, and your theory can't withstand some physical head-on boop collision with reality, like a laser test, one of many that we have to share with you,
Yeah.
Then that so-called theory goes into the
Wait a minute.
garbage
Wait a
pit.
minute.
You can just
How,
set it
how,
on
how do you
fire and
know?
take a shit on it.
Wait a minute. How do you know about that? How do you know he showed me the laser test?
You want to see a laser test?
I mean, like, did you say that you showed me the laser test?
Well, I'm saying you guys, like, yeah, we've shown you all. I'm speaking to the audience, you included.
Ah, I got it.
We've got 10 years of history. Yes, we've been around as a community for 10 years.
Yeah,
Doing tests,
yeah, that's true.
doing even experiments, and sharing our observations and results with the world.
Yeah.
So we are testing that mathematical construct of the globe, the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. You know, and some people in our community have gone and published their work online. In December 2017, like this is going back a ways. December of 2017, there was a small group of field engineers. Okay.
Yeah.
At some point, you're like, we've had enough of these fairy tales. We're going to go examine the truth of the matter. Do we live on a ball or is the earth flat? So this group got together. They formed themselves. They're called FE Corps. They don't exist today. They've been disbanded. Field Engineers Corps, and that doesn't mean flat earth. So FE Corps was a nonprofit, no government grants even, no university, tweed jacket, square glasses, ivory tower liberal handlers telling them what to do over the brim of their
But
stupid glasses.
why not China promote them or Russia?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm promoting them. Okay, so there are three guys, Steve, Zach, and Mike, and they knew each other online. They looked at each other's research and said, "We got to take this stuff to the field." And you know what they did? I'll tell you what they did. They built some weapons. I mean that kind of jokingly. They built some precise weapons for the field when they went out to test the earth. One of them, my friend, was called the Salad, SALAD, the super accurate laser aiming device. The Salad. Yeah, they built this thing, and it cost them like $23,000 or something, $30,000, whatever. They spent like 1,000 hours building this, and what it is it's a GPS assisted aiming device that is able to achieve a tilt accuracy of like 50 millionths of a degree and horizontal accuracy of like 30 or something millionths of a degree. Like we're talking some crazy accuracy here. Like less than a thousandth thickness of a human hair of aiming and tilting accuracy. It's magnificent, right? They needed this so that they could put lasers on it and shoot them across the earth.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the FE4. They built the Salad in order to shoot straight physical lines of coherent blue and green and red beams across the water, and then let the geometry of the earth defend itself. That's what they were doing, my friend. So they took their Salad all over the world. At one point, they went to a place called Lake Balaton in Hungary. Balaton. I don't know. I think it's Balaton. Balaton. Okay, so they went there in 2018 and decided to use the frozen ice lake, as a stable platform to measure the equipotential of gravity. If you mentioned gravity, if gravity is an equipotential, it creates and forms balls in space, then we can test for that by measuring for the presence of curvature. So they went there. They took the Salad, they took their lasers. I mean, we're talking an air temperature of like 3 degrees Celsius and wind chill down to like minus 25. Like it was hell. One of the guys named Mike on the team had like pneumonia. And then at some point, the extreme temperature differential had like cracked a crystal right in front of the laser diode. And so the beam that they were shooting was like all like distorted. And they didn't have their automated GPS targeting software running yet either. And here they had tried to aim this damaged laser across like 12 kilometers and it's pitch black, sub-zero, freaking frozen hell. It's like if you're at a bar, you're drunk as crap and you're playing darts and you're blindfolded. And by the way, the bar is on a moving dump truck. So those are the conditions they had, right? And all they had to do was to shoot their laser and aim it at a target. And you know what? They freaking did it anyway. Like, and it took them 7 nights, and they had two clear shots, 2 clear windows of data.
All right.
And they
What's the
totally
state again?
blasted a hole through the mainstream globe, the WGS 84. Sorry, what's that? What's your question?
Was the length between the two, between the shot and the final
Yeah,
position
they were
to
at Lake Balaton, Hungary, 12 kilometers. The height, they set up a blue
Damn, bro.
laser. A blue laser 1.5 meters off the water, and they shined it across the frozen hellish lake, and they hit the target, which was 1.6 meters above the water. So they were shining it horizontally, and it was the same temperature from A to B, and they hit the freaking target.
Damn.
Now, if there's curvature, there should be 4.5 meters of drop. Like that's it for Americans out there in freedom units. That's like 15 freaking feet of freaking curved water standing in the way. But nope, there it was. They totally hit the target. Right. So people are like, oh, but it's refraction. The atmosphere must have bent the light over water, right? People say that all the time. They come in here, they say gravity causes air density gradient curvature, and then refraction causes beams of light shining through that air density gradient curvature to bend around and around and around, loop-de-loop like circles all the day long. But guess what? The air and water temperatures were nearly identical, meaning the air was very stable, incredibly stable. And in fact, FE Core didn't just guess. They actually tested their refraction theory. They used a solid aiming device to pitch the laser up and down, up and down, up and down, right? This is how you get a differential to test for how much the air is supposedly like distorting the light beam. So they started pitching up and down. You can also do this side to side horizontally. All right. So they use a transit methodology. In this case, they went vertically and pitched the laser up and down. If the air were acting like some magical mystery lens that bent the light over a globe curve of the Earth, then this vertical movement at the source would have behaved like totally erratically as seen by the target. But instead, the beam at the target, they moved up and down by the exact predicted linear increments. So that's how they were testing for refraction, right? So they may not have had all of these sensors, right, scattered between point A and point B across Lake Balaton. They may not have had that. They may not have had, like 2 or 3 meters worth of sensors and elevation going up. But they're able to account for their lack of number of sensing devices by using this pitch method, by going up and down and up and down. And it went up and down and up and down exactly as predicted on a flat Earth. So not only were they able to hit the target through a medium that did not exhibit any observably measured gradient index changes of optical density, but they did us an extra solid. And at Lake Balaton, they started wobbling the laser up and down to test for the angles of propagation against the angles of reception. And they were mathematically precise down to what you would need for a flat Earth. And yes, this is on the internet. People published that. That was one of their two tests out of the 7.
So wait a minute. If the government don't promote this kind of work, how they got the paper published?
Yeah, the government promotes this as the longest laser test in history. They actually got certification from the Hungarian government. So next they moved their equipment from Hungary to the Netherlands, also called Holland, the land of the Flying Dutchman. So after they moved from Lake Balaton, Hungary, they went to Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. Isomere. Mere means sea. Mere, like Meer in German or English or Spanish, and like Mar, Meer. So they were at Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. I love words. But anyway, they also brought their salad. They brought their salad. They took their laser, and they set it up in like April or something the next. So that was like February. Yeah, that's February 2018. And then in April 2018, they went to the Netherlands with their equipment. And this is an even better observation because they, on one of their first measurements in early April, they went to a restaurant balcony. They set up their site on this restaurant balcony about 2.8 meters above the water, 2.85 meters, something like that. And the measurement was over 21.6 kilometers at Lake IJsselmeer. So they had a camera placed at 1.2 meters above the water, which means under WGS 84, the hidden height of the target would be 18.18 meters.
Mhm.
So for my American friends in freedom units, that's 60 feet of water that should have blocked the beam. But they saw the beam, and they didn't just see the beam. They saw the beam's beautiful, vibrant, Trump-like coherent reflection shining directly off the surface of the water too, right? So they're not only looking at the centroid of the beam and the camera, but they see the reflection off the surface of the water. If that surface is curving, then the curve on the near side should not be reflecting the image on the far side, because a law of incidence equals the law of reflection, right? But in this case, over a curving surface, you don't have any evidence of a curve. You have these perfect incident reflection angles, and this was captured on the camera. So it's like refraction and reflection happening jointly together. Globers, like, do you understand the physics of what's going on here? You can't get a reflection off the surface of a body of water from a beam that is mathematically supposed to be flying 60 feet above a bolt of water and curving over it. The law of reflection on the near side destroys the refraction argument on the far side. We can see that transit across the water. Then what are we supposed to accept here? Like, like most of that hidden height was visible. Like if you're to look at what was visible versus what wasn't, it was 93% visible. So what is like the Earth like only 7% the size of what you thought it was? I mean, get out of here. The globe is only 7% of it. No, screw that. So they also went out for another observation. So that was the first observation, which was 21 kilometers. They also shot another one that was like 28 to 29 kilometers. Okay. So they panned it to a different target. So that means that they moved horizontally, boom, to hit a second target. The second target was only set at 85 centimeters above the water. Under WGS 84. Sorry, I'm on a blast right now. What's your question?
How do you know all this kind of stuff?
They've presented us a video, and some of the people in our community know those people. In fact, some of these people used to be in our community when they were active. They were members of 24/7. So some people here know who these people are, and if they were here, they could tell you about this themselves. I don't know if we have any enterprising fans in the chat who could send some documents about FE Core's test. I'm speaking now on Lake IJsselmeer. So they hit one target at 21 they hit one target the first day at 21 kilometers. The second day they hit another target at 28 kilometers in a different direction from the same place. The target only 85 centimeters above the water, when there should be 40 meters of drop. That's 130 feet of freedom units. So that means like not only was 93% of the calculated height fully visible before, but now it's like 98% and the predicted curvature is gone. So like if you want to say Earth is still a globe, and it's a really big flat one, like it doesn't have a radius of almost 4,000 miles. It's now got a radius of like millions of miles, which may as well be flat. And it's not over yet. So target number 3 didn't work out, but they did hit the ultimate distance, target 4. Target 4 is what we talk about a lot. Target 4 was 40 kilometers away, 25 miles freedom unit. And at that distance, the globe demands a hidden height of 90 meters. That's about 300 feet. And 91 meters, that's about 300 feet of curved water. That's a skyscraper of water that they shot with a laser. The laser was 1.5 ground, and it hit the target 1.5 meters off the ground. And they recorded that direct source. So this was not just an isolated event, right? I mean, we love to talk about the 25 mile, the 40 kilometer transit of Lake Isomere, but that was the third of 3 targets that were hit over multiple days from that location. Right. So this means that they're mapping out a swath of the Earth that's bearing no curvature under different days of conditions at different times of day. And they're also hitting these targets that don't show any globe whatsoever. Like you can't predict a globe out of this data at all.
Right.
So I'm ready. I can go further, but I can take some questions.
Yeah. So I have a personal question for you.
Shoot.
So what if you wake up one day and found that Earth is a globe? What would you do?
Well, I mean, I'm an academically honest person. I like to think so of myself. Most people like to think that of themselves. I mean, if I came across irrefutable measurements of a globe, then yeah, Earth is a globe, 100%. And there'd be a lot of fans. My biggest fans out there would love to see me publicly retract all my flat Earth stuff, and I do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would freaking do it. I will stand with the truth no matter what.
Right.
All right. Any other questions? I can go on.
No, I don't know. But that was an amazing talk with you.
All right, cool, man. Well, I'll keep I'll keep lecturing, and hopefully we got some guys that are recording. All
I
right,
hope no one
so that was
recorded.
Lake Isomere. There was a guy named Sly Sparklane, Sparklane, Spokane, Sly Sparklane. He's famous.
Sparkane.
That's Sparkane. Yep. So he's been around a while, right? We've seen his Lake Pontchartrain imagery and debunked that, but he's been around trying to debunk the debunkers. So this guy, I would call him a truth skeptic as well because he's against the flat Earth truth. He challenged Mike Kavanaugh from FE Corps in a technical debate. We've got the chat log. We've got it recorded. And Sly screamed, "You did level the laser perfectly at the source." This is a direct quote. "You didn't level the laser perfectly at the source. If you're pitched up by a fraction of a degree, your experiment is useless." Yeah, now think about that for a second. Yeah, if you were pitched up, you wouldn't hit the target. But so Mike said, "Okay, look, we used a horizontal panning transit methodology." So Mike responded by describing how when they aimed a laser at a nearby reference target and leveled it there, they panned it horizontally, which means they swung the salad left to right to hit another target. So they hit like one target that was like 5 to 8 miles out or something. Then they hit another target that was like 25 miles out. And with that horizontal pan, that sweeping action would reveal whether or not that they were at an apex of the curve of a globe, of a dome of a globe, or not, right? Because if you're on a globe and you're at the apex of the globe, right? Because anytime you're on a globe, folks, due to the equipotential of gravity that they claim exists on a globe, everybody's on top of the globe and everything is curving down underneath your feet in all directions. Once they leveled the device, if they were on a globe and they were to pan to the right on a globe, the more they pan to the right, the higher in elevation their panning would go with respect to the horizon. It would also be tilted, right? Because they're aiming down with respect to their local horizontal to hit a target, and then they're panning to the right, which means what's happening relative to the sagitta of the horizon. At the sagitta of the horizon, we're not a curving arc, but we're instead straightened out, and the laser aiming device was instead in the reference frame in question. It would not only be swinging to the right, but rotating counterclockwise very slightly. So it's very important to understand, have very precise and very clear 3D spatial relationships in geometry and intelligence in order to understand this. So Mike pointed out that if this was indeed a curving surface, then if you're pointed down to hit a target and you swing right over a globe, your elevation and rotation would be completely off, right? The beam would start to rise, but the beam never rose. It remained parallel to the water's surface across the entire sweep. And, they even deliberately at one point pitched the laser upward at the source to avoid turbulent air directly above the water waves and let the cone dispersion of the laser, yes, even though it's collimated, there's still some dispersion happening, and let that take over. All right, but that wasn't enough for the curvature of the Earth to be taken into account. Not even, because if it was, there'd be 300 feet of drop over distance, which wasn't recorded. And you can't find for me any source, any paper, any study, any measurement that would allow for a refracted image to appear the way that people say it does around the globe of the Earth, especially for 300 foot hills of water. Right? You got to slide that refraction slider in Walter Bislin's model up to like 1, which is effectively infinity, in order to replicate the things that they say are happening on a globe. I find that fascinating. So FE Core's 7 or so independent measurements. They did 7 measurements over Lake Balaton and Lake Eifel. Really showed us that the surface of the waters that they tested did not conform to WGS 84. And their measured accuracy was within plus or minus 0.2 meters. So they did not use computer models to do any horizontal reductions to, like geodesy required. They just went out and measured straight line, azimuthal, and elevation angle. They went out there in the freezing cold, fought off freaking hell, fought off pneumonia, the subarctic freaking, wind chill, and they took their $23,000 sub-micrometer precision aiming device and just let the Earth do the talking. That's all they did, man. So, it may not be enough to show just 1 or 2 of their tests in isolation. Really they belong in a set, because the entire methodology requires showing their work within a set, especially at Lake Eifel, where they did a horizontal panning of different targets. That to me is one of the best evidences for Earth not being a globe there ever is. We didn't even get into Dr. John Dee's material. He's somebody else, a physicist, a retired physics professor who took his high-end laboratory gear out with him and did demonstrations of how flat the Earth is along the English coast. Anyway, That's enough out of me for now. I'm gonna go sit on mute.
Appreciate that, Yoder. Yeah, I didn't even know that Fly Sparkling had a conversation with those guys. I would assume that Red's Rhetoric would have probably been nearby too.
I just pinged Majin to go clip that past 30 minutes or so. We had some big meltdowns earlier today. You know, it's more of the same, affirming the consequent and model reification, concept reification fallacies. The map before the territory, the 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 simulacrum of the celestial sphere. That's what the globe is. So here's something to think about. Like if you're walking down the street, maybe in a town or a city, and you ever use your GPS on your phone, your navigation app, Apple, Google, Android, doesn't matter. All right, so let's say you're like walking down a city street and you're like, hey, I want some coffee. So you pop open the search bar and you type in coffee shops, boom, hit enter, hit the button, and up pop the coffee shops. You'll see these blue dots on a digital grid of the city with the streets, and you'll see your route mapped out. Now, I'm going to trust that you, the listening audience, you're smart. You know that GPS has issues, right? It'll tell you to turn left now. And when you look now, you're over a bridge. And if you're to turn left, you're going to careen off the water, right? I mean, this stuff happens. We all know it's not perfect, but it's good enough. So you don't actually believe that that blue trail leading you to the coffee shop is the real trail. You know that the real trail in the real world is going to be full of sidewalk and asphalt and concrete, and you're going to be walking over bumps and potholes, waiting at traffic stops and so on. So you're not going to try and like literally step into your phone to cross the street on the map. You know that the map is not the territory. You know that the map is a representation and that all maps fail in some regard to completely represent the real. And this is not some like conspiracy theory. I mean, this is just common sense. Every time you try to create a representation of something, certain choices have to be made because you have to make concessions. You have to make concessions because you do not have perfect information. So every map, every model, every chart, every graph that anyone has ever created forever and all time is a tool. Okay, it requires you to make these conscious choices, these selections, approximations, and concessions, and intentional omissions of data just to make it function. You know, but the more I talk to people in this sphere, jokes aside, the more I start to see that the people I'm talking to have this crazy cognitive glitch. It's that concept reification problem. It's not just psychologists and logicians having a problem with this. It's everyday people like me and you that have a problem with this. And we talk to people. It's this bizarre habit of taking some abstract symbolic representation of a thing, like a blueprint, and mistaking it for something that is objective and concrete in reality, which it was meant to describe and simplify. And with the globe, I like to think that we're forgetting that we're looking at a blueprint that is faulty, and people are actually trying to plot their flights around it as if it exists in the real world and not just as a map, a failed representation of reality. And if we want to understand, I think, how all of modern society for the past 100+ years fell into this, I think it's really important to understand how the globe was created conceptually and how people started to reify it. So about 100 years ago, there's a famous philosopher, and by famous, I mean like famous for people who are into this kind of nerdy shit. All right, his name is Alfred Whitehead, Alfred North Whitehead. He identified this, calling it the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. All right, what is that? That's when you mistake some abstract concept for concrete, physical, objective reality. So Alfred North Whitehead, Dr. Whitehead, he pointed out that when we start to build these scientific models, we have to make abstractions, right? So you've got your model, you've got some mathematical relationships between objects and variables. You're going to ignore what happens in the real world and draw some really neat lines and boundaries and pretend the system is closed because that's pretty much all you can prove exists. And you're going to have to do this for performing calculations. That's why calculations are measurements. And the danger here happens when we take this idealized abstraction and assign it the same exact degree of physicalness, of realityness, of independence and power that belongs to the actual world. And when I look at modern theodicy, I see a huge freaking vast playground for this fallacy to unfold. I mean, left and right, it's everywhere. And the cogdis is truly astounding. You should actually go to YouTube right now and look at Geodesy Academy videos. It's freaking hilarious. So in these academies, right, in these videos and in these classrooms for information like GIS, geographic information, science, people are taught that geodesy is a natural science. It's really not. They're taught it's a natural science because we're measuring the shape of the earth, which isn't science, but we can digress for now. If you look at this through the lens of somebody who understands signs and objects and signifiers and signifiants, semiotics, somebody who knows symbols and how meaning is constructed, you start to realize that the field of geodesy is not a natural science at all. It is just this institutional apparatus that allows people to objectify reality in a way that satisfies these preconceived, these a priori assumptions about what the globe is in the first instance. And that's what's freaking hilarious. So it's not just a measurement of Earth, but it's actually forcing those measurements of the Earth, all the beautiful physical data, the messy and beautiful physical data of those measurements. They take all of that and they massage it into this preconceived Platonic spherical ideal called WGS84, the reference ellipsoid that we were talking about earlier. It's a purely mathematical and geometric even sign. It's a sign. It's a mesh. It's a coordinate reference frame mesh for models for 3D art. And our society's become so afflicted, epistemically afflicted, that we treat this abstraction, this mathematical reference data, not as some kind of purposeful and not even as fiction, but as the literal physical reality that we live on. And that actually happens. I mean, we've talked to these people that come through these walls and here to tell us about it. And something I've talked about before is the orders of simulacra. Okay, so there's a cultural social theorist, a sociologist named Jean Baudrillard. He became popular when The Matrix came out because on Neo's desk in the beginning of the first Matrix movie was a copy of this book called Simulacra and Simulation by Jean Baudrillard. I tell you folks, if you read it in English, you're going to have a bad time. It sounds like a train wreck of psychedelic mushroom ingesting insanity. And French, it actually is better, and you can actually like do your own translation of it using Google Translate or something. It'll make more sense than a lot of these English translations out there. I'm sad to say. But get a copy of the book anyway, because it provides a really interesting framework. Okay, the framework is 4 steps, 4 orders of simulacra: first order, second order, third order, fourth order, which go from degrees of connectedness to reality to abstractions away from it. And I really think having the 4 orders of simulacra at least memorized cognitively as a framework and having these discussions can be very helpful. All right, so there's the first order. The first order is the faithful reproduction, like a mirror, which reflects reality as it is, but nevertheless a reflection, but a faithful representation of what reality is. Like a mirror is a pretty good one. A mirror is probably better than a photograph. You know what I mean? The second order starts to manipulate and denature that reality and its representation. So it starts to smooth over some really messy and inconvenient, rugged complexities, some parts that you kind of don't want to get into. When you start to describe something complex to somebody and you find yourself starting to oversimplify for the sake of discussion, you're kind of moving from first order to second and even third order simulacra for this. So you're trying to create something that is kind of ascertainable quickly, and you're going to forego certain things about it in order to idealize it. All right, so that's when you start to depart. That's when you take the mirror image and you start to mess with the mirror image a bit. Okay, maybe you start to crop a photograph. All right, or apply some light filtering. The third order starts to mask reality. Yeah, so that's when you're cropping and editing. You're you got a photograph of you and an X, and you crop out the X. Or you apply some kind of label to the photo that draws the attention to something that doesn't belong, or that would draw attention away from something that you don't want to have seen. So you start to mask, you go beyond subtle manipulation of like filters and even like light cropping. You get into heavy cropping, you get into all kinds of nasty dishonesty with the third order. And the fourth order. All right, the fourth order goes beyond the third order of masking what's real, but it's completely detached from reality. In fact, it's so detached that in the fourth order simulacrum, people start to believe that this is now true. And this is where the term hyperreality comes in. Like this is the self-referential loop where these objects are completely scrubbed and we only have signs pointing to other signs of reality, where you have basically somebody taking GPS to confirm a map. right? We get people in here all the time who tell us that we need to measure flat Earth with a GPS, or that we need to verify electronic distance measurements by using the GPS as the ultimate source of truth. Because the GPS is self-referential. The GPS is a self-licking ice cream cone, much like satellites. Because satellites inherently don't know where they are. They're told where they are from the ground using a framework of observation that is already built on the globe in the first instance. Why? Because all the observation points on the ground that are conducting the mapping of the satellites point in the sky to update the ephemeris are themselves positioned using latitude, longitude, and conduct their observations of azimuth and elevation and time of the satellite from the viewpoint of that spherical coordinate reference system in relation to other points on the spherical coordinate reference system with those map calculated distances fully intact, which we know don't exist in reality due to aforesaid measurement that we did using FE core as an example. So when you look at globe visualizations on your app, it's a process composite, right? Like the blue marbles, a process composite. You look at CGI animations like the Universal logo for the movies, of the globe turning around in Universal, boom. We know it's animation. But people think that they're looking at signs that are pointing to something real. So when people see the Universal logo in a movie theater with the word Universal wrapping around a globe going in orbit, they think that that's a sign that's pointing to something real called a globe, but the globe is yet another sign. And this is how we know that we are in the fourth order simulacrum, because pretty much everybody in reality accepts this as true. Right? They're not looking at some raw photograph of our world. They're not looking at the strips of satellite imagery that were taken first by the satellite before Robert Simmons started to wrap them around a blue marble ball. They're looking at the finished product of a blue marble, and they think this sign points to the real sign of the globe. That's a real problem, isn't it? Right? So it becomes self-referential, it's circulatory. The map has eaten and replaced the territory of the modern mind. People are now going into restaurants, gazing at the menu, and are devouring them whole because it had a delicious picture of a burger on there. We're there right now, folks. The Matrix movie, I hate to say, as cliche as it is now, it holds up, at least in the way that it starts to define this framework of thought. So if I can continue, using these four orders of simulacra by Baudrillard and the work of Alfred North Whitehead earlier on misplaced concreteness, you can start to develop a matrix to track the different kinds of people that we encounter when we have these discussions. And you can put these people into a degradation pipeline from those that are closest to the source of reality to those that are furthest away from it, as well as a path from each to each.
Yoder,
Yeah, what's up?
I got a question.
Yeah, I got answers, maybe.
Okay, so like, why do like flat earthers not believe in like a space again?
Well, the belief requires us to abandon what we know to be true from laws of physics regarding vacuum behavior and molecule and free expansion of gas.
And
Right.
how does that disprove space?
So the way we understand gas molecules, the way it's been understood for a long time, going back to Newton. Newton wrote in his book in the late 1600s, in Principia, regarding the different phases of matter, that it's in the nature of liquids and solids to condense, but it's in the nature of gases to disperse. Which is true, right? I mean, if we open a can of pressurized soda and the gas goes psh and disperses, you know, if we depress the valve stem on our bicycle wheel. We let the air out. It's equalizing with the environment. And this happens regardless of what people might think the strength of gravity is. The very fact that you can open a soda can and watch the gas molecules violently exit upward and go in all directions gives no preferential treatment to the gravity vector that people claim exists, which means gravity now is under scrutiny as a way to compress gas and to keep it from dispersing and to cause it to condense, much in the way that Newton described liquids and solids doing. That's a big problem. We know that we can alter the behavior of gas molecules by infusing it with heat, by transferring heat from friction or electromagnetic radiation. You excite gas molecules, boom, they're going to start moving. And they don't care what direction to go, they're going to move. And gravity does not seem to alter their trajectory one bit. Like, it's not like somebody can take gas and shoot it straight up in the air and watch it slow down and get pulled back down to Earth again. Like, no, that doesn't happen. Or to take gas and you shoot it forward like Newton's cannon, and the gas molecules go in these parabolic arcs. They're straight line path being deflected by some gravitational force. That's never been measured or demonstrated and doesn't seem to factor into any of the physical laws that we have available to us to work with in reality. So if there's some kind of ever expanding vacuum of gas that is expanding infinitely forever and ever, like taking a plunger on a syringe and pulling it up, then what, pray tell, how is gravity counteracting that awesome difference in pressure? I mean, nobody's measured it. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate it.
Whoa, buddy. Way off track to what I was talking about. Yeah, because y'all say it has to have a container or some stuff like that. And I'm saying, how does it have a container? Because, like, it was something about space being a vacuum or whatever, and then, like, people were saying, like, vacuums have to have a container, and that's why, something like that. But it's not real.
So Yoda, I went over the basics of this yesterday with IPA, but I did have to leave before we got to the end of it. Just over the basics of just like what happens if you put a hole in a car tire, or what happens if you open a soda can and that kind of thing, right? Just the absolute basics. But I did have to leave midway through.
No, I was arguing with somebody else just before I came in here. And they kind of said the same thing with the container shit.
Nobody knows what the sky is or the physics involved in its operations. I mean,
What?
look, there is space right above the surface of the Earth, right? There is, because we know that there is, because we move around in it. Like, we navigate the Earth on the surface, above the surface. So what's above the surface? It's area, it's volume, it's space, right? Space. Not outer space, like we live in a pressurized system, not a vacuum, right? Now there's area within which, matter can exist, right? Above the surface. How far that extends,
press the mute button.
who knows? How far that extends, who knows? You've been told a story and watched TV shows about there being this almost infinite, ever expanding volume, incomprehensible volume above you, or actually surrounding you on all sides, right, on the globe. You can't verify that. Nobody's verifying that. Nobody's going to this place. Nobody's going millions and millions and millions of miles away from the Earth and then measuring the environment and saying, yep, that's exactly what that is. That's exactly what is surrounding us, and that's what the sky is. Nobody. You just believe a story about it.
Okay,
The truth is,
so, like,
nobody knows.
Well, I feel like we can put context clues together.
We can only operate off what we experience and can test and measure here terrestrially. And then we can say that, well, the physics here seems to demonstrate this, like X, like what Yoda was talking about. And then we can assume maybe that it applies to really high up above us as well, right? It may do, may not, but for all intents and purposes, the only way for us to demonstrate an environment where the gas remains within a fixed volume is to contain it physically, to restrict it, the area within which it can operate physically with a barrier. That's what we
Water
understand
doesn't
here
have a
terrestrially.
barrier, but there's
Sorry,
pressure.
what does?
Water doesn't have a barrier, but it's
We're
pressure.
talking about gas. We're talking about gases, which
I know.
is a different state of matter, which has different characteristics and different behavior. They share some similarities, but they also have differences.
I just still don't understand, like, really, like, why you don't believe in space, but, to each their own.
Is that what it takes? Belief, is it? Takes belief. Trust.
Well, you don't know everything in the world, so how can you be,
No,
like,
why
sure?
do you have to do either? Why do you have to believe it? Like, what's the necessity to believe it?
There's not, like, anything. I just believe it because I feel like it's true.
Right. If there's no evidence for it, then I have no reason to even entertain the idea.
I don't know.
So it's just a matter of preference. I like that story. I'm going to believe that.
I don't think it's a story. Like,
It is.
I don't think so.
It is. It
No,
is
like,
for
I don't
you.
think, like, come on now. Like, the
There might be
government
someone
is,
else
like,
out there.
powerful, bro. They would have
There might
knew
be some.
the Earth was flat
No.
and if space ain't have a vacuum. Like, there's, like, genuine, wait, genuinely, hold up. I got the word. I know what word I'm trying to say. Give me a second. Okay, I can't say it right now, but it's like the government
Just say
literally
legit.
has no reason. No, it's not that word. The government really has no reason to lie, and like I think they do know. Like if the Earth is like
I
really
don't
flat,
care. I don't care. What makes what they want to say or present to the world any more credible than anybody else?
I'm just saying, like there's really no reason to lie.
No, what makes them more credible than anything else?
Because like they have people that have been like studying it for years, took tests and all of that stuff.
Yeah, what makes them credible?
They have a whole corporation just based off of space.
Their credibility is not only in question, Ippo, but also their motive. Like, why would they have to be lying?
Why? Why would they have to be lying? If you guys can just do a simple test and understand that the Earth is flat, the way how it works, why would they sit there and lie? If the Earth is flat,
listen,
I'm gonna go with your
It
thing.
doesn't even matter.
But
Why
they
would you care?
have.
They haven't done
You
this.
really
Why would you
think they
care?
haven't done a flat Earth test?
Why
Really?
would you care?
I would care because it's like why lie? Like they know if the Earth is flat. Let's go with y'all think. If the Earth was flat,
No, they
they would
don't know
know it.
that.
Yes, they would.
No, they don't. They don't. They
Yes,
really
they
don't.
know aliens
We
exist.
talk to
And you
them.
don't think they know flat Earth?
We talk to them. We talk to satellite engineers. They've never measured or tested the Earth, and they also don't have direct access to the equipment that they claim that they do.
They would know.
There
if
are
the
going to
Earth
be
is
people
damn
who know
flat.
about this, but listen, the vast majority of people that we think work in these scientific fields, they don't know any better.
Yes, they do, bruh. It's literally.
Don't because
It's
they
not
never
that
tested it.
hard.
They
It's not that
never
hard.
tested
This
it,
is just
and they never
this is just
measured it.
something
So
else
it's
you believe. Exactly. This is just something
Bro, they're gonna
you
have to
believe.
test it
This
to
is
understand
hey,
if
bro,
the Earth is a globe or not.
this is part of the story you believe. You have not investigated it. You have not analyzed any data that they claim they've collected or any methodology that they've used. You don't know. You just naively believe the stories and now have some vague idea about there's some really smart guys out there that did something that proved it. That's all
It's
you have. It's
this
a
is
religion
Indio.
for you.
T-Dub, this is Indio's magic science guy fallacy. They think there's some
Right.
magic science guy that's gone out and done all of these things, but when they go looking for the magic science guy, he doesn't exist. No,
Nobody
it's
ever talked about a magic science guy.
yeah. You think the government has some magic science guy that's gone out and measured the Earth and proven that it's a globe, but
Yeah,
that's
show us that magic science guy.
No, I literally just said, I never said there was a magic science guy that measured the whole globe. Obviously, we know it's like really impossible to measure the whole globe, bro.
Yeah,
And
Well, you don't have to
also,
measure the whole thing. Hold on. You don't have to measure the whole thing, right? Just
it was
you
just a
think
statement,
that the
bro.
government's gone out. You think the government's gone out and checked, right? And done their own tests to make sure it's a globe, right? We challenge you to go and try to find those tests because you're going to be
But I
disappointed,
don't
and
believe in
you'll
that.
find. Well, yeah, but you think that the government's in on some grand conspiracy where they've gone out and tested, right? Tested it, but they haven't
They
done that.
would have, bro. I promise you the government tested if flat Earth was real or not, bro. Come
Or
on
do you
now.
think they're hiding the results of the tests?
Probably they hide everything else.
What?
Right. So you
I
think
really
maybe
They
think
can't hide
that's
flat
a
Earth.
stupid thing to say that the
They
government,
can't
that if
hide
the Earth
flat
is
Earth.
flat, that the government doesn't know the Earth is flat. Like I
They can't
really
hide
think this is
flat
like
Earth.
stupid.
They
could
can't hide flat
be
Earth.
right. Could be right. Yeah, that could be true, Ippo. Right? What you said.
And they can't hide flat Earth. They just can't.
Right. They could hide the
Exactly. If
results.
they
They
can't
could hide the
hide
results.
flat Earth, why wouldn't they? Bro, I'm pretty sure somebody had some type of brain that y'all have and said, "Hey, the water is like flat, you know, and like Earth is like water." So
The
like
first actual flat earther
flat.
I met was a government employee who worked with satellites.
Okay, bro, and the government doesn't tell their employees everything, bro. Oh my
I
gosh, why do you
know.
think Epstein Island was
This
like a
was
secret thing?
his
Contradicting your own.
personal opinion. He also told me they faked the moon landing, and this is back in like 2012 or 10 or something, way before I even looked into flat Earth.
So you're basically answering your own question and contradicting your own appeal to them. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't care. I still think it's a globe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Based on what? Based on what evidence?
That they went up into space.
Magic science man went to space.
Yeah, it's like a
What
religious belief.
magic science, man? What are you talking about?
Like I was saying earlier, you just believe the story.
There's no story to believe.
There is a story. What?
Dude, it's
Okay, so
not
how do you know? How do you know they
fun.
went to space? How do you know they went to space?
Because they have pictures and video evidence.
Okay, that's the story.
How is that a
Stories can be
story?
presented because it's presented to you in a form. Okay, in picture form, video form. Like, yeah, okay, like so.
Okay.
That is the
Your
story.
evidence is in a video form. What the hell that has to
Is
do with
first
anything?
hand experienced directly with the senses, not on a screen.
You watch Flat Earth laser tests on a screen. What are you
Don't
talking about?
need to. I can just go outside and experience it directly.
Yeah, you don't have to trust.
Right.
You know, you can look at study the tests that are being done and live streamed and things like that in the real world. You know, it would be near impossible to fake those. However, right, you don't have to. If you wanted to, you could go and repeat those. Unlike anything that you see from NASA or anything like that, right? It's always just going to be faith based when it
Who
comes to
keeps
NASA.
doing that?
Doing what?
Joining and leaving. Never mind.
Oh,
Stop.
I don't know. I turn those sound effects off because I find them annoying. Look in the side chat, Ippo. Tell me what you think about this video.
I don't see nothing. Oh.
It'll be there in a second.
Yeah, bruh. We already know that shit's fake.
Right, so that's the same people, right? That's the U.S. government faking footage from space. So which videos are you talking about? Where they went out there?
That is not the government's Earth video, bruh. They could
Yeah,
have
yeah.
done
This
better.
is NASA. This is NASA. This is Apollo 16, right? This is meant to be real footage from NASA being in space. No joke. If you go to YouTube, you type in Apollo 16 docking, right? You'll see this. This is right. So I'll show you more. Right. This next one's from Apollo 17. Right. Look at this next one. This one's even funnier. This is what people believe, right? Is real.
Sorry, continue.
Right. Look at the second one I posted. This is meant to be the astronauts in space leaving the moon.
Right.
Yeah, it looks ridiculous, right? This is from Apollo 17. So they tell us that this is
Dude,
real
that's so
footage.
funny.
That's crazy.
Dude, people emotionally defend this footage, and they're like, "What's wrong with it? They didn't have very good cameras back then."
That's not the footage I'm talking about. I'm talking about this footage. I'm gonna send the link.
Bro, that's
Right,
AI,
right.
bro.
No.
That's
This
like a
is
coffee pot.
No, that's AI,
There we
bro.
go.
no. This is
That's
NASA
the footage I'm
footage,
talking
bro.
about.
This is actual NASA footage
There's
from
no
Apollo.
way.
That's how.
Bro,
That's
you
how
can see
ridiculous.
it's round, but bro, the Earth is flat, bro.
Ew, you sound stupid.
Shut up, man.
That's the ultimate insult right there, coming from Ippo.
You sound fucking retarded, bro. Like
You
you're
sound
missing a
vaped. You
chromosome.
sound vaped. You're so retarded. You sound vaped.
Vaped? What?
Yeah, you ever been called vaped before?
I
You're
don't
vaped.
smoke. That's really bad.
No, you're a carded. You're retarded. Got those
I'm
cards,
not
you
retarded.
retard.
Don't
Total
Yoder, don't ever
retard.
call me retarded, bruh.
No, I call you retarded because you got the carts. You're tarded on
I never
carts.
smoked a day in my life. Don't ever say
You
that.
got them tard carts for your vape.
I don't smoke. This for really bad kids.
Bro, Ippo, I saw you vape yesterday, bro.
Woo!
You got them tard carts.
Bro, you were popping like massive clouds. That was crazy, bro.
I don't even know you, and I
Popping
never
massive
turn on my camera
clouds.
ever.
I do know you.
Hey, where's Lax?
Lance is doing his push-ups.
Probably. Right, look at there's more shit in the side chat, Ippo, for you too. This is meant to be real footage. Whoever burped, don't burp again, or you'll
Was
get
that
your
Hippo?
No!
Was
What?
that you,
Girls don't
Ippo?
even burp!
Hippo
Ippo, come
burping in
on.
your Hippo. What's wrong with you?
How
I
dare
don't.
you,
You're
Ippo.
not gonna rage bait me.
Yeah, look at the spaceship, right? That Yaga Bruno posted. This is meant to be a spaceship that they went to the moon with.
Okay, that's what y'all got, but I'm talking about this.
Yeah,
You
what is
know,
it? All right, post it. Post it.
It's a
I did.
spaceship called
I
Tard
said I
Part
did.
1.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh shit! Somebody double texted me. That was really scary.
Oh man, T-Dub, I'd love to respond to that, but I can't because of TOS.
POS. Bro,
Yeah,
y'all
people
are
are
getting
all
this off of
too willing
YouTube.
to
Like, can y'all
exclude
not go to the
themselves from
NASA
stuff.
website and go like get it off of there?
Yeah, so people are all too quick to exclude themselves from such atrocities, right? That's been committed by humans, right? But when
What?
it's like a feat, like putting robots on Mars, then it's like inclusive. We did it. We did it.
So, Ippo, you do realize that you wouldn't see that much curvature from that height. This is meant to be from the ISS, where you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth. And what you're looking at there can just be achieved by using a wide angle lens, right? If the footage was real in the first place, which it could easily be faked. Right? So have a look at what I'm posting in the side chat, just to give you an idea of what the lenses can do. So notice that the horizon's always up near the top of the frame in that ISS footage. Right? If the horizon was to dip down lower, below the center of the frame, you would see it start curving the other way, like in the footage I just posted in the side chat. Okay, this is how
Curving the other
lenses.
way.
Yeah, just because of the lens. Fisheye lens.
I don't think they would have a fisheye lens, bro.
Well, you wouldn't see that much curve, even if it was, right? If it was real footage from that height, it's only 250 miles up in the air, so you wouldn't see curvature like that. So if you have a look at the footage from the ISS, it's very inconsistent. So sometimes it looks completely flat. There's even astronauts that go up to the ISS allegedly, and they say that one of the main things they think about up there is how flat it looks up there. And then there's footage from the Chinese space station that's the same height, where they show a completely flat horizon. So you get all sorts of conflicting stories. Well, I'm going to show you some images that contradict.
Oh, good evening.
Hello, good evening to you.
Earth is flat, eh?
It is. Ippo, look in the
Yeah,
side chat. Hey,
You went
Ippo,
up
have
to
a
the
look in the
sky,
side
saw
chat,
planet
right?
Earth,
Can
correct?
thank you, the Batatas. Hold on a second, my friend. We'll be with you
Take your
in
time.
very shortly.
Take your
I'm
time.
just showing
Mention
Ippo
not just
something.
hello, my name is Bilo.
What the hell's
Ippo,
going on?
Do you like
look
me?
in.
I like you.
Hold on a second, yo. Ippo, look in the side chat.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is from the ISS, right? Notice now all of a sudden there's even more curvature. But look, that big giant river that you can see there, right? That's how small it is on the globe, right? So obviously that curvature is unrealistic, right? It's not like that little part of the Earth takes up half the globe. So obviously it's without question a fisheye lens that they're using.
Okay.
But like, if you're closer, it's gonna look bigger, and if you're farther away, it's gonna look smaller.
No, the one below is, I think, it's computer generated, but the one above is a real picture.
No, the one above, right? So they
Isn't it?
could both be computer generated, and you guys wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The one below is definitely computer generated.
With the thousands of
Okay,
photos.
but this is a wide angle lens effect. Okay, look at the next one below it. Right? You think that little section of the Earth takes up that much of the globe? And I'm going to keep posting these, right? So keep having a look at these obvious fisheye lens effects. Okay, look, there's a hurricane that takes up like the top portion of the whole globe. And look, just keep looking at the images that I'm posting, right? You're getting punked by NASA, basically. So look, now here we have the solar panels, right? They're also curving like the Earth's curving because they're using a fisheye lens.
Okay,
It's
Punt,
making
but
everything curve.
sorry, but what will they gain
Yeah,
by
so they get $70 million a day in taxpayer money. There's a little bit to gain right there.
Okay, makes sense.
Here we have just more contradicting images. Right, so look, I'll show you some pictures from the Chinese space station IPO that's meant to be the same height as the ISS. Even goes even higher than the ISS. Just a second.
I
All right,
think
here
it's
we
just
go.
because they're closer, bro.
Look at this one. It's not because they're closer. Okay, look, Chinese space station. Now we have a flat horizon. That's what it should look like mathematically up at that height. Even though I think that these images are all obviously fake, and no adult should believe that they look real. That's just my opinion. Okay, see the horizon. It doesn't look anything like the ISS footage, does it? But it's claimed to be the same height. So you're getting contradictions, inconsistencies. And there's just endless amounts of these inconsistencies if you look into it. You have any idea how easy it is to make these, to fake these shots as well? Like I could show you.
Probably, but not back in the 90s. No, really.
What do you mean? They could. People have been able to. What do you mean? There's nothing impressive about these shots, right? Doesn't look like some
Oh my
amazing
god, I hate
graphics.
mosquitoes. I feel like something just flew up my nose. Bro, oh my gosh. And it's stinging in my body.
You know what, DJ? She reminds me of Castle King, just a female version.
Of
Could be
course you
Castle
want to
King.
laugh. This is the only time you want to talk. Oh my god. No, I swear something flew up my freaking nose. God. Okay, what was I saying? Yeah, but like I think back in the 90s, I think it was significantly harder to like fake that stuff. But
Fake
then
what
again,
stuff?
people was just believing anything, so
People can paint things that look so real that you can't tell it's a painting. Like I could show you
Okay.
paintings of people right now, and you wouldn't even be able to tell if it's real or if it's a painting. So obviously they can paint a ball and make it look like the alleged globe. Right, like I'll put one in the side chat. Look at this. That's a painting.
But you could kind of tell it's a painting.
Really, I bet if I tricked you, then you wouldn't have been able to tell.
No, you can kind of
I bet I
tell
could.
the way how the water's running off of her lips. It looks too clean. Oh my gosh.
Well, yo, guys, spent 100 days in space or 100 days on a deserted island. What do we think?
You can't go to. All right, Ippo, do you think this one's a painting?
No, that looks like a picture. Like somebody snapped a picture of him.
What about this one?
Please answer my
That
question.
looks like a picture.
Like a painting or a picture?
A picture.
Picture.
Bro,
It's this fella.
why it's the
That
same black dude, bro? Like,
that
what, bro?
looks that looks like it can be a mix
A
of like
mix.
I don't know, like a mix. It could be a picture, but it could also be a painting.
Yo,
Like
guys,
half
100
painting,
days
half
in space
human.
or 100 days on a deserted island, boys.
No,
Bro,
I don't. I
you
can't
can't go to
really.
space.
I can't tell with that one. It looks
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
picture
look, the
though.
point
Loki, I
is,
agree, bro.
I agree, bro. I would.
all right. Trolls are gonna get wrecked. Point is, they could easily trick you. Right? I could show you NASA footage right now, and you wouldn't even be able to tell me if it's real or fake.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to just believe them, right? The same people that obviously, according to you, right, faked the footage that I was showing you from the moon landings. Same people, right? So if someone lies to you about going to the moon a bunch of times, and then all of a sudden, 50 years later, they show you some more footage, it's like, oh, now they're telling the truth. But the last 50 times, that they showed me videos, yeah, they were all fake, but now they're not lying to me.
Ooh, girl, you is wait. Nah.
Right,
Oh
your
yeah,
phone.
girl, you stupid.
All right, check these ones out. Okay, which one of these is from NASA? And which one of these is CGI? Or are they all from NASA? Or are they all CGI?
Gotta give me a second. All right, let's see. I don't know.
You can't tell, right? So they could show you this, and
It
then
looks
they could
fake
just
a little
tell you
bit.
it looks fake.
The first one and the last one.
Did the NASA footage I show you look fake?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, like way faker. Okay, what about these? All right, I'll give you a clue with these ones. Actually, no, I won't.
Okay,
Right?
now you won't.
Okay, can you answer it? Can you read it? Yeah, which one is from NASA?
Well, I know it's not the middle because Earth ain't that small.
That doesn't. Okay.
Not sure. I know it's not that other
How
middle.
big is Earth? How big is Earth? Which one's the right
Earth
size?
is way
That's the
bigger than
size of.
that. I know it ain't the damn
Yeah,
small
like
ass
which
thing.
one? You think that
Maybe that one at the
one of these could
bottom.
be the same size as Earth, but not the smaller looking one. It's got to be one of the bigger ones. Is that what you're saying?
I think maybe like I think that's the right. Yeah, I think the bottom right.
No, that's wrong. It's not. It's not the right one.
Let's see. I know it's not them two in the middle. That just looks fake, honestly. And if I'm wrong, like just like end me now. I know that's not Earth is not that small. Cancel that one out. That one kind of
Really,
looks like that one.
there's no way to tell.
Exactly.
Mm. It
What
might
about
be
this one?
that one right now. I don't know.
You can't tell which one it is. That's the correct answer. Or what about this little dot in the distance here? Is that
That's
real?
not Earth. That's not Earth.
NASA claims that's a photograph of Earth
From where?
from space.
Yeah, they're lying. Earth. The hell? Looks white. And what camera was they taking that with? The hell?
Yeah. Now you're asking the right questions.
Yeah, there you go.
Once you start working with cameras, you start to realize just how big of an open green field it is for potential trickery. Because listen, it's not just Photoshop Camera trickery happens well before you get that final image and subject it to Photoshop filters and other manipulation. Camera trickery happens on site in meat space. That is to say, reality, right? If I were to take a picture of a bunch of people climbing over a wall, okay? They're scrambling to get over the wall. If I were to take a picture of a bunch of people charging up against the wall, jumping up and hurling themselves over the wall. And if I were to take that image, okay, I'm going to take that image of a bunch of people hurling, I'm going to say, look, this is a picture of people escaping West Germany to go into the communist East Germany. You know how much of a profound impact that could have? It's a real photograph of people risking life and limb to hurl themselves over the Berlin Wall. And in reality, it's going to be a bunch of East Germans escaping East Germany to go to West Germany, to the free country of West Germany, away from the communist East Germany, right? But if I were to take the caption and say that these are West Germans who are fleeing the cultural rot of post-capitalism in West Germany and coming over to the East, you would have no way to know or evaluate if that was true. Because I could film a portion of the wall, which could look like any other section of any other part of that wall, and people that could be any random people, any blokes of whatever. And I could show you the raw image. I could show you the metadata. I could show you the time and place that I took the image. I just have to move my little pin man over to the other side of the wall. And I can present to you a story that is 180 degrees opposite of what is actually happening in reality. That these are East Germans escaping into West Germany, and I'm telling you that they are West Germans coming into East. You would have no way to tell the difference. Let me tell you what, this kind of shit's happened before. And
I'm
then, so
waiting.
right, well, yeah, then you get the metadata, you do the analysis, the photo checks out, right? And you're like, okay, there's no evidence of image manipulation. This must be an image of West Germans pouring into communist East Germany, trying to get in 1989 when the wall was falling. Yeah, this was definitely West Germans, Westerners coming into the communist East. Absolutely 100. Like, that's what you're going to reason if you accept at face value the caption of the image you see, and the image checks out. Right?
Okay.
So long before we get to actual manipulation of the subjects of the image, we can do the entire composition from a level of abstraction that completely frames the kind of propaganda that we want to push. So when NASA shows you images from space, and people claim this was Photoshopped, that was Photoshopped, well, you have to look at the metadata. Yeah, you can, but it's not going to give you the full picture. And this is why pictures alone are not enough to prove evidence of guilt or innocence in court. You need accompanying data to go with it. You need other circumstantial information to weigh in on this. You need more than just the image and a claim and a caption. And trust me, bro, and trust the institution to give it to you. You need much more than that.
If you want to understand how things work, especially these days, this game is for you.
DJ, what the hell are you playing?
That's right, DJ.
Oh no, it's all right. I didn't realize it was playing through. It was one of those. All the ads on YouTube now seem to be these freaking AI generated fake people talking. It's painful. But look, Epo, this is what I was opening up. Right, look in the side chat. Okay, this guy claims to have jumped from space. This was meant to be the Red Bull space jump. Okay, here's the thumbnail. Just a screenshot of the thumbnail. Okay, we can analyze the video really quickly. I'll just take screenshots of it. Right, looks like he's really high up, right? And looks like, look at all that Earth curvature.
Okay.
Now, if we start having a look through the video, we'll start noticing problems.
Why does it
So if
look
you look,
purple?
well, I don't know. So
Yo, my
while he's
eye.
jumping, so first thing we should notice is that all of that land that you can see that you can see there, that's all New Mexico. Right? So obviously New Mexico doesn't take up that much of the Earth. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Nope.
He's like the black astrophysicist guy that's on all the shows.
Yeah, he's a black astrophysicist.
Why you
Yeah.
have to go like so emphasis on the black? Like you say black.
Well,
I'm part black. What's wrong with blackness?
because most of them are white, so I was just like, maybe you'd notice who it is, if I mention that he's black.
Yoder, you're
Right,
not
so look
black.
at this. Yes, he is. Yoda's black. Kidding me?
Yeah, I've got Cameroonian immigration DNA.
Like 5%, buddy.
No, it's like maybe 1.5, but still.
All right, Ippo, now look at the screenshot. Can you see a problem with the curvature of the Earth now?
It looks it looks weird. Like it looks like it's bending like under like I don't know how to say it. Like it's like it's sinking kind of.
You're right.
I don't know. It just looks weird. It doesn't look like Earth.
Well, it's curving the wrong way now because the camera is on a different angle. So 2 seconds earlier, it looked like it was a globe. Okay, and then if you keep looking through the footage, you'll see that it wasn't actually curvature of the Earth that you could see at all.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a camera lens effect. I'm just trying to teach you
Like
how
what
these
Yoga
cameras
just
work.
posted there. Yeah.
Hey, buddy, I think you're hot micing.
No, I wasn't hot micing. I was saying like what Yaga just posted.
Oh, my bad. I couldn't hear you.
Hey, T-Dub, I think you're hot micing.
No, I'm cold micing.
He's warm micing.
All right, Ippo, do you understand how like fisheye lenses work now?
A little bit.
All right, here's more images. So depending on where the horizon is in the frame, it's going to look like it's curving, right? Or if it's right in the center, it looks like it's flat all of a sudden in the middle picture. And in the top picture, it looks like it's curving the wrong way.
Right.
All right, so this is not telling you if the Earth's a globe. It's not telling you if the
Give me a
Earth's
second.
flat or
I gotta
anything
put
like
eye
that.
drops in.
Hamadi says, I don't know why people refusing evidence from ChatGPT. He doesn't create anything from his own mind. He just bring the informations from the sources, the internet fast and easily. Yeah, but it's pulling up shit information that's wrong, right? And it's scanning Facebook and Reddit, right? And it's finding morons that have written stuff. And then it's repeating junk. It's repeating shitty information. It gets basic things wrong all the time. And it even tells you that it's wrong a lot. It even tells you that, right? It says, don't trust anything I say. I'm retarded. It says that, basically. Something along those lines. And
Yeah,
it will
this is only
apologize
the collective mind of the entire human race. It's only retarded.
Yeah. Yeah. it butchers things, like really basic things, and then you correct it, and then it apologizes to you, and then it gets it wrong again, and you're like, "Oh, how did you get it wrong again?" It's like, "I'm so sorry."
My favorite thing about the Felix Baumgartner space jump, the Red Bull space jump, is when you go to search that now on YouTube, the first video that comes up is like a 3.5 minute like cut version of it, and it takes away that interior camera view that shows the flat horizon. There's not a single shot of that in that shortened video, and that's what everybody's watching. And it's the top result now. If they go watch the 20-minute full video, they watch that 3-minute video, which cuts out all the flat horizons.
Yep. Hippo, you're looking at the screen again now?
I want to give Ippo a pop quiz.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Are you talking about AI or something?
We're talking about how NASA fakes Earth curvature using fisheye lenses.
Okay, that's interesting.
And yeah, we were talking about AI as well. Just saying that it's not like some kind of god that we can rely on. We need to question the information
absolutely,
that it
yes.
spits out. Yeah. So basically, Ippo here was bringing out footage from the International Space Station, which showed very dramatic Earth curvature, which doesn't even align with how much Earth curvature you should see from that height or anything like that. So we were saying, okay, that's probably just a wide-angle lens if the footage is real, even to begin with, which it's probably could easily be faked. But let's say it is real. That's not how much curvature you would see anyway. And there's even astronauts that say they are amazed how flat the Earth looks from the height of the ISS when they're up there, allegedly up there. So, yeah, we're just teaching Ippo how fisheye lenses work.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, and we broke her eyes, and she had to leave and go put eye drops in. And then you came. So, do you have any questions about the topic? Have you been in here before?
No, this is my first time actually. I wasn't in Discord for a long time though.
Stop. Au Congo là-bas, vu que je commence à avoir des expériences dans les mines.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you're going to have to speak English in here. Gasimo. Gasimore. Anyway, yeah, so look, it turns out that the Earth's not a globe after all, after extensive testing.
And lastly, doesn't Robert Simmons in his whole Blue Marble interviews say that when he grabs the data strips initially before putting them together, that they look flat?
Yeah, I actually have all of the original images that he used to stitch together the Blue Marble, and you don't see curvature in any of them. You just see little tiny sections of the surface of the Earth from above, and yeah, you don't see curve or anything like that. Basically, it could just be a whole bunch of high altitude, snapshots, and then they just stitch them together, and then, like he says, he wraps them around a ball in Photoshop and then adds the clouds in and all that kind of thing until it meets people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space. This is NASA explaining how they make the images of the Earth.
And if you don't think NASA can do this, look at all the movies where they do movies in outer space, in the end credits, they will thank NASA for allowing them to use their studios.
So in the United States, there's something called the Armed Forces Network. People have been in the military or, otherwise supported it somehow, civilian contractor, service personnel. You know what I'm talking about. It's like military, DoD, Pentagon news. The Armed Forces Network is actually managed out of a place called the Defense Media Activity. And Defense Media Activity is co-located with Goddard Space Flight Center, just by Fort Meade. They've got massive movie studios.
Hello?
So you understand how fisheye lenses work now, Ipo?
Yeah, I got like a little bit. Nothing.
Give her a quiz real quick. All right. Answer 1. Which ones have fisheye lens? Okay. A Nikon P900, a GoPro lens, both, or neither?
You can go ask Google that. I'm supposed to know.
Okay, let's make it simpler. Does a GoPro have a fisheye lens? Yes or no?
I don't know.
All right. Well, keep on learning.
You're completely overestimating Ipo's knowledge base here, Neil.
I know, but you guys just talked about it, so I assumed maybe you brought it up, but maybe you didn't. I don't know. You probably did, but who knows?
No. All right.
I'll be right back.
And then,
Okay.
give me.
Alexander, what do you got for us?
Sorry, I just found this server. What are we talking about? I don't really know what we're talking about here.
We were talking about camera lenses, wide angle lenses, fisheye lenses, and how you can use them, and how sometimes they're used to manipulate how Earth, like to say that there's Earth curvature when at that height you wouldn't even see Earth curvature if it did exist. Like the Red Bull jump, for example. They show drastic curvature.
I'm a little familiar.
Yeah. So they make it look like they're really high up in space because they called it the Red Bull space jump, but really, it's not even high enough to see the curve. And if you look at the footage closely, you see the horizon warping all over the place and even going, curving the wrong way, like concave. And then we see the same amount of curvature from the ground as well. And then before he jumps out, there's a non-fisheye lens and the horizon looks flat from before he even jumps out of the capsule. So it's pretty much inconclusive of anything.
It's a theory.
Well, it's just some footage, really, where someone jumped out of a balloon. I mean, a capsule attached to a balloon. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's proof that the Earth's a globe. But really, it's not proof of anything.
Oh, you're saying it was the effect of the lens being used?
Yeah. Even according to, mainstream scientists, they're like, yeah, it was deceptive.
Yeah.
It's marketing. These companies, they want to make it look like they're really, really doing something amazing.
Agreed.
It was still pretty crazy. I mean, it's still pretty amazing what he did, but, doesn't prove the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. The Van Allen belt pretty much did it for me.
Yeah, like that it's not a globe. What you mean, like when they were saying they had to go through the Van Allen radiation belt in the Apollos?
Yeah,
Apollo
and I
missions?
guess and I guess that's more talking about the moon landing, but I see
Right.
the whole conversation as one.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
I
it's all
gotcha.
part of the deception.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want. Now, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
I love that preface. I don't want to fool you, but here's a fucking lie.
Yeah, proceeds to fool everyone.
My favorite is how he starts talking about the Flat Earth Society, as if that's the end all be all for Flat Earth.
Look at the cope weather.
Also, just careful wording there. He didn't say, I'm not going to fool you, or I refuse to fool you. He said, I don't want to fool you, and then lied.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time,
But I'm going to do it anyway.
You fooled me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. You don't get fooled again.
3, 2, 1, this mainstream media. And so the question is, what's the globe? I asked ChatGPT to answer me this question, and here's the answer. A globe is a three-dimensional sphere model of Earth. Unlike flat maps, which is distort the size or shape of land masses, when flattening a sphere, a globe provides the most geographically accurate scale model of our planet. Isn't cool, eh?
Yeah, it's a shame it doesn't match reality when we go out and test the Earth or experience the Earth. It's just a story. It's a mathematical concept, not reality.
All right, so look at this. Flat map stretches regions near the poles.
Oh, yeah, how
A
do you know
globe
that?
shows that.
How do you know that? They're just telling you that, right? So they're taking a globe and then they're stretching it out onto flat maps and they're telling you it's distorting things. How do you know it's distorting things? How do you know it's a globe in the first place? You're just believing the story. Who
Yeah.
proved it to be a globe?
I don't know, bro. I don't believe in the globe anymore, but it's what they tell us. So I'm just,
It is.
you know, but it's interesting idea. It's like many people believe in that, so it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting, isn't it?
Well, yeah, people just believe it because that's what they get told. And they experience the earth as flat, but they get told that the globe's so big that you would just experience it as flat anyway, even though it's a globe. But when we go out and test the curvature, it's not there. So,
Mhm. You know, I think they hate flat Earth because it's just a kind of word. It sounds like a bad word. Flat. Imagine like cold. If your girl, for example, is like flat.
yeah, it can be a negative word. You love balls better?
Hey, don't discriminate on my flat girls.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, it's interesting. As many Muslim people believe in flat Earth. Uh, I mean, like they got interested because of flat Earth theory.
You're interested about learning about the flat Earth? Is that what you said?
No, I have no time to learn. I'm just too old for that.
Anyone understand him?
Bro, I born flat. So it's like, just believe what you believe. That's it.
You were born flat. Just believe what you believe.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Maybe reformulate your sentence into like proper English. I don't know.
I'm just learning English, you know. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Well, maybe try again so the English speakers here can understand. And yeah.
I think your mic being a little muddy, bro, is actually more than anything the problem. I was having trouble just comprehending what you're saying versus the actual, the actual language barrier.
By the way, any of you guys believe in aliens?
Like Mark Zuckerberg.
Bro, he's a guy like
Yeah, I don't like the word alien. I prefer it like immigrant or like displaced person.
Yeah,
The word alien implies that there's something other than the same people, just with just moving around the earth.
Mm-hmm. It's like you don't believe that. No, not beyond the air. I'm like not in a country, but like beyond the earth. You believe like in a space aliens?
You mean like outer space alien?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not possible. When you think about that in heliocentric, they run themselves into a paradox. It's called the Fermi paradox. You can solve that paradox very easily that there isn't any aliens or any space at all.
And there's no space.
Yeah, then there's no paradox. See, they create a paradox by claiming space because now there needs to be aliens, but there's no aliens, so it creates an infinite loop paradox.
So
you solve the paradox
alone?
easily. There's no space.
Are we alone in universe?
Yeah, or no universe either. The universe is the Earth. That's what you got. That's the whole kit and caboodle.
Bro, now I'm used to that.
Because otherwise, you walk yourself into a paradox. I mean, generally, you wouldn't want to have a paradox in your worldview, right? Our paradox is something you want to avoid.
It's kinda understandable that they make this kind of stuff because if there's no kind of space or aliens or this kind of stuff, they won't see movies about aliens and there will not be money generated from this kind of fake topics, you know. So I know there's money behind it and this is a dirty money. So yeah, for sure, makes sense. But the idea of space and aliens is still judgeable. Even Earth, if Earth is flat, like you can find many kind of layers of Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, I tried to follow, but I couldn't. Something about if aliens
I'm
came
like,
from Earth, came to Earth, or
what?
from Earth.
I'm like, what do you think is
No, I
there's
mean
a kind
your English, your accent was hard for me to follow. I'm sure what you said was
right,
logical and sound and everything. I just couldn't understand what you were saying because of your accent.
right. So, do you think there is a kind of layer? It's not like only Earth exists. Maybe layers from flat.
Oh, I gotcha. Like Asgard, like the Norse mythology.
No,
No, okay.
I don't know about the Norse mythology, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that has layers.
Mhm. But if this kind of thing exists, so it's like there's no escape from layers. Like how you go up, like go to different dimension. Bro, do you know a burger?
Yeah.
Do you see a burger in your life?
A
Yeah.
burger?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Tyson said Earth. Originally he said it was pear shaped. Then he said it's hamburger shaped. So that would be like a burger, a hamburger.
Yeah. So it's like what if Earth is like the meat, and you still have like tomato slices, and you have vegetables slices. So it's like, you know.
Are you trying to bring all of our IQs down, or like what's going on here? We're
Yeah,
going
dude,
to
look up Norse mythology. You're basically that's what you're talking about. You're talking about Norse mythology. Vikings.
Yeah. I get a fair project.
Yeah, you're talking about other realms, right? Layers of the earth, hollow earth.
This is like if I don't know how to explain this, but um,
Underground bases for aliens to come out of.
so do you think there's no escape from Earth? Can go
Yeah.
outside Earth.
What?
You can
Go
go
outside of the
outside.
earth?
Yeah.
No. Why would I think that?
You can go outside Earth.
No. Why would I think I can go outside earth?
I'm like, why not?
Because there is such a thing.
Hmm?
Why do you think there's anywhere else but earth?
Why do I think there's nobody else but Earth?
No. Why do you think there's other places to go to?
I don't think so, but I'm like, why not?
Well, there's no evidence
Nobody
of it.
knows it. Yeah, that's it. There's nobody can say, "Hey, that's a different place than here. I'm going there." Nobody.
So it's like, because I'm like, I'm talking about the idea. I'm not talking about if it exists or not. The idea itself is still.
Well, that would be assuming that Earth is like this place, and there's different places. Like there's other unique places that aren't Earth. Like I'd have to assume that that's even true to begin with. But starting with that hypothetical axiom, well, then you could just invent anything. Like, I mean, yes, no, like, what are you asking?
I mean, like,
Yeah, it's not like there's other planets like Earth that you can go to.
so it's like if you go up, I'm like, if you go, so it's like nowhere to go.
But it would be conditional anyway. I mean, like, could you leave the Earth? Well, in what scenario? If I was restricted from doing so, like if I was completely enclosed and there was no way to get out, then no, I couldn't. But if there was some form or method by which I could go outside of the Earth system, then yes, I could. I mean, this is just purely hypothetical.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think are rockets?
Assalamu alaikum.
Why do you want us to imagine all these different things?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you want us to imagine all of these different things? Like you just keep saying, imagine, what if, and this and that. And we're just telling you to look at the Earth and talk about what's real.
Do you guys actually like trying to say Earth is flat?
We know it's flat.
No, there's no try about it. It is flat. The government told me.
So,
yeah, they said if you see something.
So how do you?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. The
Okay.
government said if you see something, say something. I saw something. I saw the surface of the Earth had no detectable curvature at all. So I said something. I'm like, how can this globe you're talking about, a ball in space, have no detectable curvature? They said, well, it's really big. It's really, really big.
Exactly.
And I'm like, how big? Like, how big is it? Like about 3959 in radius. I'm like, well, that would mean that you'd get a little bit of curvature that you could measure over distance. And they're like, yeah. So I tested that claim, and there's still no curvature. So what we've got
then
here
how do you?
is.
May I ask, how did you test it?
Yeah, there's lots of different ways of testing it.
How did you test it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry about how I did.
No,
it's not about me. Okay,
you told
this
me
is
you
about.
tested it. How did you test it?
Don't worry about how I tested it. You could do it yourself. You could go test. See, the problem is.
I don't know. Tell me how.
I've tested.
I'll go test
haven't.
it. No problem.
Yeah, I've tested. You haven't. So until you check, there really isn't anything to talk
Okay,
about.
how can I test? Tell me how.
If you can't think of a way, then just say you can't and just leave it at that. Say there isn't any way of knowing.
Why don't you just say what's the way?
Yeah, because this is the idea where if somebody teaches you something, you know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If they just give it to you, then you won't know. So if I just spoon feed you answers without knowing anything about you, I could go through it all the way, every single step. But if you can't even contemplate how you would do it, like I said, here's a bicycle. And on the bicycle, you put your feet on the pedals hands on the steering wheel, you pedal, you turn like this. But if you can't even contemplate what the word round means or what the word flat means, then there isn't any way. Like if I say, hey, tires are round, and you think that means a ball, like a ball in space, then there isn't any way for me to articulate to you how to ride a bicycle. Because the language barrier, the contemplation of what I'm actually trying to say to you is so divorced from reality and what the functional meaning of words are, that it's better for you to just try it yourself. Then once you fail and you've fallen down and you can't get back up, I could help you up. Or if you've fallen and you're like, hey, I can't do this on my own, I need an expert to walk me through it, then you're like, okay, sure. What have you tried so far? But right now, you haven't done anything at all. You haven't checked. You haven't even tried to check. You have no concept of how you would check. The only thing you've done is
don't
you saw.
judge people that you don't know.
I asked you,
please
did
don't
you
judge
check?
people that
I
you
asked
don't know.
you. No, I asked you,
Yes,
did you check? And you said, no,
I
you
have my
didn't.
ways. When?
How do you think you would check?
What did I say now?
Aria.
I have a question for you. I have a question.
Herrera. How do you think
Herrera.
you would go about checking? Herrera.
Okay, I have a question for you. You say Earth is
No.
flat.
I want to ask,
Okay?
how would you go
How
about
do you
checking?
explain?
How would you go about checking for curvature? What do you think would be your method to see whether or not something was curving?
Well, for the way, for example, the day and nights are like alternation. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's very what?
So if I gave you a method, right? Do you think you would be able to deduce whether or not it would be a valid method?
Which method?
All right. So let's say I'm building a home, right? And I've leveled the land and I've poured my foundation and I've leveled my foundation. And you're like, I'm not sure if that's level. Maybe there might be some curvature or slope in there. What would be the best way to determine if that foundation was level or if it had some kind of deviation in it?
What has that to do with our topic?
You'd pull a line on it.
Everything. Yeah. You shoot a straight edge over the surface of the foundation and you determine whether or not the foundation is parallel to the straight edge.
Well, I'm saying scientists are like saying that Earth
Well, that's why
isn't flat.
Crit explained it to you the way he did, because you can't comprehend it.
That's really weird. I don't know.
You got to think about what it would mean for you and the consequences that it would have for you experientially. So when, like if they've given you a specific size, then obviously there's going to be geometric consequences, right?
Well, I
So
do have this
you'll
in
experience
my...
that curve in some way. And then you test that. Like, for example, they might say, well, based on the radius value, you should see so much of the surface before it cuts off, forming a horizon, and you can't see any more of the surface. And then if you go to a large body of water and you see more than that, if you see more surface than is predicted by the math that they give you, then you know that math's incorrect, right?
No, not necessarily.
That's true.
No, that's not necessarily true. All it proves is that perhaps you have flat areas, possibly on a round Earth, just as you have elevated. Just as you have elevated areas
exist on a globe, right?
Just as you have elevated areas such as mountains.
Yeah. So
here's the
problem. Here's the quandary you have. Mathematically speaking, geometrically speaking, if there were for every flat area there is on a globe, there has to be a corresponding area of supercurvature, such that the average, such as the average of both, come to the average curvature of the Earth.
Well, you're not going to measure all that. All you have to be able to do is prove that you can have flat surfaces on a globe. If I take a baseball,
but that's the problem,
and scuff a flat surface, and then I take some wax and drip it on another part of the baseball and let it accumulate, the baseball is still what we'd call round, a sphere. It now has a flat
What about a
areas,
free
and it
moving
has
substance?
elevated areas.
What about liquid though? That's going to be a bit harder to explain, right?
That is, and furthermore, there's going to be areas of his globe. There are going to have to be areas of supercurvature that are curving at a much higher rate than you'd expect on a globe, with an increased drop over less distance to make up for all the flat and concave parts.
No, they're just anomalies on the surface, like you would a baseball. The curvature
They are
of the
anomalies,
baseball
and
would
those not listen.
technically.
No,
if there's an average rate of
solid
curvature,
material.
there's an average rate of curvature, then it expresses as an average a range. Okay, and you can express the deviation from the mean by standard deviation. Right? You're going to have areas of greater curvature and lesser curvature over time, averaging out to the average curvature of the Earth. So if you're going to claim that we're measuring all these flat parts, then I'm going to ask for any evidence of supercurved parts, where it's going to be about 16 inches per mile squared in some places, or even greater than that. But nobody's ever been able to find even 1 inch per mile squared.
I was raised in Florida near an inlet, and there was a jetty on that inlet, and often I would be out there fishing, and I would watch fishing vessels go out to sea and disappear on the horizon. Very simple observation. A
On the
child can observe
horizon.
that.
On the horizon. You never see them go behind the curve of the Earth.
We see them disappear, right?
Yeah, they get smaller and smaller in angular size until they are no longer perceivable, but they don't go behind the curve of the Earth. And you know this if you've looked at that.
I've looked at it often.
You've seen boats 20 miles away and further if you've been doing that your whole life.
Yeah, and many times sheepdog also, like closer waves in, are going to provide obstruction from the bottom up for boats further out. And that's just how it is.
Yeah, and I mean, but if you see it disappear, if you see it disappear at a distance that's further than what the claimed geometry of the Earth predicts, then you've disproven that geometry.
If the Earth was flat, where are the age of it? Like, it has to be like, if the Earth was flat, there has to be ages.
What would you do if you found the edge? If I told you where the edge was, what would you do?
Then I'll believe it's flat.
Okay, the edge is on the very outside.
Very outside.
Yeah, it's the very limit of the Earth.
Okay, that's a very rich answer.
Yeah, well, where's the edge of the universe?
The universe, I don't. Who said the universe is?
Scientists all the time say the universe is flat.
Are not. Who said the universe is flat?
You can Google it right now. Is the universe flat?
Yeah. Certain astrophysicists hold that view. Yep, they do.
Well, the universe. Yeah.
I'm like, why is your account made just 2 days ago? Because that says a lot, you know.
Another thing.
All of you
I went to I was at the U.S. Naval Academy, and they taught us to use a sextant. And the sextant, measures angle and from the sun to the horizon, and it would be utterly impossible for you to be able to navigate by a sextant if the Earth was not a sphere, if the Earth was not round.
You just referenced a flat thing.
Do what?
You just referenced the Earth as flat. You're referencing a flat thing to get the angle.
You're measuring a position in the sky.
The horizon.
No, your position. You're
the
you're
angle
measuring
between
two
the
things.
celestial object, the angle between the celestial object and the what? The horizon.
And the
What's the
horizon.
horizon again? The flat line where the Earth
no,
appears
no,
to
no,
meet
no.
the sky.
I didn't say it was a flat line because that's the.
I know,
proof.
but it is. I'm telling you, it is, and it's understood to be so.
It differs as you navigate. You could never circumnavigate the globe with a sextant if it were not a globe.
Why?
Because it would throw you off. There would be no directional absolute.
Well, how precise are your measurements?
Longitude or latitude. You could not measure.
How precise are the distances between coordinate reference points?
Well, they're accurate enough to navigate by, right?
So what if I were to tell you, geometrically and mathematically, that 100 miles, whether that's an arc of a globe or a sphere or a circle, with a circumference of 24,900 miles, or 100 miles flat, that if you were to put the two up together, match that 100-mile arc against the 100-mile flat, and calculate how much the arc is relative to the flat. If you're to consider a full circle as 100%, then that arc is about 0.3%.
No, it's a nautical mile
of a
is
circle.
A nautical mile.
Yeah.
A nautical mile is 1.15 miles, which would be 15%.
So okay, so we can convert that to nautical miles. All right, same deal. The percent change doesn't matter.
So how do you why are there nautical miles if there's no curvature to the Earth?
Nautical miles is basically, I would call it an arbitrary distance that's covered for every degree of angular change of Polaris or some other star in the sky, which is then cited with your sextant. And then if it's not Polaris, it's going to have to be accounted for depending on its right ascension declination over time in order to calculate its relative change of displacement in the sky, such that you can use that as a point of reference for distance traveled. I mean, that's the hard part, right? Like you start at point A and point B 60 nautical miles away, however long that is, right? And you're not using Polaris, but using like one of Orion Belt's freaking stars. And over the course of time, it took you to get from A to B. The star is moving and you're moving, and you're trying to use this as a point of reference, and it just gets all kind of cluster effed.
But again, it only works if the Earth is a sphere.
That would be true if every degree did correspond to 60 nautical miles exactly within a very high degree of accuracy. We're talking like multiple decimal places over from zero, which then has to be sussed out and proven if Earth is a globe.
But that's been proven over and over again.
Yeah, that's what they say. So if you could have a degree of if over 100 miles you could have a degree of inaccuracy of 0.3%, then you can bake in a globe into a flat Earth over that distance, and nobody's ever going to tell the difference.
Except people who have been in ships and navigated by hand or by stars.
That's what they say, but how do they know how much actual distance they traveled and to what degree of error? If their error is greater than 99.7%, I might believe them. But since they're throwing knots over the keel haul with the freaking rope that goes across as they travel forward, and they got a guy with like a stopwatch and maybe like a 1780 stopwatch calculating the time from the knot going from the front to the back of the boat and beyond, and they're using that to get their knots, their speed, their velocity. I mean,
that's just their speed.
It's kind of fraught with a lot of error margin. You know what I mean? Like we're talking,
but it works.
All kinds of crazy systematic errors that you can't even know to account for. Well, it works, but to what degree of success does it work? When I pop open my GPS and it tells me the wrong way to Grandma's house, I still drive it. I ended up getting there. It freaking works, but I went the wrong way. Right? So what if I'm going much further distances than I think I am over Earth because nobody's actually measured them, because everybody thought that these map calculated globe distances were uniform everywhere on Earth?
I think the degree of accuracy would surprise you if you really studied it thoroughly. That a ship
what do I
can
need to study?
Sail from England and want to head to Boston Harbor and hit, pretty close to Boston Harbor. May have to go up or down the shore, but that's due to drift and all kinds of things. But may have to go up or down the shore a mile or so, but navigated pretty much straight to Boston Harbor, New York Harbor, wherever
for sure.
Wherever the navigator chose.
My GPS took me to Grandma's house. It took me away I don't recognize, and it took a little bit longer, but I ended up getting there. Yeah, I get it.
How do you know it's drift that's causing you to be off course?
Exactly. I was just about to go there. Thanks.
How do you know it? How do you know it's not?
Well, listen, when we measure the surface of the Earth with lasers, with high altitude, long distance infrared, and we can see farther and measure farther than Earth can be if it was a globe, then we are falsifying those map distances provided by WGS-84. WGS-84 providing the dimensions of the reference ellipsoid used for latitude and longitude coordinates. Right? Because you can use a different reference ellipsoid for those coordinates, right? You don't have to use WGS-84. You can use GRS-80, NAD-27, and many countries have their own references, and they may not even be ellipsoidal for their own latitude and longitude. So it just kind of depends. It's very localized. That's a funny thing about maps. The more accurate they tend to be more localized, and that's interesting. The most local you can get, people find that these spherical coordinates are providing the wrong distances because we're not measuring reality in arc lengths. We're measuring reality in straight Cartesian lengths. So in the entire field of surveying and geodesy, I can find time and time again from government and academic documents, private corporation white papers. I've got them all booked on 24/7 on our home Discord. I don't have them all booked. I have a lot of, I picked a few out and put them on there. It's surveyors who are going out using lasers, EDMs, electronic distance measurements, and they're looking at point A to point B. They're reading the map calculated DGPS difference between these two coordinates, right? And they're like, wow, okay, DGPS is probably accurate within this amount. How does my laser range finding compare to that? Let's see, DGPS, I don't have a flat plane coordinate reference system loaded into this. I'm still using latitude and longitude, which are geodetic arc lengths, geodesic. So let me compare the map calculated distance with GPS against my laser. And lo and behold, the map calculated distance is different. It's wrong. It's actually stealing distance from me. If I were to cut a piece of steel beam according to GPS distance, I would not reach the accuracy that I'd need in a local reference plane using electronic distance measuring.
How are you guys?
You say something?
Well, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we've got time and time again. What's happening is when people have these infrastructure projects, building projects, and they use geodetic coordinates, they use spherical geometry, spherical coordinates of latitude and longitude. They're finding that their distances are not as accurate as if they were to use the flat Cartesian horizontal reference frame instead. When they start using flat Cartesian horizontal reference frames, everything starts to match. Same, matchy-matchy. No coordinate conversions needed. None of that funny business. No horizontal reduction of the datum to the local vertical or any of that. What's going on is you're just looking at reality and mapping it on your paper.
And they also,
yeah,
but they
go ahead.
also
Sorry.
must measure elevation. In other words, there's drops in elevation in the land,
Yeah,
natural, and I think due to the surface of the earth. In other words, you're proving against your point when you talk to surveyors, whether they're using lasers or the old method, looking at a sticks with a 12-foot ruler sticking up in the air. Either way, there's drop and rise in that land. They're not measuring a flat surface.
Well, guess what? I mean, some people in our community took a laser out and measured a 25-mile distance, a span over a lake. And the target was 1.5 meters off the ground, and the laser was 1.5 meters off the ground. They hit each other.
So what's that prove? That
that there's no drop over distance as you'd expect on a globe. Like there should have been like 400 feet of drop. Like that laser should have been 400 feet above the target.
No. It doesn't prove that. Listen, think of this. Think of a lake in a mountain range, and you go up, and that lake
got perfect one. How about
is level.
The Panama
But
Canal?
Then you go another 100 feet, and the whole mountain slopes off. Measure that with your laser. And you see what I'm saying?
They're not measuring mountain terrain. They're trying to measure. You know where they were measuring? They're measuring over a frozen lake.
Well, great. It's the same thing.
Yeah, water.
I'll tell you why it's not the same thing as a mountain. It's not the same thing as a mountain because mountain is made of solid matter, of rock. And the frozen lake was made of a liquid. And the liquid is way more responsive and conformal to the claim of equipotential gravitational fields. It's pulling all of everything, mass and energy, into a common center point. And we're trying to measure the arc distance of the surface that's created by that equipotential radian of force that's moving into a common barycenter.
Water is being equidistantly pulled to the center of the Earth by gravity. That's where we would exactly expect to see curvature over the surface of the Earth, especially when it's 72% of it.
So how much do surveyors allow for the curvature? Do the surveyors allow for the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
It's 7/6. I mean, sorry,
they factor in a lot.
8 inches per squared.
Versus, first is they factor in refraction using a formula that actually bakes in the radius of the Earth to begin with. So they're begging the question, right? I mean, isn't that stupid? Like begging all these so-called technical, like smart scientific people, they're freaking committing the most rudimentary, fallacious argument, logical fallacy that you could make. Like freshmen freaking figure this shit out, right? They're committing the affirming the consequent fallacy when they do this.
So they get an inaccurate measurement.
Your surveyors, like your boundary surveyors, they'd prefer not to have to do distances where they're going to be required to factor in curvature or refraction and stuff like that. So they do it in short bursts over distance, transfer lines.
Right. So they'll get accurate measurements, but inaccurate calculations to modify the measurements, and that's what's happening. Right. So they'll set up a triangulation network using straight line propagation, line of sight, right? Using a combination of differential GPS with electronic distance measuring and pure plain old optics and theodolites. And they'll say, this can't be true. These distances that we're triangulating can't be true because we know Earth is a globe. So let's pop open a reference ellipsoid and contort our measurements to that. And so they'll take that flat triangulation and they'll bend it.
And get accurate distance. In other words, the whole thing.
No. They get
no
distance.
engineering
They get
would work.
They get an unverified distance. Moving. They get an unverified distance. That's what they get.
It's written right there
an
on
unverified distance.
Right there on your survey.
Right? You know what they also get? They get a perfectly good measurement that they distorted with math to fit a cosmological ideal because they're afflicted with this fantasy of a globe and they're trying to conform to it. Why? Because everybody else thinks Earth is a globe too.
But how does it work? That's what I'm saying. How does it work? How does surveying work? How does navigating the globe with a sex network, if in fact the basis upon which it is, carried out is false, that the Earth is not round? But it does work. It works well.
Yeah, I know it works, and I can tell you how it works.
Everybody's cheating, right?
No, it works without being accurate, and it's not accurate within a degree of discovery that most people have the capability or wits, wherewithal, or even gumption to try and figure out or understand. And once people like us start to go there and figure it out, and we do, we point this out to people. All right. I mean, I don't know how much time I have. I'll have time tomorrow, but I got time now to get into it. I love this topic. I love cartography. I love maps. I love topology. I love differential geometry. So this could definitely be your cup of tea if you want to extend this conversation further regarding maps and our terrain.
Well, I think I've said my piece.
Yoder, don't you have information on how they surveyed Great Britain and they surveyed it all flat?
Yeah. So, for instance, so what Sheepdog is referencing is something called the British National Grid System, which is a mapping system the British government created as part of something greater called the UK Ordnance Survey. And this survey was supposed to survey the extent of the realm around the British Isles in order to develop maps for defense purposes, for war making and all kinds of other stuff like that. Hence, Ordnance Survey. And they used a Cartesian flat reference plane for it, 2,500 by 2,500 kilometers. So all their map distance calculations are based on a flat surface, not a curving surface, which is conformal to a flat Earth. All right. So if you go Google it, the UK Ordnance Survey and the British National Grid System, you're going to see a modern rehashing of it. And you have to go back in time. What they've done with it is they've actually paired it to latitude and longitude through a conversion system. So you're going to see coordinates mapped in latitude and longitude, even though these coordinates are orthogonal to each other in the map and in reality, but they're curving against latitude and longitude conceptually in order to convert. Right? And this is because coordinate reference systems themselves are arbitrary constructions. You can map any coordinate reference system onto any surface, and as long as it's used consistently within its own frame of rule, then it's going to produce results that are consistent, which people may deem optimal, not just accurate, but optimal. They may think they're going an optimal distance from point A to B, and for all intents and purposes, they might be, given the reality that they're subjected to on that surface, and they know nothing further about. But in other dimensions, such as a Euclidean dimension that boxes in this non-Euclidean blob, you're going to be able to do different kinds of projections and see different kinds of distances that may be more optimal in your frame of reference and not theirs. So where am I going with this? Well, where I'm going with this is that the distances, the arc distances that are traveled over great circle routes and run line routes over a globe are not going to match the same Cartesian distances that are mapped in the real world using EDM from point A to B and so on and so forth. Right? I mean, you're going to map different distances to different reference frames and different projections. If you're going to start introducing different topologies and comparing them, overlaying them on top of each other. What's happening right now is we have a world where everybody pulls up Garmin, their GPS on Apple, their TomTom devices. Pilots and long haul truckers are pulling up GPSs, and they're seeing that little stick man, that little globe, rotate underneath an airplane icon or a truck icon. They're going to see the globe rotate on the screen underneath that position, but they're making flat Euclidean angular changes to their heading and even their elevation in reality. So you can map these surfaces together, and you can do it by incrementally adjusting and snapping to grid along the way to a degree of precision that is so many decimal points over to one side that nobody has the care to notice, but yet over longer distances add up. That's exactly what's happening right now. Someone's hot micing. You may not want this because we can hear your family in the background.
I want to say something.
Oh, that's fine. I won't bite.
Okay. Well, I don't think not believing in NASA is wrong, actually. Believe in logic only. So, therefore, I'll say, when a ship sails away into the sea, it doesn't just get smaller until it disappears, right?
It does.
Instead,
Yes, it does.
it doesn't.
No, it does.
At the bottom
Everything
of the
does.
ship.
Whether you were on a globe or
No.
not, it would still appear to get smaller with distance. I know what you're getting at, and
No.
the problem is that what you're seeing has to conform to the claimed geometry, and if it doesn't, then that claimed geometry is false. So therefore, you'd have to
Well,
that
we
ship
see
would have to
that. We
begin
see that.
disappearing. It would have to start disappearing at a specific distance. And what we see is not that. We don't get that.
Why
It has
does
to conform to the math. It has to conform to the math. Listen, it's very easy to understand.
Okay.
The phenomenon of something disappearing with distance has to conform to the claimed geometry, the math that you mentioned. And if it doesn't, then the math is false.
Well, then why does the hull, if it's all just getting smaller, why does the hull disappear before the mast?
You
Yes,
said to
exactly.
yourself, you've never seen this. You watch boats all the time,
No.
and they would go
No,
really
we
far
see that.
away,
We see that.
and they would get smaller and disappear. That's what you said you saw. You've never seen boats disappear bottom up unless there was a wave or some kind of crazy atmospheric condition going on.
I'm saying the mast
No,
or
I'm
the
sorry.
I know the bottom of the boat, the hull, if the bottom part's red and the top part's white, why does the red disappear bottom up first? I'm telling you, if you've been to the beach, you've never seen this unless there was some crazy atmospheric condition going on where you could literally see the haze in the air, or there was a wave blocking your view. I know this because I grew up seeing this as well.
I'm glad you brought up the wave aspect. People don't think about the waves in context of perspective. You are going to be a certain elevation off the ground, and it's some distance, right? Waves that are further than you, way far in the distance, those waves are going to be obstructing things even further in the distance beyond that from the bottom up. Now, these waves may not be obvious because they're so far away, their angular resolution is so bad that they're going to just look like one glob of a wall together. You're going to lose depth perception at distance too. You're not going to be able to tell the difference between 5 feet from one crest of a wave to the crest of another wave. You've got 100 of these things, and they appear and they're oscillating, right, going up and down. It's going to appear as one solid wall of water way off in the distance. And if those waves are under your eye height, they're going to be obstructing the base of the boat, which is on the surface below your eye height, much further away, without the globe being round, with the Earth instead being flat. That's the reality of the geometry here. And that's before we get into the marine layer, where there's a ton of optical distortion happening just, within the first few inches above the ocean surface. And when you're glancing through that at an oblique angle at far distances, you're going to be looking through a lot of that distortion too. And you can't call that curvature of the Earth.
And I'm going to add this little last caveat. I got to get some things done. But the reason why I say you've never seen that is because the only time you've ever seen, probably, maybe I may be wrong. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But the only time, I'm going to say this, the only time you probably have ever seen a boat disappearing bottom up is on a video. You've never seen it in person. You've got to be honest with yourself.
That's wrong.
You live by the beach?
Yes.
Okay. How far away was the boat that you saw? How far away was the boat that you saw?
I was on the beach and it didn't disappear, like it didn't get smaller. It just disappeared.
Okay, how far away was it?
I mean,
this is very important.
I don't know how far. I don't actually know how far exactly.
The visual is not enough. The visual is not enough to say it's going over curvature. You're welcome to say it could be going over curvature. Maybe that's why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Then you have to test that to see if that's what it is. You can't just declare because you can't see the bottom of something at distance that it's going over a curve. You can speculate about it. Then, okay, fine. Test it. See if that's true.
Well, that gets back to my old ancient navigation system, the use of the sextant. That
you're under the impression that has some sort of basis in the globe, and it doesn't.
Well, gentlemen, what about the light?
People were navigating using celestial navigation a long time before that, before the globe. Sorry, go ahead and ask your question.
I asked, how do you explain the shape of the light of the moon? Why is it circle? Or how do you explain it?
How do we explain the light of the moon, did you say? Sorry?
Yes.
Or why the moon is round?
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, thank God the moon's not anything like the Earth, right?
Well,
I mean, first off, the moon is in the sky and the Earth isn't in the sky, so you can definitely tell that the Earth is not anything like the moon.
But we say that the Earth, the Earth gets its light from the reflection of the light of the sun to the Earth. That's what I said. That's what we all learned in school.
What we're taught. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're told.
Yep.
That's what we're taught. Yeah, but it doesn't make it true.
Yeah, if that was wrong, so how do you explain it? Why is it every time at the month?
I don't. It's the Earth's surface geometry is not contingent upon it, so it's not reliant upon it. So I just don't worry about it. I mean, it's fun to speculate about the things in the sky, but essentially you can determine the surface geometry without having to look at the sky. So we're trying to investigate the thing directly, the thing in question directly, and not trying to relate how other things work with it. We're just it's just a soul examination of the surface itself. It doesn't necessarily mean we understand the mysteries of the cosmos?
Well, for me, it's something in my religion, so I do believe it. I do believe in it 100%.
It's what's in your religion?
Yeah.
That the Earth isn't flat, and that
What
the
religion
sun
is that?
isn't.
Scientology?
It's Islam.
Mormon.
Islam doesn't describe the Earth as being spherical. Sorry.
Well, there is some
You're
ayat
welcome to
that
you're
are
welcome to
like.
think it does. You know, I can't force you to believe anything other than what you want to. But you know, it's I in my investigations of scripture, it doesn't say that.
I've seen videos
Well,
of imams claiming the Earth is flat and that infidels believe in a globe. Like, I'm sure we could post a few.
oh, okay. Well, I've like discussed this with people like that are in the same religion as mine. Like I'm sorry, my English isn't that good. I don't think I can go in details, but if like I could prepare something for
You're doing
later.
fine, but here's the problem. You know, the shape of the Earth or the surface features of the Earth really has nothing to do with religion. Now, some religions
Yes.
might indicate that there is a flat Earth, right? If you look at all of cosmology through all the ancient cultures, they all believe the Earth was flat. They all saw the Earth as a flat, stationary place, and it had some kind of a protective covering over the top of it to prevent, anything from coming in and harming it. Right? This is all religions. Only until the 1940s, 1950s, they started like really pushing this globe idea out there. So, like, if anything, the globe is actually the new religion.
Space navigation would likewise fail if the Earth were not round, spherical.
That's not true. That's definitely not true. Space navigation is done with
Sure it
coordinate
is.
systems that transform amongst each other all the time. Right?
No.
The two big ones are the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, and the ECI, coordinate reference system
Both of
transformations.
which,
They
require a
use them
round
both,
Earth for
right?
it to
Well, no,
circumnavigate.
ECEF has a flat Earth coordinate reference system embedded within it.
Not so, my friend.
Yeah, it does. It's called east north up and east north down, easting and northing. It's the tangent plane that every receiver builds out of the ephemeris and nautical almanac data that it receives from the GPS network, along with the pseudo ranging information, the timing packets from the satellites. Right. So the ephemeris and the almanac are transmitted on subframes 2 and 4 on the backhaul. Right. I'm sure you know all about this, don't you?
I don't know all about it. I do know something about it. Enough that the spacecraft circumnavigate the globe based on the beginning facts that it is round. Were it not round, those calculations would
for them to
fail.
do that first.
It would just prove that the Earth is flat. If their
You're going to need a globe.
calculations were
You're
based
going to
on a
need a globe in
round
the
Earth,
first instance.
it would.
T-Buggy's right. Listen, he's telling you the globe is baked in. Of course it is. You know, like all the ground stations that they operate in order to do tracking of these satellites, which get fed into the great brain in Colorado somewhere at an undisclosed location. Right? Those like even the optical trackers, they timestamp where they see these satellites in the sky using an altitude and azimuthal degree reckoning, but they'll use that in conjunction with their location and latitude and longitude. This means they're baking in the globe in the first instance. And as long as they stay with one consistent coordinate reference system, then it's going to be internally consistent everywhere. As long as you are within that frame of reference and can only use that frame of reference to interrogate that frame of reference. You're only going to find so much internal consistency that you might believe that this has to be true. And you're not going to subject it at all to external validation. The immanent critique is trumped by the external critique. And our external critiques come by way of electronic distance measuring. I'm pretty sure the NGA is aware of this, as with NOAA, the Navy Hydrologic Office. I'm sure there are people who know that there's a big issue.
Yeah. Hey guys, thanks for the discussion. Enjoyed it. I've got to run. Hope to talk to you again sometime.
I was wondering because this SpaceX rockets due, I think, tonight to hit the moon, and I think the impact should be visible from Earth if anyone's planning on viewing it.
What
That'd be
time
cool,
did they
yeah.
calculate it for?
I'm not sure exact. I'm
We'll
not sure
look
the
it
exact
up.
time.
If I got a clear view, I'll take some footage. I got some fancy optics. Can't wait to try it out on the moon.
Because this is like a very rare event where they're claiming this thing and we can actually go and see it. So I think it's interesting.
Yeah, the Tycho crater is barely resolvable by the human eye. And then the human eye should be, maybe, depending on how big the impact is, be able to see something too.
Hey Yoder, 2:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, forget that. I got work at like 8:30. No thanks.
It just so happens that it'll be right in the middle of when everybody has to be sleeping for work.
Dude, what do you think of that last guy that was in here? I kind of feel like I ended up on the list.
Also, which part of the world is it predicted to be visible for?
I don't know. 2:35 a.m.
Yeah, which part of the world? So, which regions of the world will see it, while others won't be privy?
That's going to be what, like 30 degrees down from zenith?
Yeah, so probably be over like.
Are you talking about the moon?
Africa.
Yeah.
Hey, it's gonna hit the Einstein crater. Or near it.
Too bad they can't hit a crater on the dark side of the moon. See what I did there?
And what do you think about
that'd be interesting, right? Because it's in a phase right now, right? So will it hit the surface part that's not visible to us, or the lit part?
Oh snap.
Hey, what do you think about that, Yoder? All the craters that supposedly were hit by meteor impacts, they're all facing towards us, which means the meteors would have had to go through Earth to hit the moon. What do you think about that?
I see what you mean, but hold on. Yeah, the ones dead smack in the center of the moon facing Earth. Like, yeah, if this is some heliocentric cosmology, then yeah, I don't know, man. Like, was that crater made before the moon like settled into its final tidal lock position? Would be the question I'd have if I was like a globe Earth astrophysicist.
It was the chief corner.
See what I mean? They got answers for everything, sheepdog. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's the chief cornerstone, the chief corner crater. The final crater that tidally locked the moon.
Yeah, that's right. Like it's the last crater to be facing the Earth. But I mean, like I was saying, they got explanations, right? And it fits if you accept their description of not only the way things move that we can all describe in the same way, but how they're moving in relation to each other in a different reference frame. I say that laughingly because general relativity is all about arbitrary reference frames. So it's all arbitrary anyway. But I mean,
well, some of those meteors might have come from Earth.
Yeah, I know that's what Sheepdog's getting at. Like, whoa.
Yeah. No, but they could have. Like they say that we share material. Like they find moon rocks, and Mars rocks on Earth, and likewise they wouldn't be surprised if they found Earth rocks on those bodies as well.
Dude, I can't get over how much they almost look like hydrologic or hydro craters. Are they called hydrologic craters? The hydro craters on Earth, like in Arizona.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? They look like the impact craters. They tell us that it was a meteorite impact, but no, these are cauldrons of water that boiled and blew open.
Yeah, some of those geysers after they've settled down, especially ones that weren't predicted, they just like popped up out of nowhere through the mud. After they've settled, they kind of leave an impression similar to.
Yeah, there you go. That's a dried up geyser right there, folks. Super geyser. And when you look at that and you look at the moon, you're like, you know what? Who's to say that those are meteor impacts at all? Like, what if those were hydro craters?
Yeah, people have produced similar effects using electricity on certain surfaces as well.
Oh yeah, pitting and corrosion. I got a great video where somebody zoomed in to an exhaust pipe, but you don't know it's an exhaust pipe. So you're zoomed in, you see like this black Terminator line and this lit up rusty part. And it's got all these craters in it. And it's like, oh, and it's shimmering in the turbulence of the exhaust, right? It looks like somebody's P900 super zoom on the moon. And the guy backs out, and it's a car exhaust with the oxidation pitting, which is electrical, I guess. But yeah, man. Like, oh man, I wonder if I could find that quickly. I'm gonna post it if I can. Give me give me a 120-second countdown. Go.
You want me to include refraction into that calculation?
Refracted time.
Is that what Michael Jackson meant when he said, remember the time? I've been here all week, people, and I'll still be here.
Guys, I found it. All right, there it is. 8 minutes past the hour. Dude, check that out. Sheepdog, have you seen that, T-Dub?
Yeah, give us a sec. I'll have a look in a minute. Hang on.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
Bye bye. I was gonna say the background video sounds like a Peterbilt. Hee hee.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool.
Have we checked to see if anybody in here is a globe proponent?
Yeah, we've been speaking with Hurayra. 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 Sorry, Hurayra?
Hurayra.
Hurayra. Hurayra.
Yes.
Okay. Hurayra. We're speaking with Hurayra, and there was another gentleman that's just not long left. And looks like we've got a few guests here that we haven't spoken to as well. Take it away. Hurayra seems genuinely curious and has been asking some pretty good questions. Yeah, welcome back, whoever that was.
Well, I'm not convinced yet that the Earth is flat.
The Earth is
Though
flat?
I wanna ask, I'm not convinced.
The Earth is flat.
That's what you're saying.
I said that.
I don't know about you, but the people who were talking, they were trying to say.
Who said the Earth is flat? Who said the Earth is flat?
Oh my god,
Oh, let me
it's
see.
alive.
Hurrah! Hurrah! Can you hear me?
Yes.
If we were given a choice, right? Like we weren't really given a choice in school. We were only ever taught the globe. If you were given a choice on whether the Earth was a globe or flat, do you think you would have ever figured it out by yourself?
The Earth is not flat, though.
No.
I don't know why you guys are saying this.
It's better to get herself brain cells first.
It's not flat.
Who said that?
Don't you think it's odd that you never had a choice, Herrera?
Well, I believe in science. I don't think you can just like say, no, all of that was a lie, and no, we are being lied
It's
to.
geometry. It's not science. You can ask any scientist how they measured the surface of the Earth, and they'll never tell you that they ever did. They only will ever calculate gravity and say because gravity, the Earth is a ball. That's the only thing they'll ever say.
Look, at the very least, very least, the Earth is undulated. So it's got mountains. So it's not flat.
Do you even understand what flat means?
Exactly.
Yes, flat means flat. It's got mountains. It's undulated.
That's great. So you use the word to define the word. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah,
If you're like 30 years old and in here, you should know what flat means. I don't have to explain
Okay,
that.
well then why don't you define it for me? What is flat? Why don't you give me the mechanical definition? How about that?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you give me the meaning of every single word you used to ask it?
All right, so you've already.
It's like the same as saying
so
that,
you've
you know? It's exactly the same.
the argument. Yeah, so now you're going to filibuster and talk through me. It's not going to work out that way. Go ahead and give me the mechanical definition of flat, please.
Why don't you give it? So
Okay.
if you claim that.
So you're done. Back to the girl that believes in science. Who is making a scientific claim about the surface nature of the Earth?
Huh?
Our young friend here, Mrs. Hello, whatever.
Oh my God, it's Huraira.
Okay, Haraya. Can you tell
Yes.
me which
So
scientist is making a claim about the flatness or the roundness of the Earth? Which scientist?
well, there's bunch actually.
Okay, name one,
Let me give
and
you.
then show me
Okay.
which scientific experiment they conducted to prove it.
Well, the first one. Give me a second, please.
Okay.
I don't know how do you name him. We Arabic call him Gilio or something. No.
You call him what? Galileo? Is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
there we
That
go.
one.
Galileo. Galileo wasn't a scientist.
And he didn't investigate the Earth's surface geometry.
Yeah.
But he said so.
What was his experiment proving the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I asked for a scientist. Galileo was not a scientist.
Well, let's play along. Let's assume he's a scientist for a moment and see what experiment he did.
Okay.
I know you like to play along, says who. You're pretty good at it. You've been gone for a
I'll
little
play
while. I'll
along.
help you.
I have. I'll play along.
What was the science experiment? What was his hypothesis? He observed some things in the sky, right? We'll talk about what he observed. What was his hypothesis about what he observed? What were the variables that he defined?
Are you like having another call another time discussing the same topic?
Well, we try to be in here 24/7. So if you see us in here, you're welcome to come back. Do you
Oh,
need some
thank
time
you.
to figure out what scientists claim that the Earth is round?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Don't you think it's interesting that you can't find any? Because you said that you believe in science, and yet there's no scientist saying that this is actually true.
Well, the
That should be
science I
number
believe
one on Google.
is
When you Google it, that should be the number one hit.
well. I'm saying that it's only logical that the Earth isn't flat, or whatever you call it.
Okay.
It's
So now you want
rounder
to
because
sorry, you're leaving the scientific method and now you're going to logic. Okay, no worries. So logically, since the Earth is measured as flat, treated as flat, observably flat, and stationary, logically, what would you conclude?
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Says who.
well, I really need to be prepared.
Yes, you do. So I would, if I were you, I think you should go find out if there's any scientific evidence of a shape. Here's a spoiler alert. You won't find any because shapes are not a scientific inquiry. Number two, logically, since the Earth is measurably flat, observably flat, and stationary, logically, it is also flat and stationary. So I don't know what you're going to find, but you go ahead and see what you can find out.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, after like 2 weeks of searching, I kind of gave up in the beginning. I was like, holy crap, I didn't realize it was this hard.
Yeah, it turns out that Google does not help. The AI will tell you, oh, yeah, Earth is definitely round, and you can tell because of the ships disappearing on the horizon. And people don't realize that AI is trying to help them affirm the consequent with that little statement. Did you know that Google AI and ChatGPT and Grok and all of those things are using fallacious reasoning to convince you guys of positions that aren't actually tenable in reality? Did you know that?
They're programmed to.
Yeah.
Though, what's the point of like lying about the Earth, the shape of Earth? Like,
Well, see, they need lots of slaves. They want them kind of ignorant and just not thinking about things that don't pertain to them. But every once in a while, they'd like to freak you out and tell you that there's an asteroid about to hit the Earth or a solar flare, all that stuff to keep you afraid. So they want very uneducated and afraid slaves. That's the point. You sound like you're a pretty good candidate. You've adopted everything that they've told you when you went to kindergarten through whatever grade that you're in. And now you've just kind of blindly believed that the Earth is round, even though your entire experience is of a flat and stationary Earth. So I would say the goal, which they're trying to achieve, has been achieved. Most people have no idea where they live.
My favorite is when they tell you that the core of the Earth has stopped spinning. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
that's crazy.
Be honest with us. What is your everyday experience of the Earth? Do you feel like you're moving?
Yes. Do you mean like, am I traveling or?
No. Does the Earth feel like it's spinning underneath you?
Well, it will not because it's so big.
How big is it?
It's so big that I can't like feel it if it's rounding me.
So I'm asking you, do you feel the Earth spinning underneath you? Your answer is just no, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So depending on your latitude, this is one of my best examples of this. Depending on your latitude, you should be experiencing anywhere between 600 to 1,000 mile per hour wind. So do me a favor, go outside and tell me how breezy is it? Is it 600 to 1,000 miles per hour wind you're experiencing?
Oh, it's breezy for cheesy.
Breezy for cheesy.
Is it night like over there or day? What time is it?
Sorry, did you check the wind outside?
No, I'm talking about you. I'm asking you.
What does it matter what time it is? I'm asking
Why is
you
it
if the wind is
different?
blowing
Like,
outside at 6. What do you mean? Why is it different? About a million different
like
reasons. Number one, time zones are political. Number two, the elevation of the sun's angle and correlation with the time requires the Earth be flat. So if I give you my time and you give me your time, we're both agreeing that the Earth is flat because of the angular relationship between the sun and the Earth. So it's about 6:30 here. What time is it where you're at?
midnight.
Great. So you agree that the Earth is flat because we both have an angular relationship with the sun that you observe to be moving from east to west every day, correct?
I don't. I think there is another explanation. That
So
can't be
you
the
don't
only explanation.
So you observe the sun moving from east to west every day, don't you?
I don't think the sun is moving.
I'm sorry, do you observe the sun moving or not?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay, great. So the sun is observed to be moving. Terrific. And the angular relationship of the observation would require that the Earth be flat. Is that right?
That's true.
Okay. So depending on where the sun is in relationship to your location, and we measure those angles according to a flat stationary Earth, the Earth is stationary, the sun moves, and it proves that the Earth is flat. Also, we don't have a 600 to a 1,000 mile per hour wind outside, so that also proves that the Earth is not in motion. I'm glad we had this chat.
Well, we can't say that, like, just depending on what you see as a one person.
You're right. No worries.
And
How many
you're
other people do you know that see the sun move from east to west every day?
You can't observe it from your place.
I did.
Wait,
I observe it where I'm at.
area.
The sun moves from east to west every day. Do you observe that? You just admitted that you did. Terrific. Everybody else that you know observes the same thing.
But that doesn't necessarily mean.
Right. So what we would need from you is some kind of, I don't know, test or proof that the Earth is actually in motion, even though we observe it to be stationary, and the sun and the stars and everything else in the sky moving in relationship to the stationary Earth. Do you have anything like that?
Well, I'm thinking to prepare something like that.
Right, you don't have that prepared too. Add that to the list of things you have to go off and check. Has anybody proved that the Earth is actually in motion? I think you're going to be about as disappointed as you are looking for the scientific proof of the Earth being round. There's nothing. The best they can do is a Foucault's pendulum, which once again is affirming the consequent fallacy. So everything that proves the globe is based on fallacious reasoning. You said it was logical. It turns out it's all actually fallacious. Now what are we going to do?
It's one of those things like, if you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving?
Articulate that. Yeah.
See, at the end of the day, the globe kind of makes people a little bit stupid, like our friend in here that didn't know what the definition of flat was. So you want to be careful of that. Don't let the globe make you stupid.
So how come the moon always casts around shadow if the Earth is flat, though?
What in the world are you talking about?
Yeah.
What?
Why does
the moon casts a round shadow?
Exactly. During a
The
lunar
moon
eclipse, how is that even possible if the Earth is flat? Can you explain that? Can you articulate on that?
Actually, that's a good point. So you have a perfectly uniform shadow of the moon on a flat surface. That would actually prove that the Earth is flat. Good job. Because if you take something like a shadow and you cast it on like a round object, it actually distorts the shadow. So actually, you're right. Thanks, dude. You actually brought us another flat Earth proof.
Explain gravity then. How explain gravity on a flat Earth? How does that work?
Hold on, friend. What is gravity? Can you tell me what it is?
You tell me based on the flat Earth consensus.
Hold on a second.
I'm making you a question.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I know. You're asking me a question. Hold on a second. You brought it up. I didn't mention gravity. You did. Can you tell me what gravity is? Because I don't know what it is. Can you tell me?
I'm asking what gravity is on a flat Earth. I know where gravity is in my perception, but maybe I'm wrong.
We don't make any claims about gravity. We don't make any claims about gravity. So you brought it up. Can you tell me what it is? I just told you. I just gave you the answer. Were you paying attention enough to get the actual answer that you asked for?
What is gravity on a flat Earth? Can you articulate that?
Did you hear my response, friend?
No.
What did I say?
Repeat the response again?
My response is we make no claims about any gravity.
Why don't you make any claims about gravity?
Because I don't even know what gravity is. Could you tell me?
Why don't you know what gravity is?
I don't. Why don't I know? Because I don't have any evidence for it, and no one's told me what it is.
So how do you know the flat Earth is flat?
Holy cow, dude! What does that have to do with gravity? You're all over the place.
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Can you
Okay, well, why'd you bring it up?
How come?
Why do I have to explain something that I didn't make a claim about?
Yeah, why would you?
I'm not making any claims.
Why would
I'm
you
being
think it's
curious.
relevant? Why would you?
Oh, okay.
Why would you think it's relevant?
Because the gravity falls into a circular motion, but maybe I'm wrong. That's what I want to know. Why, if I drop a rock from my hand, falls down into the ground? How does that work on a flat Earth?
That's a good question. What do you propose?
Use the word down.
I'm not proposing anything. I'm making you a question.
Oh, okay. I have no idea.
I want to propose anything.
I just said I don't know. I just said I don't know.
So you're calling people stupid because they have a misunderstanding of what a round and flat is, but you don't know how to explain gravity?
I didn't call anybody stupid. I didn't call anybody stupid.
I'm sorry. You said it makes them look stupid. That's what you said.
Yeah, no. Sorry, you weren't listening. See, like the conversation that you and I are having is the same problem that you had earlier because I didn't call anybody stupid. What I said is believing in the
stupid.
Hey, bro. If you could shut up for a half a second to hear what I'm actually saying, then we could have a conversation. So now I'm still in the middle of my statement, and now you're actually interrupting me again. Do you think you could hold off for just a little bit to let me finish?
All right. Explain why you said that then.
I didn't. Let me clarify what I said. Repeat what I said. I said believing in the globe makes people stupid. Are you somebody that believes in the globe?
So you're implying that if I believe in the globe, it makes me stupid?
No, just sometimes it does. Maybe you're not stupid. Let's see if you're stupid or not. Can you give me a scientific experiment? Can you give me a scientific experiment?
The question is, if people believe
hey, bro, listen, you're not going to do this. I'm going to mute you, and I'm going to kick you out of here unless we have an actual conversation.
I'm wondering, am I stupid because I believe that
so here's the thing. I'm going to filibuster you like you filibuster me, and we're going to have a little one-way conversation right now. When we talk, I'm going to ask a question or you're going to ask a question. You're going to give me the time to answer the question that you ask. I'm going to give you the time and the space to answer the question that I ask. Anything outside of that, talking over each other, even let's say it's not a mistake, let's say it is a mistake, we'll allow it. The point is, don't talk over me. You got it? Now,
what?
Can you give me a scientific experiment that validates gravity, please?
Why would I give you that?
Because you brought up gravity.
Yeah, but I didn't came here with the intention of explaining what's gravity here. I came with the intention of asking if you know what gravity means in your flat Earth theory, or you know.
Right.
I didn't came to propose anything.
Right. Terrific. So I told you that I don't know what gravity is. There's your answer.
So you when you were at school, they didn't explain what gravity was, or you just are completely denying that you learned something else?
They explained it, but it had to do with the heliocentric model, and obviously the heliocentric model is false because the Earth is not spinning or curving. So that's wrong. So what else do we have?
And one of your claims is that the Earth is not spinning because otherwise there would be 1,000-mile winds all over the place, right?
No, only at the equator, 1,038 mile per hour wind. Have you measured that?
Well, gravity isn't gravity. That's what's there for. Plays a big,
What's gravity? What's gravity?
I don't know, you tell me. That's why
I have no idea. Well, why would you bring it up as an excuse as to why stuff is happening?
It's not an excuse. It's a question. You have to differentiate between an excuse, a proposal, and a question. I ask you a question.
Dude, you want to ask a lot. You don't want to answer a lot.
I'm asking the same question as before. What is
but we
gravity?
didn't bring it up. You did.
Yeah, and I
So
want to know
what's
the
my
answer.
answer? What was
I'm
my
not here
answer about
proposing
gravity
anything.
earlier? Hey,
You
dude,
said you
what was
don't
my
know.
answer about gravity?
You don't
Exactly.
know.
So why did you ask me about it again?
So how come you know the other stuff, but you don't know what gravity means in your
What other
flat Earth?
stuff?
How does flat Earth works? What are the the rules for a flat Earth to be possible? So
I didn't make
when
any
I
of those
ask you,
claims.
so how do you know a flat Earth it's a flat Earth?
Oh, because it's measured that way.
Who measures it?
Everybody. The surveyors, the map makers, everybody who
Can you
uses,
give me a name?
let's see, Google, geodetic surveyors, planar surveyors, you name it. Whoever uses the Earth every day uses it and measures it flat.
Okay.
What's your name? I'll ask you. I'll give you as one of those references. So what's your name of somebody else that treats the Earth as flat every day?
But what do you mean by treating the Earth as flat? What does that mean? So if I pull out a ruler and I measure point A to point B, am I measuring in flat
Yes.
terms? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Says who? Who's behind that claim?
That's my name. Don't wear it out. Oh, everybody.
But who's everybody? Can you
Anybody
give me
that
one
you
name
know.
that supports that? Like somebody in the
what's your name? Well, I'll tell you what. Let me look at your screen name here. Your name is Bug Boys. Bug Boys does that.
No, I'm not. What? No, I don't have the background nor the technicality or expertise to measure that, so I don't know. I want to know someone who has expertise in that. I want to. Do you have a name of someone who can back up those claims?
How about Dr. John D? How about him? He's a professor, a PhD in optics. He's got a YouTube channel and everything. He measures the Earth flat all the time. Is that a name that you would like to kind of do some research on?
He measures what is he measuring in the plane? Like he measures what does that mean?
He measures across the surface of the Earth with lasers and optics all the time.
Okay, is this John D the mathematician? Is that the one you're talking about, the astronomer?
No, he's a professor in optics.
John
He's
D
a doctor.
Crumbles.
Oh my gosh.
John D Crumbles.
Who else do you know? Do you know the names of some people?
I just put in John. I just put in you gave me information. I typed it in on Google and I just found two names. And you told me
great.
they're not neither both of them. So can you give me
it's likely that both of those guys measure the Earth flat as well. Like Bug Boys, he does it, and then Dr. John D. Me says who, I do it.
Okay.
Everybody else I know does it. What names how many names do you want me to give you? How qualified do you think somebody should be to measure the Earth? What do you think they should know?
That's qualified enough to pull out a paper that proves that the Earth is flat by pointing out why it's flat. Is there a paper out there like by any one of them?
Sorry, brother. You asked me who. You said who. Who treats the Earth and measures it flat every day?
That's what I mean. Who's them?
Everybody.
How do you know that? How are you certain about that answer? Like everybody? How are you so certain that everybody does that?
Well, because when we look at the maps and we look at the survey data and we look at all the tools that people use every day to measure the Earth, all of these tools are designed to measure the Earth as a flat plane and get angular and distance relationships according to that geometry. So it doesn't matter who you appeal to, they're all measuring the Earth flat. Nobody's measuring any Earth curve.
Well, I mean, the Earth is pretty big, isn't it? Like,
okay, how big is it?
Measuring round measurements, like we
how big is
can't do that because we're just. I don't know the exact number, but it's big enough, so I cannot do a round measurement.
So then you agree
because I'm just too small, right?
Yeah, so you agree that everybody measures the Earth flat because it can't be measured as a ball. I agree with you, brother.
Flat.
Oh, okay. Well, then what does it mean? Since we measure it flat and we treat it as flat and stationary, what does that mean?
Let's say you can scale up to the size of the Earth. Are you certain that the Earth
How big is the
you're
Earth?
going to still measure the Earth flat?
Sorry, you're starting to talk about scale. I want to know how big the Earth is now.
I don't know I mean, I can look it up, but I'm sure it's pretty big, like big
Yeah,
enough
look
to,
at it because you're talking about scale. So let's get really precise. What is the
you're
scale we're
talking
talking about here, friend?
So how? I mean, you said I mean, the Earth is only in two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional surface, right? Only
I didn't
flat.
say that.
There's no round.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Why it's flat then?
Do you even understand the definition of flat? Flat is a description of a surface. Do you know what flat is defined as?
We have the perception of flat because also do scale we small enough
Bro,
that
you
it looks
see,
flat.
can I help you out? Because we'd actually be looking for a change in more than 2 dimensions, right? So if we're looking out across
right.
the Z, if we're looking out across the Z axis, like straight in front of us, forwards, right? We'd expect the surface, right, to deviate away from a straight line. If we're on a ball, it doesn't. You don't see that. You don't measure it. Nobody does. They just
If you look out on the
everybody for
ocean
practical purposes
far enough, you can see
just
the
uses
boats
the Earth as flat.
fading away in a round
Ah,
movement.
perfect. Great. Perfect. So now we have something that might give us with the scale. So let's talk about scale real minute. Let's talk about boats in the horizon and the ocean. So at what distance do the boats start to disappear on the Earth, given the size that you believe it is? Well, why would you bring it up if you don't know? This is weird. When you've come in here, you've made a lot of claims, asked questions about things that nobody here is claiming, and then when we ask you about it, you say, "Oh, I don't know."
Why do I
don't
see the
know
perception
size of,
then
excuse me. You don't know the size of the Earth. You don't know the scale that which we're dealing with. You don't know anything about gravity. Yeah, because you're bringing it up. If you bring it up, I think my expectation of you is to know what the hell you're talking about if you're going to ask a question about it.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what's the size of the Earth?
Nope, no idea.
So why are you attacking me if you don't know
we
either?
The claim geometry. We know the claim geometry of the globe, and that's important, right? In order to tell if the surface is curving or not.
So it's not curving, based on that geometry.
No.
When you test the claim geometry, it's not there. It doesn't exist.
There is no Earth curve that can be measured on the surface that's consistent with the globe of the size that they claim.
That's what I'm trying to ask. Is there an official resource from a scientific, reputable person that claim, back that up? Is there somewhere I can look that up?
No,
besides
I'll tell you why. Because
on,
this is
on
not
Discord and Twitter or Reddit. Like, is there a scientific person that can explain that to me?
Dude.
No, I'm asking you. You're the one.
Dude, can you talk a lot? You talk way too much, and then when somebody else talks, you talk again. Just hold your tongue for a half a second. This is not a scientific inquiry.
It's not. Okay.
No.
What type of inquiry is? Correct me.
It's geometric. In fact, the term geometry, geometric, Earth measure. That's where the term geometry comes from.
Okay, is there a scientific or a paper that claims that, an official paper out there that somebody in the field of the the terms can back that up, that information, the claim that the Earth is flat? I'm sure there has to be one, right?
So if somebody says it, does that make it true?
I don't know.
Like, I have 7 elbows. Just because I said that, does that make it true?
Do you know how a human is shaped and formed? If I know how a human it is, I'm a human. I look at my elbows. I can pretty much see that it's not truth, right? Because I can look at my own body.
So that's not true. So somebody just saying something is not going to be the basis by which we adjudicate truth, is it?
It's pretty much objective to what you can claim as truth or not truth.
No, you don't claim it. You
I have
prove
5 hands. Exactly. That's what I'm asking. Is there something that can prove the claims that the Earth is flat? Can I search somewhere?
Yes, like I told you.
resource
Yes.
besides
Yes.
users on Reddit and internet?
Yes. Every map that you've ever looked at was measured as a flat Earth. And then they put it on a projection. Do you know what a projection is?
But who claims that the Earth is flat?
I do.
That's a map. That's just a map. That it's not.
Oh,
he's not telling me
so
that the Earth is flat. It's just a
right,
map.
no worries. Maps aren't the territory. I totally agree. So we wouldn't be able to figure out whether or not the Earth is curving from a map. We would actually have to measure the surface of the Earth. Well, it turns out that every major professional industry out there that builds on the Earth, navigates on the Earth, they all measure the Earth as flat. So it doesn't matter who you appeal to, NASA, the surveyors, I don't care who it is, they're all measuring the Earth flat every day. The navigators, they're proving it because they're measuring it. It doesn't matter what they say. That's what they're doing. I have surveyor friends. I ask them all the time, how can you measure in such short distances the Earth being flat? Oh, well, it's because the Earth is curved. So they admit to me that the Earth is actually flat when they measure it, but they tell me that the Earth is curved on top of that, but they never measure that part.
But it's because you're trying to make them, measure something that is way too small for them to realize that the Earth is flat, right? Like,
no worries. So we're back to square one. How big is the Earth? How big is the Earth, and who figured that out? That's the next question.
How big is the Earth?
Yeah. How could you prove that too, by the way?
How can you prove that there's no gravity?
I didn't say that there was no gravity. I'm just asking what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have no idea. Hoping that you could tell me since you brought it up when you came in here.
No, I didn't. I didn't brought it up. I asked you.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I know you.
What was it?
So
I wanted an explanation. I didn't
who is the one that brought up gravity? If they were the one that asked about it, I wasn't talking about gravity. Nobody else was. The first person that used that word was that you.
Right, I did. I came with a
you
question.
did. You brought up gravity, right? You asked a question about it. It doesn't matter if it's an affirmative statement or a question. You brought it up.
So, because I don't know the answer to it, so I thought you guys might be helpful.
Right. See, you don't know what gravity is either. I don't know what it is. It's almost like it doesn't exist.
I'm talking about in the terms of flat Earth, in flat Earth terms. What does that mean? Gravity.
I don't think there is no such thing as a flat Earth terms gravity. Why would you even bring that up?
Because we're in the flat Earth Discord.
Right. Did anybody here bring up gravity other than you?
I cannot do it.
Yeah, you did. So I want to know, since you brought it up, what it is, because I didn't make any claims about it.
Why would you ask someone who's asking you to explain something? Why would you ask him to explain back if they don't know?
Because I already told you I don't know what it is. That's why I'm asking you.
But what do you want? Do you want me to answer you what the gravity is in a flat Earth?
No,
because that's what I was asking.
As far as I know, there's no such thing as flat Earth gravity. So if you're asking about something, nobody's brought it up except for you. Apparently, there is no such thing. So why would you ask the question?
Yeah, I want to know. That was my question.
How many times do we have to tell you that we don't know before you get it? Remember how I was talking about earlier that the globe makes people stupid? You're kind of proving my point.
Okay, so now you're implying that I'm stupid?
Yeah, only because you've been asking the same question 1,000 times and you're not getting the answer. It might be because you're stupid.
So why am I stupid? I'm curious.
You're asking questions about something I've already given the answer. Maybe you're hard of hearing. Maybe you're not stupid. You're hard of hearing. Let me tell you again. I don't know what gravity is.
So how is it possible in a flat Earth from a rock to fall down your hand, straight to the floor?
Could you maybe try being a bit more specific? Like what exactly do you mean when you ask us that? What do you mean by gravity?
What I mean is that, and I did ask him this question. Maybe he's the one hard hearing. I said,
what do you mean by gravity? When you say gravity, what are you referring to exactly?
What I refer to is that if I have a rock in my hand and I let go of it, it falls down into the ground. How is that possible? Is that
Yeah, we already
gravity?
brought this.
What is it?
Remember, whoa, bro. Remember, I already told you
You're
this.
hard of
Maybe
hearing, brother.
stupid or hard of hearing. Remember, I said I don't know.
Maybe you're the same, brother. Maybe you're the same because I asked you the question and you haven't replied.
No,
Yes,
I'd already answered you, bro. See, half the problem is because you're talking while I'm talking, you don't hear shit. So I already answered you about the rock maybe 5 minutes ago, and I said I don't know.
So it would be fair to me to say that if you don't know, then that could possibly make you stupid as well. So we both
No, that's me being honest. I'm being honest. See, now we're going to have to do this thing where I just mute you when I talk because you will talk through me, even though we try to already establish the rules. Me being honest about the fact that I don't know is not me being stupid, it's me being honest. I don't know what causes that particular effect. Do you have anything to proffer us about what makes that happen?
Well, you said because I.
Sorry, I'm asking you a question now. Let's try not to be a stupid globe earther believer. So, what do you think makes it happen when rocks fall down?
I don't know.
Okay, good. So if I should I call you stupid because you don't know, or should you just be honest with me and go, yeah, maybe just be. See, you're just being honest. You're just being like, well, I don't know what makes that happen. I'm not calling you stupid, right? You understand? So let's avoid the whole gravity thing since both of us don't know what gravity is. You brought it up, but I don't know what it is. I hope we can establish that for the rest of the conversation. Let's go back to scale, how big the Earth is. How big is the Earth?
No, brother, I know how gravity works in a round Earth.
Oh, well, the Earth isn't round. Right. So I don't know what gravity is, and I don't know that there's any measurable Earth curve. So if you're talking about the globe, that must be something more fictional, something that you sort of believe in, but's not actually true, unless you could prove it.
Well, if I have a rock on my hand and I let it go, it falls down into the ground.
Yeah, I know. What is the cause of that? What is the cause of the rock falling to the ground?
In my globe world, that's gravity. But in your flat Earth, I don't.
I don't need the extra. Okay, in the globe, it's gravity. What is gravity in the globe?
Are pretty much. Are you gonna keep muting me, brother?
Yeah, if you keep cutting me off, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you.
You better stop muting me if you want to have this conversation.
Listen, I don't want to have this conversation. This is mind-numbingly retarded. So, I mean, I don't have to have this conversation with you. Not at all. So if you want to hang out and have a conversation, this is how it's going to go from this point forward. I'll ask a question, you'll answer it. You ask a question, I'll answer it.
So you want to be you're here.
Don't talk about me. I asked you a question about globe Earth gravity. What is it?
So we don't have freedom of speech here. Is what you.
Sorry, friend. You're in a private server on a private channel. This idea of freedom of speech is a democratic one put forth by the United States Corporation. No, you don't have freedom of speech here. You're annoying. You interrupt people, and you keep asking the same question over and over, expecting a different answer, which I think, as I understand it, is the definition of insanity. So no, you don't have freedom of speech here. However, I will allow you to speak. I want you to answer for me, in the globe Earth, what is gravity?
Good morning.
Good morning.
What?
Thank you. How are you, my friend?
Super fantastic.
How does gravity work, Bug Boy?
I am very happy to hear that.
I cannot. I refuse to establish a conversation who's so.
No worries. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Who's the new guy?
No problem. No problem. Let's continue.
He's been here before.
Oh, okay. Bug Boy, if you refuse to talk because you're all butt hurt and your fifis are all wrinkled up because I'm muting you now because you keep talking over me when I'm talking, I mean, that just sounds like insolence, like immaturity. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to be a big boy, not a bug boy, and go ahead and wait for me to talk, and then you can take your turn. Make sense?
I started to talk, you mute me, bro. What do you want me to do?
No worries. Let me ask you the question again. In the globe Earth, what is gravity?
No, bro. You what is okay? But could you stop the insults? You call me retarded, stupid, and now.
So now you're lying because I said this is retarded, not you are. You don't have a good memory either. It's starting to really bother me. Anyways, in the globe Earth, what is gravity?
What do you mean? But you keep muting me every time I talk, brother.
I know, because you were lying, so I had to end that. Anyways, what is gravity in the globe Earth? Seeing it right there, you just talked over me. See, Bug Boy, it seems like you're more of a troll. Are you a troll, Bug Boy?
No, brother. I just noticed that I heard your ego, and you don't like to be ego hit.
No, it's not a matter of ego. I'm trying to get the conversation going in a direction. You said in the globe Earth, I know what gravity is. So now I'm asking you, in the globe Earth, what is gravity?
Okay, it's not a matter of ego. Then stop muting me. Prove it.
No, I mean, it's not a matter of ego when somebody is interrupting you, and then you have to shut them up so that you can talk. That's not ego. That's just having an orderly conversation. See, every time you make a claim, it ends up being wrong. You might want to get that checked out. In the meantime, what is gravity in the globe Earth?
How can you back that? Can you back the information that is wrong? Do you have somewhere I can, go up and read that my claims are wrong? That's my question. That was my first question.
You haven't even made a claim or described to me what gravity is yet so far. So I couldn't even, voir the actual veracity of the claim.
Well, you told me that I came with proposals. I didn't know I came with proposals, but you said that I came with proposals.
I didn't tell you that you came with proposals either. I just said that you were the one that brought up gravity. And now we're back at the same thing we were talking about before. You're in this loop. Do you think you can get out of it? In the globe, what is gravity?
It doesn't matter what I explain to you what gravity is, because no matter what I say, you're going to say that it makes me stupid because I'm in a globe type of thinking.
He doesn't want to talk
That's
about
what you said earlier.
Let's find out. Let's just see. Why don't you tell me what gravity is in the globe and see if I call you stupid? Let's just see. See if you're right.
You already said it. You already said
No, I
it.
didn't.
Whatever anyone says about the globe, it might make them look stupid. That's what you said. You implied
No,
that
that's not
earlier.
what I said. See, now you're lying again. I have to mute you because you're lying again. And now you're saying that I implied it, which I didn't. I said that believing in the globe makes people stupid. That's what I said. I didn't say everybody. I just said people. Maybe you're one of those people. Maybe you're not. I don't know yet. What I'm asking you is, can you tell me in the globe paradigm what gravity is? Now, if I don't get a direct answer out of you after I unmute you, I'm going to leave you on mute because this is just a waste of time, and we have more people in here that would like to have a conversation. So if Bug Boy is just a troll boy, we're going to find out right now. So I'm going to ask the question one more time. What is gravity in the globe paradigm, please?
Is the power that pulls anything that you drop into the ground. That's pretty much what gravity is.
It's a power that pulls. Okay. Where can I witness this power? What's creating the power?
You can grab a rock and let it go.
Right, but if I grab a helium balloon, it goes up.
Well,
so now what?
Now that's helium. That's not a rock.
Yeah, it's helium. I know. So does gravity only apply to rocks?
That's a chemical mix. What you're letting go.
No, it's a gas.
It's a gas.
Exactly. It's a gas, and it's not a chemical mix. It's just one element. It's called helium. You should look for it on the periodic table. It's just one element. So we're just, we're comparing gases with solids. So gases move freely and randomly in all directions, apparently not affected by gravity at all. So what is gravity?
It's the power that pulls solids down to Earth, and you know.
Okay, where is this?
With a gas.
It's a power. It's interesting. What do you mean by power?
I mean, it's a pull. I don't know how you name it. Pull, a force. I don't know how you want to terminology you want to use for it.
Does it only work on certain things?
On solids.
So it doesn't work on gas?
Is gas a solid? Yes or no?
Individual particles of gas are solid particles. Yes.
Just yes or no? Is gas solid? Yes or no?
A gas is not a solid. No.
Exactly. There you go. There's your
No,
answer.
we identify matter in 3 different states, right? And possibly a fourth, plasma. But we go solid, liquid, and gas.
Plasma.
So gravity only works on solids. Is this a claim that you're making, or is this a mainstream claim?
Depending on what you define by mainstream, but that's what I I read. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's what I read so far.
Oh, great. Could you give me that citation, please? Just give me a citation that says gravity only works on solids. I want to see that.
What do you mean a citation?
I mean a quotation from a source that backs up what you're saying. Otherwise, it's just you making it up.
Why would I? Well, isn't that what I asked you earlier? And you said you didn't brought any resource.
I'll give you some friendly advice, bro. If you don't know something, it's okay to say that you don't know.
Well, I asked the gentleman here the same question earlier about flat Earth, and
he said he didn't know.
Why would you interrupt me?
And that's fine.
Okay.
And you have the right to say the thing. If it's
he interrupted me.
Listen, bro, stop talking. Stop talking.
Can you mute him?
If it's the truth that you don't know, that's the honest intellectual response that you should give. If you try to explain something or detail something when you don't actually know, that's when you're going to sound stupid.
Yeah, see, the difference is when you ask me a question and I say I don't know, I don't give citations for I don't know. Someone says something or makes a claim that apparently only works on solids, and you read that somewhere, I'm going to want the citation because you made a claim. So, do you have a citation for your claim?
I mean, someone who come back that, I mean, we all learn it from, we all know that. I can name you a few names. Let me think. Oh, Isaac Newton is one of them.
So Isaac Newton said that gravity only works on solids. He did he?
I didn't say that.
Oh, so what did Isaac Newton say? Let me get you a citation and actually a quotation from Isaac Newton that says he doesn't believe that gravity is a force at all, and that should not be ascribed to him. You want to see something like that?
I can give you another citation. NASA also backs that up. Maybe they're crazy.
Oh, so what do they say? That gravity is a pull? No, they ascribe to Einsteinian gravity, general relativity. So you're 110, 111 years out of date now.
Well, I mean, they say that the force which by a planet or other body draws objects towards its center. That's what they say. Maybe.
Okay, give me the citation, please. Give me the citation, please.
As soon as you give me your citation from someone who claims that flat Earth is, because I did ask you the same question about flat Earth, and
I already gave you some names. Did you check them out?
You just gave me one, and I didn't find him.
I also said Bug Boy. Did you check on Bug Boy? Does he say that the Earth is treated and measured as flat?
Oh my God! Someone who a scholar, someone who did studies. Like you said, John D. I didn't find any John D. So
okay, no worries.
John D. What? Do you have another name besides John D?
You want to give you a YouTube channel?
No, I don't want to. I want to have someone who is versed in the matter of flat Earth.
This is the guy. This is the guy I'm talking about. Do you want to see it or no? Do you want to run away from that? Yeah.
Is he a scientist, a mathematician, an astronomer?
Yes, he is.
Where I can look where can I look up his official papers?
YouTube channel.
Why haven't his papers been approved by the consensus? Because I don't see any papers released by him.
Sorry, friend Bug Boy. If it's a consensus, does that make it true?
Does that make it
fallacy? Wrong? That's called appeal to consensus, or the bandwagon fallacy. That would be fallacious, just believing in something or assuming it's true because many people say it. You don't want to be associated with fallacious reasoning now, do you?
How do you know that being an individual who doesn't believe in the consensus makes it right?
No, I didn't say that it did. I'm just letting you
So
know that what you're appealing to is fallacious.
How do you know it's fallacious when you don't know that it's wrong to believe the, otherwise?
Oh, no worries, because nobody's measured any Earth curve. That's how I know.
They did. That's how GPS were created.
Great.
You know?
So show me who measured the perfect. We're at my favorite spot. Show me who measured any Earth curve ever in history and how they did it.
Brother, but I was first asking you who did
Sorry,
measure flat Earth.
boy. I need you to get me the measurement of Earth curve by whoever did it in all of human history and how they did it.
You're just distorting this conversation to your nah.
Sorry. So you made a claim that this has been measured. This has been proven. Now I want the facts, the data, the measurements, the method. If you don't have it, it's over for you.
Why would I have it? And stop muting
Well, you
me.
made the claim. You made the claim, right? So if you make the claim, you should have something to back up that claim. Otherwise, it's what we call a baseless assertion. That is also a fallacy.
That's what I asked you about the flat Earth. What's your
Yeah, and I
assertion
told
about
you
it?
everybody treats and measures the Earth as flat and stationary every day, all day. That's my
Says
assertion.
who?
That's my
Says
name.
who?
Don't wear it out.
Says
Says
who?
everybody. That's my
Who's
name.
everybody?
Everybody that you know. You. How about you, Bug Boy? You do it.
I never said. No, I don't know.
No?
I measure things in flat Earth. No.
Okay, no worries. Earlier, let's see if this is true, because I already busted you, but you don't know it yet. When you said that things go down, did you say that things go down like a rock? Did you mention that?
Assumingly, yes, I did say that they're supposed to
You
go
did
down.
say that. Terrific. So rocks go down when you drop them. Is that your final answer?
I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I said.
Are you going to run away from it? You did say that then, yes? Rocks go down, go boom boom, go splash splash?
They just fall down.
Down, perfect. So down is a description of a vector. That vector is called vertical, right? And that vertical can only be described according to the horizontal plane of the Earth. The horizontal plane of the Earth cannot be round. There is no down on a sphere. There's only in, but you said down. So even Bug Boy treats the Earth as flat every day when he drops rocks. Isn't that right, Bug Boy?
Okay. No, I used the wrong words. I never said down. Maybe yeah.
You mean in.
The fabric of
When you
space?
drop a rock,
They went in.
fabric of space. Can you go get me a sample of the fabric of space?
Down, in space, there's no such thing.
Well, then why did you describe it that way?
Based on my perception and where I'm standing at, I'm looking down because my eyes look
There
down.
you go.
Yeah, your perspective is that the Earth is flat and the rock goes down. So you treat the Earth and observe it as flat and stationary every day, don't you?
Due to my, if you ask an ant if something is flat, if you ask someone in a two-dimensional universe, they won't see anything beyond their two-dimensional universe. They won't be able to tell you that there's a three-dimensional object in front of them.
This is
pathetic. No, if you pass a ball in front of them, a three-dimensional ball in front of them, they're not going to see a ball. They're just going to see a line go, getting longer and shorter.
You think ants are two-dimensional? You think ants are two-dimensional, bro?
No, I'm not talking about ants anymore. I'm talking about a two-dimensional object, right?
What would be a two-dimensional object, and how can I ask it a question? You said a two-dimensional person. What's a two-dimensional person? Where can I find these?
Living in a two-dimensional world. It's a theory. It's a theory, boss. It's a theory. I mean, do you have proof? Do you have proof about flat Earth? Can you?
Yeah. You gave me my proof. You told me that your perspective is. Oh shoot! Now I'm gonna have to mute you again. So you are my proof, Bug Boy. You told me that the rock falls down, and that can only happen on a flat Earth. And then you told me it's because of your perspective, and your perspective is of a flat Earth, up and down, left and right, every day for Bug Boy. That's his life. So you are my evidence for the flat earth because you experience it that way. I'm glad you came through.
How do you know it's flat?
Because you told me so.
No, I didn't tell you anything. I just told you what
You
my
did.
perception is. How do you know it's
Yeah.
flat?
Oh, it's because it's measured that way by everybody, and that's my everyday experience. And that's what I know. I don't know of any Earth curve. I don't know of any vacuum of outer space. I don't know of any spinning. So what my knowledge is and my perspective is of a flat Earth, and everybody measures it that way every day, even Bug Boy.
That's only your perception.
Yeah, so my perception and my knowledge is that the Earth is measurably flat and stationary. And nobody else has proven otherwise, especially not you. In fact, you agree with me that the Earth is flat according to our perspective.
But just because I use the wrong words, does that make it true that we live in a flat Earth? Because I don't know how to express what I'm seeing in front of me.
No. It's because you told me your perspective.
That's
your
manipulation.
perspective is of a flat Earth, so even you experience it. Your knowledge is that you live on a flat and stationary Earth, right?
No, I don't feel stationary.
Oh, you don't. So you think that you're moving right now? How many drinks have you had?
I mean, I don't know. If I go out the ocean moves. I don't know how is that possible.
The ocean moves?
Earth moving? Yeah.
The ocean moves, does it?
Earth...
How much does it move?
Why you want to pull out measurements when I ask you about measurements and you tell me you don't know?
Because you're making claims. No, I told you that everybody measures and treats the Earth as flat. I gave you Dr. John D. I gave you Bug Boy. I gave you me. I could ask anybody that I wanted to, and you know what they would all say? The rock goes down. What would be
a reliable source?
Reliable source. Okay, who would be reliable, and how do you know
you're just a user. I'm just a user. I'm someone.
No worries.
I could say a lot of things.
Worries. What source would you like, and how do you know they're reliable?
Matter of fact, I can tell you right now that the Earth is triangular.
Isn't this weird? I asked you what would be the source, and how do you know they're reliable, and you totally ignored that. It's like you're avoiding it.
Can you tell me your source besides telling that it's you and everybody else?
My source is Bug Boy and everybody else, and everybody's first-hand personal knowledge.
That's ignorance and manipulation.
How is it ignorance and manipulation? I mean everybody.
We all agree to you.
No, I didn't say that you agree. I'm talking about your first-hand personal knowledge, not agreement. This is not subjective. Don't you understand?
Why are we? Everybody agrees on that the Earth is flat. You know, why would you say that? How do you know that everybody does it? Because that's your perception, right?
It's because everybody describes it that way. No, it's because that's how everybody describes it that way when they come in here. You want to know what everybody says? Things go down. That's what they say.
Do they need to create a new dictionary, a new vocabulary to explain how the Earth is round? Because otherwise, you're going to believe it's flat.
There's already a word for this. You could have said rocks go in towards the center of the Earth, but that's not what you said, is it?
Maybe I said it wrong. So now I'm a flat Earth believer because I said a word wrong?
No, you're not a believer. You're just telling me about your first-hand personal experience and your perspective.
Maybe I didn't know how to describe it, but that doesn't mean that I believe that the Earth is flat.
I don't care about what you believe. It's about what you can prove. And if you can't prove that the Earth is curving, then you treat the Earth, and your personal experience is that the Earth is flat.
Well, if you can't prove it either, then your experience is that the Earth is round.
That's the problem. I can prove it because guess what? Every time anybody has ever measured the Earth, you want to know what they do? They measure it flat. There's no Earth curve ever measured at all.
Because it's a matter of scale.
Okay, scale. Back to scale. How big is the Earth?
Why would you want me to look it up for that? I can look it up and tell you the scale of the Earth. Why would you like to know that?
You brought it up.
Why would you like me to tell you that?
Because we can see and test if the size that you've been told or what you read online is true by measuring the Earth and see if it curves according to that rate. It's all about geometry, friend. We talked about this earlier. I don't know why you're avoiding it.
Yeah, that's important because you're making a claim about its scale, right?
To prove that the Earth is flat. That's what you want me to do, and I'm not going to fall down for that.
You're making a claim about scale, right? You're saying that the reason that that we perceive the Earth as flat is because it's such a big ball. It's too big. Its scale is too large for our senses to perceive, right? You need to prove that.
It's already been proven. I'm not a scientist. You know, you
Okay.
can look it up
It's
as
not,
well. I
okay.
have looked up about flat Earth, and I haven't found anything.
Bug boy, this is where we end the conversation with you because we've already had. This is like the third time we've been on this. You're not a scientist, and I told you that this is not a scientific inquiry, and he ran away. Tell you what. You see, Hayura, why the globe makes people stupid? Bug Boys there proved that fact for me. He asked the same question maybe 1,000 times. He got an answer for it each time. Kept asking it. That sounds like stupid to me. Sounds like an idiot.
Yeah, it's India's paradox of borrowed intelligence. I mean, like, yeah, he's going to come in and try and rest upon this vague notion that, that these, mystery smart people have figured it all out. He can just rest assured. He can rest on that, right? He's going to stand on the shoulders of those giants, and then when he falls off, he's not going to eat humble pie.
Yeah, that's the biggest tragedy of it all is once they kind of figure out that there is no one actually making this claim or proving it, that borrowed intellect, that borrowed evidence or claim that he thinks exists out there, when it's found out to be not available, not true, they usually still don't go, okay, I was wrong. They don't raise their hand up and go, yep, I misspoke. I didn't know what I was talking about. I thought that this might be the case. I was hoping that there was somebody out there that would validate my position because that's what I got told in kindergarten all the way through the university, and yet nobody actually proved it to me, and I didn't bother to ask for the proof. So I'm still not going to say that I was wrong, but yeah, there's nothing available to prove my point.
So did we ever reach a logical conclusion with that last person?
Yeah, basically, the globe is logically untenable, and according to his firsthand personal knowledge, the Earth is flat and stationary. And he rage quit.
Well, at least they admitted truth before they rage quit.
Sort of. Once I kind of pointed out the fact that he treats the Earth as flat, then he backtracked. He said, "Oh, I don't know how to use the right language. It's just my perspective." I said, "Exactly. Everybody's perspective is that the Earth is flat and stationary." But he wouldn't accept it, so eventually he just took off.
It's like that scene in The Matrix when Neo wakes up for the first time. No, it can't be.
Right.
Except they popped.
That movie had more layers to it than I think most people probably will appreciate. You know, for those of us that are in this topic, we can appreciate some of it, but the more I think about it, there's so much more going on. But either way, some of those truths, like, you know, when you're confronted with reality, especially when you're older, it becomes much more difficult to kind of wrap your brain around it or to accept it. Even if you accept it from, you know, let's say a logical standpoint, or in the mind, or in the, even with your own eyeballs, you're like, holy crap, they might have something here. Like, emotionally, people can't get themselves over the hump. And it's not just true for flat Earth. It's a lot of different things in reality, because people hold a lot of beliefs, right? Like, if you were to ask a religious person that grew up in a religious system when they were 20 or 30 or 40, if you showed them a few things about their religious system or what they thought they believed that were untrue, with, you know, all the receipts, they would still kind of shake their head and go, "Nah, I'm going to have to do more research." Because this is not the only topic that I research. I follow a lot of different debates online, a lot of them even religious, you know. And so when somebody is confronted with a fact, something that can be proven, they usually never concede. They usually say, "Well, I'm going to have to go get, you know, find more research." What they're saying is, "I'm going to need to go find something that helps me affirm my bias beyond what you've shown me," because they don't want to believe what you're showing them. They want to believe the thing that they always thought was true. So biases are really interesting. Like, I don't know if Hura or whatever is still in here. You know, she's saying, "I'm going to have to go look up more about what I thought I knew." I'm hoping that she's not going out just to confirm her biases. I'm hoping that she'll actually look at the facts. And if she does, terrific. If she doesn't, or if she doesn't know how to filter her way through all of the affirming the consequent fallacies and the begging the question, then she'll just be stuck in the same loop that she's always been in. And for most people, that's where they want to be. You know, they're very comfortable in their belief system. It doesn't require anything of them. They can just believe it and they're fine. And that's heliocentrism. People can believe in it. There's no consequences to it, except for every once in a while when they say there's going to be a solar flare or an asteroid, and they're like, "Oh shit, you know, there's going to be some kind of rock that may or may not hit the Earth really soon from outer space." And so that's about the only time that it ever really matters.
Well, I have faith. Well, I mean, I would say I have faith that she will do that. She seems more honest and more genuine than most, so that was kind of an upside to it. But the Matrix has a lot more layers than what you'd even think. If you go back and watch the Matrix, when they're in the real world, it's flat. It looks flat and everything. Only when they're in the Matrix is Neo flying around the globe.
Right. Yep. There's all kinds of what do you call them? Easter eggs in there. It's crazy. It's a good movie.
Yeah, I never understood the whole Morpheus quote. I can only show you the door. You have to walk through it. I never understood that until I started going down this path.
Right. Yeah, you kind of got to consent to having your mind changed, or walking into a realm, or we'll call it an idea path or a paradigm that is totally foreign to you. You know, and it takes a certain amount of balls, and it doesn't happen overnight either. I think most people would agree that they had to wrestle with this for a while, just to kind of unscrew themselves from everything that they thought they believed, or at least what they imagined and what they've been fed as images. Like if I said, what does the earth look like to most people, the first picture that would come into their mind is like a photograph, or let's say it's the blue marble 1 or the blue marble 2.0, or something that they saw in Star Trek, Star Wars, some sci-fi movie, something they saw in a textbook. The millions of images of a big giant ball circle Earth from outer space. That's usually what comes to their mind. And the crazy part is, just like what was that guy's name? Matt Powerland said, "You've never seen the Earth from that perspective in your entire life, never once." And so you have to get the images out, which is really difficult. Like, you have to get the imagination part out, which is, yeah, I would say actually not possible. Everyone's going to have those images embedded. You just have to decide, okay, is that blue marble 2.0, am I going to equate that to like a cartoon? Because you might as well, because you've never seen it that way. Or are you going to adopt that as your reality? And that's up to you.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate, because I can literally look back in my time, back in like second grade when I was learning about the globe. I'd already flown in a plane a few times, and so when my teacher said that the Earth was a sphere, I saw the curvature of the little globe that she had in the classroom, and so I immediately said, "Hey, I've been in a plane. I've never seen a curvature, so I don't understand how that can correlate." Yes, I didn't use the word correlate, but that doesn't make sense to me. And her response was, "The Earth is too big, so it looks flat, but it's curving. It's just really, really big." And so that's what I thought my whole life. And even after that, I would remember flying in the plane because I just love looking out the window and being in awe about how big the Earth is, because it looks so flat from flying in a plane. So for me, it wasn't hard to divorce myself from that. Like, shit, I've never seen curvature. Like, that was easy for me to recognize, but for the other people, oh man, I feel for them.
Yeah. It's somebody asked me one time, because we were having a conversation sort of like this one. They said, "Do you actually think that people believe what they want to believe?" And I said, "Yes, I actually do. It's either out of convenience, or they're going to get something out of it, or they're too afraid to believe anything else or to know anything else." So
they're emotionally attached to the idea. That's the big one. They're emotionally attached to it.
Right. So people do believe what they want to believe, no matter what, whether it's good or bad. They do. But there are exceptions to that. But for the most part, that's just where we're at. People are not going to bail on this particular idea because, number one, it's just way too inconvenient. I mean, we've had people come in here and tell us, "I can't be a flat earther. Like, my friends aren't going to accept it. My family's not going to be cool with it. Like, I don't want to be a social pariah." and be an outcast. I would rather be a part of the fold. I would rather be a part of the herd and just believe the same thing that everybody else does, and that makes my life way easier. It's like, well, then that's the choice that you're making. I mean, you know the truth, but you claim or believe something else just because it doesn't cost you as much, which is a shame. But in the meantime, the Earth is indeed flat and stationary as everybody experiences it, whether you want to believe it or not. That's just what we have.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, being that social pariah, man. I remember one of the people that went out with me and my friend when we went to go and make that over the lake observation. One person was like, my friend, he was already a flat earther, but he was eager to have that experience, to know it. And then the other two people that were there, like, oh no, it's not flat, it's not flat. When they saw it, one of them was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool, that's crazy. And the other one was like, I don't ever want to talk about this ever again. And I don't even know what happened to that person, but it was just really weird the way they backed out of the whole situation. Yeah, when I did that observation with me and my friends, I didn't have my P1000. I have it now, but I really need to sit down and play with the aperture and learn how to really control my camera and make it as crisp as possible when I'm making these observations. Probably need to get a remote so that way when I set it up on a tripod, it just I'm not messing with anything whenever I do it. It's all remote control. I don't have to worry about my hand accidentally making it blurry or something like that. And I told my wife, I said, one of these days I'm gonna come out, I'm gonna take you out, I'm gonna make you a flat earther. You know, we'll go down to Galveston and we'll look at Houston from across the bay and or the Gulf or whatever and see how far away we can see things. One of the observations I really want to go do, I want to go to the Keys and I want to look at Cuba from the Keys and see if I can't see Cuba from the Keys. That would be pretty cool.
How far away did you say Cuba is from the Keys? 80 miles?
The Keys, at the Keys, there's a sign that says Cuba 93 miles away.
93. Okay, a little more than that.
So I'm definitely pushing the limits to visibility.
Oh God.